Cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the day. Look at the gameplay. Made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save. Only win-win as a landscape. I cannot be stopped. I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot. I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins. I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame. I'm not your average. I'm on your neck. Hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck. Give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck. Hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck. Give me respect. Hey, hey, hey.
Hello everyone and welcome to Pros. We are here after the end of the positioning phase. We got a couple hundred Thieves members here. We got Quid. Is this your first time on Pros?
Yeah, I don't even know how come I'd be here.
You're here because Exu left the building after winning.
Okay.
But Ayla couldn't come, so but I'm glad you're here. We've also got Sniper as well as Sven. Both of you guys just went 3-0 this weekend, so both your teams obviously had a really good end to the split. How are you feeling about kind of the first round robin and the positioning phase?
Take the bar or whatever they say.
I mean, it was kind of cringe. We lost to these frauds. the first day, I was just like, I wasn't like warmed up yet, so we lost to you guys. But we had a good end of the split. I think beating TL and Fly back to back is like huge ego boost, So even though it's only BO1s, it's still nice.
I don't think our opponent in this week wasn't that strong, so it's like whatever we should. Yeah, I think we should just drill them. So I'm not that happy, but
whatever. Kind of to expectation.
Yeah.
I feel like ever since like spring of last play at least, I haven't really been playing like the greatest. I've been playing good, I'd say.
I agree.
But not as like good as I was.
To which part? The flame part or the compliment part?
No. You were like watching the games during spring split last year, I'm assuming?
Not really, no.
I was basically solo killing everyone.
Yeah.
And then maybe my opponents got better, but
you were getting so many solo kills when you first came in.
Yeah, exactly. So it just feels good to play like at a similar level to what it was before, to what I was playing before, even if my opponents got better. So I feel very good now that we got 3-0 or 3-0.
It's interesting. When I talked to Golden Glue, I was kind of asking him about your development when I was talking to him at the start of this year. And one of the things that sometimes happens is like when a rookie comes into LTA or LCS, whatever, and like if they're really, really aggressive in tier 2 or in solo queue, then that kind of gets like blunted when they go into tier 1 because people are maybe more nervous about being the one who loses the game, or they don't want to make a big mistake, or maybe they're losing in scrims and stuff. And when you came in, you were really, really aggressive and getting lots of solo kills and going for those kind of plays. Coming into year 2, do you think that changed and you play like more reserved and stuff, or do you think you still kind of play in that same way?
I feel like I don't have like the intuition anymore or like the killer instinct as much as I did when I first came into the league, because I was like just fresh. I was just pure instincts, pure intuition, and then I realized that like I actually need to think about the game. And although like mechanically and in lane it hasn't been the greatest, I feel like my map movement has definitely gotten a lot better. So I'm very proud of myself for just learning from my experiences and getting to where I am right now, which I feel like I'm one of the best tops. I could say.
It's kind of like what Golden Glue said. Golden Glue said he thought this year you might be getting less solo kills and stuff, but like if you got yourself into a good spot, you would do more with it than you would have last year.
Yeah.
Do you kind of agree? Do you think he's like evolving as a player, or like how do you see Sniper last year versus this year?
Be honest.
For sure, he's evolving, and like Sniper always cop like split 1 Sniper was crazy.
I was like the best,
I was stalking everyone.
Yeah.
Like we all say
good
like
old days.
they just disrespect you and you just to turn around 1v1 and you don't know what's going on in game. Turn around 1v1.
It's true. It is true.
Enemy top laner doesn't expect like he can like outplay. Outplay them. So I think that's why Sniper solo killed enemy top in split 1, but.
Yeah, they thought you were bad, so that's why you got solo kills. That's what you said,
Exactly.
Which do you prefer? Do you prefer last year's Sniper or this year's Sniper?
It's a debate. It's a debate. Did I get worse? Or like,
I would say this year.
This year?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go. He's upgrading.
Let's get it.
How's it been for you, Quid? With we've had obviously like a lot more mid laners coming over, like Loki coming in and Saints joining, and like different players that you may know from your time in Korea. I'm not sure if you actually played against them there or not. Has it been interesting for you playing against kind of like a new crop of mid laners this year?
Oh yeah, it made me more locked in cause last year I feel like Jojo was just strongest mid laner, in LCS, and I feel like this year like there are too many good mid laners. So if I don't play well, it will say I was just fraud. So I was thinking like, this year actually I need to prove that I can play well against good mid laners, so yeah, it motivates me.
People talk a lot about like steel sharpens steel, and like you can only be as good as your your practice partners and this kind of thing. Do you think that is kind of like raising the level of mid laners in the league then with some of these new players joining and like everyone's getting better?
Yeah, I think everyone is getting better right now, and yeah, I think game quality is better than last year, in my opinion.
It's cool. How do you feel about playing with Loki, right? You've obviously played with him for a while, and it was kind of interesting to me because when I talked to Chronicler and some of the guys who cover LCKCL, they were thinking that if C9 was going to pick up, a Challengers mid laner, that it would have been Saint, because Saint was actually the guy who was getting kind of like a lot more hype and stuff. And then you guys picked up Loki, and people were like, oh, well, maybe Saint wasn't available. And then Saint joined another team, and people were like, huh, that's kind of interesting. But Loki's obviously doing really well right now.
Yeah.
How has it been for you playing with him and kind of just like seeing how he compares to some of the other mid laners in the league?
I mean, I was involved in the process during the offseason. I joined before he did, but I wasn't super into it. I mostly let like David, our Korean speaking manager, and Reaper and Blabber handle it. They were the ones that had the most say in it. I think that's fair enough. That's how it works with Ballon as well. You ask the agency or the support who you already have, who they want as their teammates. So that's how it went down. As for Loki, we bootcamped in December last year, and I thought, damn, he has a long way to go. I mean, seriously, I thought he had a long way to go.
Wow.
English was not very good. It was hard to communicate and play for him. He couldn't really figure out a way to like
tell you when he needed it.
Yeah, he wasn't very demanding, and like his way was bad. He wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't say what he wanted to play. He wouldn't say how he wanted to draft or like where to go from base. Nothing was being said, and he had a hard time communicating while playing his character. So either he would communicate and then be playing badly, or he would not communicate and be playing well, but then be lost on the map or something like that, right? But I think the last couple of months he's been improving really like quickly. I feel like he's kind of playing the best of all the mids right now. I think he's communicating well. He's handling concepts. I see that look, bro.
Oh, you saw that?
I saw that.
Go on. Though.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just playing super well. Like he can play more champs. I think in spring or the first split, he was kind of like, it was like Aurora Yon or nothing for us for a while. But now he's playing more champs. He's communicating. He's making calls like, I want this to happen right now. I'm gonna go here. I want you to go top, Dantos. I can go bottom instead of winning against this guy. Like, I want base next wave for this item. I want to do this, blah blah blah. Right? He's making actual like his person in the game known, and he wasn't doing that in the last split, and it's something that we've been slowly getting towards. So yeah, overall, I'm really happy with his growth as a player. I think he has a lot of potential.
How do you find communicating with your team and stuff? Because obviously like it's difficult. You're coming here from another country, like learning or improving upon a new language, and like do you find it frustrating sometimes? Being able to communicate exactly like how you want your teammates to play the game, or like how you envision it in a second language.
Good question. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to make plan in English because when I have plan in my head, it like translates to Korean. So I have to change to English, and like league is like league situation is changed in like 1 second or something like that.
Yeah, everything can change.
And if I try to change to English and that situation is gone, I cannot say anymore. And I'm being silent, doesn't say anything. And in feedback, coaches are saying you gotta say to something if you wanna do like something like play around me. And in my head, I had planned, but I couldn't say something like it makes me feel frustrated sometimes. But it's getting better.
That's good. I mean, it is really hard, and like you said, the game can change in a second, right? All of a sudden it's like, okay, you see their top laner is on a flanking position, you have to play the fight differently, or their jungler shows top, maybe you can make a play bottom or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And being able to like update your plans and stuff really quickly is hard. Do you guys use like a lot of like pings to communicate and stuff? How is it from the other side? Like, trying to communicate with Quid and trying to like understand exactly how you guys want to play out the game?
I definitely feel like Quid can definitely talk more, but I feel like for me and him specifically, like he actually communicates like not everything for me, but like I'd say like 50% of things.
Yeah.
I think me and him are like very coordinated when it comes to like who we want to match, how we like TP plays, and just plays in general. I feel like Quid does a really, really good job at that, and I feel like that's why I'm like my game is like easier because he's just communicating a lot of things for me. So
he's the mastermind.
Basically, like he's saying he doesn't communicate much, but I feel like we do communicate well together, and it's so easy. Like just playing with Quid and his comms too.
I'm not sure about
You're
that.
not sure? No.
Even my coaches said to me, if you need some help and you don't know how to say, just like oof oof or something like that.
Yeah,
Say some assist thing, help.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing that too at first. We were just like, just using simple words like, I need help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you need, but we'll figure it out, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
No, but our coaches were like, say like, it can literally be anything. It can even be like a moan, like a you know. What I'm saying? No. I swear to God, like my coach.
Can you give us an example?
No, it wasn't an example.
nobody asked this, bro.
No, him and Swiffer, like they used to do it together or something. Like, remember Spooks would say to
I don't know,
Swiffer.
bro. I don't
No, okay, I'll say.
He's like, I'm not involved.
I will say,
Leave
like
me out of this.
Spooks, you know, like Spooks and Swiffer.
The coaches.
They're trolls.
Yeah, I know who they are.
They're trolls for sure.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I guess they are. They were trolling.
No, I don't know.
No, it's true. Like, we do the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
at some point, you know, someone told to Loki that if you want to like Asir, you know, EQ in an Ultimon, just say like, "Ugh!"
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Exactly.
Most people say like, look, or like, I'm gonna go in or something.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
if you can't find the words, just say like, "Ugh."
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going, or, like,
Yeah.
look. It's like, it's
Yeah.
fine. Just something that prompts someone to like be ready, you know?
People
Yeah.
gotta lock in.
Yeah.
You hear Loki making some weird sounds, you're ready. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but something's about to happen.
Something big.
Oh my God.
You're ready to go.
You guys summed it up perfectly.
No, it's true. It's true.
That's
I think it helped us that Thanatos is pretty good
Yeah.
with English. I think that he learned very quickly. He's been here for less than a year at this point. He has a very good understanding at least, and he helps Loki with like lane assignments.
No, sorry. I was just gonna say that could be us. I could be the one helping Quid, but
Except you don't speak Korean, so it's like
sorry.
it's not really the same. Thanatos, Loki, Quid, Sniper. You know?
You're right. Yeah.
But yeah,
Maybe you can take some lessons, hit up some Duolingo, you know?
honestly, I thought about that too.
I don't know
for
about
a
that
while.
one. Honestly.
I thought about that too for a while. But yeah, I think Thanatos helped Loki a lot with like things like lane assignments, who goes where based on what game state. He kind of like carried his backpack up the mountain for a little bit, and I think now Loki's taking that backpack back. So they're sharing even load, so to speak. And it's kind of nice to see. You know, he like helped his teammates for a while, and sacrificed his own like gameplay to help him communicate. It was nice.
He's still up like 50 CS every game. I don't know if it's
fine,
like
it's fine.
sacrificing gameplay, you know?
Just be done. You're up 40, you know. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, Thanatos is kind of the GOAT.
I mean, he's kind of good. I think when the grubs change, sometime next phase, he's gonna be even more goated.
Oh, okay. As goated as I am, though.
Your
for
blind
sure,
won't
right?
come save you anymore.
Oh yeah. Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
I think I hold my ground pretty well against Thanatos. Maybe he might be up
What
one.
now?
I think I do hold my ground pretty good.
Thanatos?
Wait, Thanatos or Thanatos?
Thanatos.
Sorry, Thanatos. I'm really bad at names, but I feel like I'm actually not bad against Thanatos whenever I play against him.
Yeah, I think when he talks about you, he also says not bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna be
But
like.
Whippo says good.
Oh.
I don't know why that is.
Oh,
But
okay.
There's a
My
difference
confidence just
there.
went down.
Joke.
No, I'm just playing as well.
Yeah. I remember like in the early Gwen like days when after got buffed, every game was like we pick Gwen, Anthony picks your case Riven. Whippo was playing like some fight champs with Ignite Ghost or something, you know. It's like against fight champion, I need Exhaust or Ignite or both or Barrier or both.
What the heck?
And it's
Oh my
like,
God.
I can't pick Gwen against Whippo unless I have Barrier Ignite in that matchup.
Wait, is that
And
what he
we're
said?
like, yeah.
Oh my God.
We're
What
like,
the
okay, fine. And then like comes up to the top lane, it's like playing, it's like, what was it, like a couple weeks ago, it was like Set or something?
Yeah, Vipo was playing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I remember.
It's like,
when it's-
my top laner has Barrier Ignite, Lethal Tempo, and Doran's Blade.
Oh my God! You went that far?
Yeah,
Holy
enemy set has like Flash Ignite as well. And then level 1, there's no minions.
Yeah.
They meet top lane, and they just start.
Okay, but who's winning? Because
Gwen won.
Gwen won?
Yeah, Gwen took E, Set took W,
Okay.
and then they fought to death, and Gwen won. And there's like 2 players decided to flip the whole game in a scrim level 1.
Yeah.
And he said,
Wow.
against
Yeah, absolutely
against
respect
funny
to Thanatos.
champions,
Oh my
I
God.
need
That's so
funny runes and funny setup.
Yeah.
And then we're like, yeah, that's fine. Gwen was OP, right? So we were like, okay, that's fine. We'll figure it out.
That's funny.
So is that the way to beat Vipo's set then? Because I played against his set a lot, like as one against set, and I went TP Ignite, and he was kind of fisting me a bit. Not a bit too much. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I mean, he
So
said
should I
like, if
just-
you don't have like funny setup or runes or spells, you can't win. And we're like, okay. I mean, we like playing Gwen, so you can keep picking funny setup if you have to do it, you know?
Okay.
I mean, he wins with it, so I'm not gonna say anything.
I think I'm gonna try it out next time I see Vipo's set.
Yeah, playing without
'cause
TP
I think it
is
could be good.
sometimes a bit hard.
Yeah.
But if you win side, it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you guys did beat C9. Were you surprised that C9 ended up finishing first overall in the positioning phase? Because I think most people had FlyQuest, kind of as like projected number one. Were you surprised at all that they ended up being top team?
Not really, because I think C9 is best team in Scrim.
Okay, better than FlyQuest?
By far.
Actually, we haven't Scrim against Fly for a while.
Okay.
I guess.
2 weeks ago was the last time I think we played against them.
Yeah. So
It's been a
whenever we play against C9.
Next conversation, please.
You guys are always trolling in
don't-
scrims.
River told me on stage
we do.
that
I
he's always trolling in scrims.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the only one.
No, why are you looking at me?
He was playing Gragas mid last scrim.
He was. But that's what I mean.
You're playing like Gragas decent mid jungle against like Poppy or something.
That is not my fault, okay? Like,
It's just how the
maybe we just
draft
gotta go
went.
into it.
It's just how the draft went. So
Yeah.
not surprised by that. Was there anything that did?
wait, why aren't you surprised about that?
No, I'm saying you weren't.
About us getting pissed by
No,
C9?
I'm saying
We
you
beat them,
weren't
bro.
surprised by them getting first place.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So
that is-
was
that
there
is-
anything that was kind of surprising about how things finished out then? About this split for you? I know there was like at the predictions. I don't know if you guys how much of the broadcast you listened to, but like at the start we did all our power rankings, right? Yeah. And the order of the teams varied, but everyone who did the power rankings had C9, TL, FlyQuest, and 100 Thieves as the top 4 teams, and everyone had the other 4 as the bottom 4, and like the
Different
order
orders,
changed,
yeah.
but it was like clear top 4, bottom 4.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
in this split, only one game was won by the bottom 4 against top 4. I don't know if you
DSG
guys
TL.
knew
That
this,
was
and it was DSG TL today.
Indeed.
So like, was there anything else about it surprising, or did you guys kind of see that okay, it's clear top 4, bottom 4, and like this is just how it's gonna be?
100%. I feel like it's definitely clear top 4 that us C9,
Fly and TL.
Fly and TL, sorry, yeah. But I didn't expect Team Liquid to lose today.
Yeah, same.
But unfortunately,
I thought Lyon is like they deserve to be like not in the bottom 4, but not top 4
So
either.
top 4, 5th, and then
yeah,
bottom 3.
I think they can have their own little.
They got the Lion tier in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair,
I
honestly.
think they're definitely the best of the worst.
But Dignitas were like closer than what Lions did against us. Because we played against both teams. And
Yeah,
we
I
just
watched,
fisted Lions.
I watched
but
your game against Dig.
That game was super close. Like,
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, Dig, we call him Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange. Wait, why?
They find the one scenario in 40 million where they lose.
Oh yeah.
I
is
watched
true.
the game against you guys. They have 6 grubs, out of base, they have tempo. They managed to trade towers.
Okay. Yeah, I
Of
got
one-
tier 2 top tower. I remember. But after that, I knew the game was won.
And you got bot tier 1 as well.
And I was getting a lot of towers.
1 towers.
Yeah.
Sion TP'd out of his lane to trade towers evenly. Well, he has 6 grubs.
Like 3 times, by the way. That
Yeah.
game. I don't know what that guy was
so
doing.
like, how's that happening? We have 6 grubs, but we trade evenly.
I have no idea.
He had a catalyst on Silas versus a Rod of Ages, and you were just playing the game.
Yeah.
I remember thinking like, wow, this game is so lost for Thieves, and then they found a way.
Dignitas
They found one
were-
scenario in 40 million.
Yeah,
Dignitas
exactly.
had-
There was a bunch of other
Had a
scenarios.
number
too.
of games that were actually pretty close though. Like their game against
Yeah.
you guys, I think it was at 27 minutes they had a gold lead against you
Oh,
guys.
yeah, I
At
remember
30
that.
minutes they had
Really?
a gold lead
Against
over
Dig, I was like 20-0.
FlyQuest. I think it was. I'm almost 100% sure
Really?
we had this stat.
Because I was like 10-0 on Kaiser.
I'm gonna look it up and double check.
Okay.
Didn't
but,
they get banned as
check?
well?
but yeah, I will fact check myself here live. But
No, you're good. You're good.
it was like against almost all the top teams at a certain point, like not super early in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
game, they like actually had a gold lead, but they couldn't get any of those wins. So
Okay.
were you guys surprised at all by how Dignitas was doing? Like, are they tough in scrims at all, or was it just like, because it kind of seemed weird to me that it's like they lose every game,
They're better
but
than you
they're
guys.
always kind of have a
They're not
chance.
better than us. I
In
don't know about
scrims,
that
in
one.
scrims.
In scrims? Oh, do you think Dignitas is better than us, Squid? Or
From
what
our
do you think?
POV,
You know?
they are.
Like we're
Ask
worst,
him
worst
good, ask
Scrim
him good.
team opponent, bro.
But why?
worst?
Like, why are we the worst? You know?
We're worst.
Why is that? Why are we the worst? Why do you think we're the worst?
Is that even a question?
Just be honest.
Like if you ask to
against
like
TL.
every player, like everyone would
bet.
say 100
Yeah.
Thieves is worst Scrim opponent. No?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of true. It is kind of true.
Why do you
But-
think that is then? Because this has been like a narrative that's kind of followed you guys for a while, where it's like the people who watch you guys play on stage are like, yeah, 100 Thieves is good, okay, FBI's in the bot lane now, they could win the whole title, like you guys go to finals in split 1. People are looking at you as contenders,
Yeah.
but then every time I talk to pros, they're like, they're frauds, they're trolling,
Yeah.
and like every time it's on pros and people start talking about 100 Thieves, they're like, nah,
Nobody likes
like-
us. Everyone just thinks we're bad.
Every game against them, he
Yeah, I want
types,
your opinion.
100 monkeys already. Every scrim.
I remember that, Quinn.
Yeah.
I remember that a couple
So
of times.
why are
So
you guys so
unserious.
bad in scrims?
I want Sven's opinion first. I want the enemy enemy's opinion, and then
The enemy.
The enemy.
or you know, like the
I mean,
opponents.
for my POV,
That's
you're
good.
just trolling.
Okay.
You don't think so?
No, we are trolling.
Like you troll draft,
Okay.
and then I mean Riverside himself on stage
Yeah.
that he's inting a lot of scrims.
Yeah.
That's also true.
It is.
He's like, actually really good on stage, but
Yeah.
I mean,
And scrims, he's obviously a monkey. Like,
yeah.
I'm just gonna
Also,
be
I
honest.
think you guys seem a bit tilted in the last scrims. Like the 5th and 6th game is always really bad.
I feel like I don't tilt that much in scrims. You can ask Quid. I could
it
be
doesn't
wrong.
have to be
but
like a mental thing. It's more like a just subconsciously when the game goes bad,
Yeah.
it goes from like 1k gold to 10k gold in 5 minutes. You know?
yeah, like we just give up as soon as we get
No,
like
not,
our enemy
not
team
like
gets a
give
beat,
up,
is
but
what you're
like
saying,
it's just
or-
like whatever. It's just lost. You know?
Yeah, just play the game out.
I don't
If
know.
you're saying
Yeah,
you
I
think,
think-
you guys troll in scrims, like why is that? Do you think your team isn't focused enough when you're going into scrims? Do you just not care about the result? You just want to try things out? Like what is it that's causing that?
Yeah,
Oh,
just be honest, Quid.
You can't say it.
to be honest,
Yeah.
it's not my fault our screen going
No,
bad.
it's not my fault either. It's not my fault either. It's not me or Quid's fault. 100%.
He said team gap, team gap.
No, it's not our
like-
fault.
I
Me-
agree
me or
with
Like
Quid.
people getting tilted so easily, especially in scrim, and when our plan goes wrong,
Yeah.
our like
Just fight. Just go fight. Make
just
it
getting
fast.
tilted and
Yeah.
our comp like FPA is like not bad, not bad, and Libra just not bad. Let's fight this object, okay?
Just go fight every single
Let's go again.
Yeah.
If you lose
No
this
matter
fight,
what.
yeah, we just go home fast.
Yeah, basically. Off they fast.
It seems like
yeah.
that's also kind of your strength in a lot of ways, though. It's funny, right? Where it's like, okay, maybe you're taking silly fights and you're losing scrims fast, but also a lot of times on stage, it feels like people give you guys credit for being really good at team fighting, or if you get in a deficit, people are always like, oh, well, 100 Thieves isn't just gonna like, if you get ahead, they don't just sit back and let you win, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, for
you're not just gonna bleed out. Like
Exactly.
you're gonna come and you're gonna fight, and a lot of times that works out for you on stage. So do you think like in some ways you're getting some value from those scrims, or do you guys need to change how you practice?
I think
Yeah, what-
for sure we should change our play in screen. I just think Libra has good. Libra always find good angle on stage.
Yeah.
I think that's why we can have good fight angle on stage.
yeah.
I don't think it's like we're just fight everything in screen so
Yeah.
we can find good angle. I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
we're
Just cope.
to be
Yeah.
honest, I think we are just inting in screen.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think even we play like safe in screen.
Yeah.
Libra would find anger anyway.
Yeah.
So I think
We're basically blaming
I
River.
think that's
We had a problem with that
That's
too,
cool.
where like we were just being like two animals in scrims, and then you go on stage and you're playing like a 3 kills at 20 minutes game, and then it's like Red Atakan, and like someone saying, "Whoa, it's Red Atakan." I haven't seen this one before. I haven't seen
What
this
does
one
this one do?
in like weeks, you know.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, did you watch the Dig game when
Yes.
like the carries got solo killed by Atakan?
Yeah, Shaden had not seen
They
that
were just
one.
standing in the.
He stood in the suck.
The
until
lifesteal
He was
thing,
10% HP.
yeah.
That was the game against you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
When Dignitas was way ahead, and then they did Otacon. He was
Yeah,
10%
we have
health
some
when you guys
moments where we're
engaged on
like,
him.
wow,
Oh my
we need to like,
God.
we need to like log in and have some real games in scrims so we can actually like practice things that will happen on stage. Because we had this thing where in the first week we played you guys, we played like I don't know, Lyon, no, SR or something, and the games were just so different that like everyone felt not uncomfortable, but like it was weird that the game pace was so different. There's like 2 kills at 10 minutes, and you know you're trading Grouse to Dragon, like, and then we had to like change our scrims to be more human.
Yeah, more disciplined, right?
Yeah, more disciplined, yeah. And then this week, we couldn't scrim Fly or TL because we're playing them. So we had to...
You scrimmed us, the monkeys,
I
the
think-
monkey, woohoo! The 100 monkey.
Your
you
words,
know?
not mine.
No,
But
I'm
yeah,
not
we
gonna
scrimmed
lie.
like SR, Dig, SR, you guys this week.
Okay. Did
And
you
like-
guys lose a single game?
We
On
lost
this question.
2 games to SR actually.
Oh,
On
wow.
the first day. Lost to Contracts Mundo Jungle.
Mundo Jungle is actually kind of cheap. The clear is fast.
I was completely inting.
It could be.
That game I
It's
was
actually
inting.
really fast clear.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
well, that
Gotcha.
game I was inting, but it's like after we lost the 6th game, we were up 10k gold. It was like, okay, guys, we need to focus up this week.
Yeah.
We're playing against SR Dig and Hana Thieves in scrims. We have to focus up and be more disciplined in scrims. Yes, boss. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, everyone like, you know, stop fucking
Trolling
trolling
around
and
and
like,
just fighting all the time.
you know, like, it's like goes into review. Thanatos, this is your 6th death from weak side. He's like,
Oh, God.
actually, if I played better here, I could win. No, you can't.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That's literally how our
Nick Smith
reviews
is
go
like
as well.
he's like the, what do you call it, like free kill police or something, you know, like dying for free or like when you shouldn't be dying. He's
Yeah.
like the police.
Yeah.
Every morning he's like, Thanatos, yesterday, 8 deaths for no reason. Yeah, sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
So next week is going to be the beginning of the best of threes. So I don't know if you know all the groups. Have you seen the groups for next week? So this is going to be your group. So group 1 is going to be Cloud9, TL, Lyon, and Disguise, and then the group B, which you guys are in, is going to be FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, Shopify, and Dignitas. Any thoughts on like which?
He didn't even know those groups until like before this.
He was learning live about the format. Did you know the
I was.
format?
That is not true, but
I knew we
that's
play
true.
against Fly
Okay.
next week.
Any thoughts on like which group is easier or harder? So, because basically how it's going to work is you're going to have 3 weeks of playing within your own group, and then 1 week of like cross-group play, and then that will be the seeding for playoffs. Playoffs is best of 5, double elimination. It's going to be fearless all the way through.
definitely Group A I feel like is easier, just because they have. I feel like Cloud9 is like by far the best team and probably like the only good team I can see in there. I know, like we lost to Team Liquid.
TL, no good.
I mean, okay, we did lose to Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Wait,
but
did you?
We lost to them. But it's also because like we just weren't really coordinated, and I also lost my lane pretty hard.
What were you playing that game?
I was playing Aatrox into Jace, which is like the worst matchup for Aatrox.
Yeah.
Like, that was your
I should
Electrocute
not.
Aatrox game, right?
Sorry?
You were playing Electrocute Aatrox, I think, right?
Yeah,
I
Electrocute
remember that,
Aatrox,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
After that, I realized that like I have to stop trolling and draft, and ever since that stopped happening.
Yeah.
How do you
sorry,
actually draft?
yeah, stopped happening then.
Side note, but how do you draft? Do you have like a coach doing it for you, or do you like give input throughout
Yeah.
the week and then he compiles it, or?
It's just both coaches and like whenever they ask the players a question or whatever,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we just respond, you know? Like
Yeah.
we don't want to make it too complicated, but I mean, I just put myself in a bad matchup, and I feel like that's like a pretty big reason why we lost to them. I was down like 30, 40 CS in lane.
Yeah, Impact had a really big advantage early, I remember.
I don't know about really big, you know? Like
You just said 30, 40 CS. Is that not really big?
No, it's pretty big.
You
Then I
had a
came back.
small 40 CS lead at 10 minutes. It wasn't really a big deal, though. It's just how the matchup goes.
It kind of is, to be fair. But
Last pick into loose lane.
yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Like, but then
The
after
1-2
that,
The
combo.
red 5 counter pick into down 40 CS.
no, but after that, yeah, we just fixed our drafts, and
Yeah.
we went 3-1, 4-1
Now you're a
ever
good
since.
boy.
you know?
You lock in your Scion there. And play for the
Not a
team.
good boy, not a good boy, you know? I'm still like an alpha male, playing like the Aatroxes, the Ribbons,
Dude, alpha males don't say
That's all I'm gonna
I'm an
say.
alpha male. Just saying.
Bro,
Caught.
Just saying.
you gotta be the first one to invent something. You guys know what I mean? If that makes sense.
What are you, the inventor of alpha males?
Yeah, you got me.
Inventing Electrocute Aatrox down 40 CS? Is that the invention?
I suppose you can say that, yeah.
Okay, well, you could
happens.
It's
copyright
not a
that.
bad legacy.
Thank
How
you.
do you feel
Yeah, it's terrible
about the
legacy.
groups? Are you happy with your group?
Group is what? TL,
TL, Lion, Disguise,
Yeah.
and you.
1, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I had the opinion before that like being first isn't actually good for you because in any there's a top 5 and a bottom 3. Although Lion isn't like as good as Thieves, TL, Fly, C9. I still think like it's not, a big deal, but I don't feel like our group is actually easier or harder. It's like I would have rather have had the first place team pick the other group and then you go down the line.
Yeah.
So like us and FlyQuest would pick the groups for our opponents or something like that.
Who would you
Oh,
have
yeah,
picked?
that's fair.
Would you have picked anyone different?
Well, if Fly was second, right? Then I would put. And the outcome might be the same, Like I would put like.
That's crazy, wow.
That's the funny part.
Confidence on this
But it
guy.
would feel better. No, I'm saying like, let's say like,
Yeah.
Group A is C9, Group B is T.
So you get to put the first team into their group. FlyQuest is
I would
the
probably
other
put
captain,
like
so you can't
100
pick
Thieves
them.
or TL.
Oh, okay.
I think at this point I'll put 100 Thieves in there.
Okay, so that's the
So
same.
I'd rather-
Over Team Liquid, do you think?
Yeah,
Put us in there?
I'd rather play TL than you guys, I think.
Well, why is that? Is there like
Because we run
specific-
TL. I mean, we also run you guys, but
So you guys are just the goats. You guys are gonna win MSI. You guys are gonna win Worlds. You guys are
we
hyping
don't-
yourself
no,
up.
obviously we lose TL in the playoffs, but like,
Oh, that is fair.
we have this saying in scrims when we stomp TL, don't get cocky, they'll still win the split.
Yeah.
So
that is so fair.
the
Yeah.
That
obvious
did
other
happen
pick would
twice.
be then. So you'd put 100 Thieves in FlyQuest.
Okay,
group.
do they get 2
FlyQuest would
picks?
then put. I
they
don't
get-
know. We'll just say 1 pick. They
Okay.
put TL in your group. Then what would you do next?
Yeah, I'd put
Yeah,
Lion in the other group.
Okay, so then the change would just be Lion
Yeah.
versus Shopify.
But if it's like a 1-2,
Yeah.
like the draft format, then they'll probably put Lion
yeah.
in our group, So
Yeah.
it's like,
Did
Yeah.
in
your
the end, it feels the same.
did your opinion on
Not bad.
TL either you guys change it all this week with them losing to Disguised?
Yeah. I mean,
them,
they
like-
won the split last split.
And
though,
them
you know.
losing to the clear cut. Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
But like
They
they
did have
won in
their
a whole different game with like lane swaps and stuff.
Yeah.
And then soon they're changing the grubs to be only 1 time spawn at 8 minutes, I think, and making them weaker, which means that like bot lanes won't run top every game at 4 minutes anymore.
Oh, okay.
So there'll be more lane phase. I think TL's bot lane is good in lane phase, but I don't think their top side is very good in lane phase.
Yeah.
Mid and top at least.
Down 40 CS, Aatrox versus Jace.
Yeah, I mean,
Very bad lane phase for sure, you know what I'm saying?
What's to say about you?
Yeah,
But yeah,
I'm the worst in that, I
like
guess.
generally speaking, not saying every game.
Yeah, I
Like,
got you, I
I think
got
APA carry against you guys, for example, right? Doesn't mean it's true.
Oh.
He had some good Xer games.
Yeah, he had
a
good
couple
and
really
good and bad
Xer
moments.
Wait, he's playing
shuffles.
Ziggs, no? That game?
No, he's playing us here.
Oh, he's playing Xer.
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
it was.
Yeah.
go on though. Like,
Yeah.
I completely
Anyway,
forgot what happened that
yeah.
game. Wiped out of my memory.
Anyway, I was saying that like I think TL is gonna struggle more in a lane-focused meta. For example, against us, you know, like I think Thanatos is better in impact,
100%, yeah. I agree with
Do you
that.
think?
and long lane phase is gonna be better for us than for TL. And they won Spring Split in a lane swap meta,
Yeah.
so it's like
Does your opinion on them change at all, going from best of ones to best of threes as well? You know, maybe I gotta see you, Quid, because people talk about, you know, TL as maybe having smaller champion pools and stuff. Obviously, as we go out of best of ones, then we have Fearless, so your champion pool is gonna get pinched more in best of 3 and eventually best of 5. Do you think that there's like TL is maybe hurt by this, or there's a specific team you think is gonna do worse with Fearless or better with Fearless?
I think tier wouldn't have problem in BO3 because
Okay.
I think AP has enough champion pool for BO3.
What about BO5?
Oh,
well, last time they 3-0'd you guys, so they didn't need 5 games.
It was just 3 games go
yeah,
on fast.
I can't tell because we haven't.
You never got to that
Yeah,
point.
No, we did last year during Spring Split.
During
Yeah,
spring.
but that was
It
not.
was during play. Oh,
that
it
was
wasn't.
not
It
Fearless.
wasn't Fearless.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, I gotta be
Log
quick
in.
here. I'm
Yeah,
a very
but-
slow guy, but
Yeah, I can
be
see
patient, you know?
they have problem in BO5,
Okay.
but at least we have to make game 5.
Yeah, for sure.
Who do you
for
think
sure.
has the biggest advantage in Fearless for any of you guys? Do you think there's a team that's like, okay, they're going to be actually really hard to play because
think
it just doesn't matter if it's game 1 or game
It's more
5,
about
they're always going
players
to have stuff.
than teams.
Got you,
I
okay.
think.
Sure. Well, then who
I
do you
think-
think the players are the
I mean, I think like Whipple, for example, has a large pool of like funny picks.
Okay.
He can be scary in like game 4 or 5, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
You never know when
Whereas
the
like this
polar bear's
guy,
coming.
we can only play Xante and Rectum.
Mundo top could be anything, honestly.
Yeah, meanwhile you, Xante Rectum.
No. Okay, not anymore. During that phase of Cassante or Nectin, I was like just
goat?
a beta mill. No, I was not the
Got the
goat.
electrocute Aatrox, man.
Not the electrocute
Back with
Aatrox.
the
That was
beta
also
mill
like
series.
He's got the undefeated ribbon.
yeah, undefeated driven true.
Yeah. That's
great,
I
yeah.
got the Gnar, the Jays.
There you go.
What else do I have? Good. What other
What else does
champions
he
am I
have?
good
Link
at?
is champions.
Yeah.
Irelia.
Oh, that Relia into Gnar, Jays. You know?
The big R5 counter
Yeah.
into Formula Lane Swap into useless.
Yeah, that does happen a lot, but you have to win the first 2 levels first.
So you said you think
for the lane
Whippo
swap.
has the biggest advantage. Are you excited to play in Fearless? Because people look at you as someone who can play the melee champions
Yeah.
and like in the range champions and stuff. Do you think it gives you an edge?
The glazing is crazy.
Oh.
That's all I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we-
say.
we got, like-
Azale, come on.
I think
It's
anyway,
his first time. Gotta be nice.
Fair
Fury
enough.
Strap is more funnier than just
Just regular.
just
like
regular
regular
draft.
Yeah.
So, and I don't mind. I wouldn't have problem with Fury Straps, but
How about this
No,
guy?
why did you look at me? Why did you look at
He's
me?
like, but
I don't think.
Why did you look at me? I've expanded my champion pool. Ever since Worlds last year, I have gotten a bigger champion pool, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
100%.
I'm
It
not
was 2
worried
champs before.
about our Fury Strap.
yeah,
No, it's
that's cool.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that we haven't really touched on, I guess, Shopify or so, like is the only team we haven't touched on?
yeah, they're not very, you know,
We did just beat them.
they're
so.
not very noteworthy, you know.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I
It
feel
looked
like
kind of dicey for a second, though, no?
it did. But I just feel like it's because Fudge was like, honestly not playing bad. His ults were pretty good, I thought, in Malphite. And
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure why everyone like just trashes on Fudge all the time. I actually feel like he's a very solid player.
Yeah, I agree.
But
I
every,
think
sing-
Malphite
every
was a
single
really
time.
good pick that game. Actually.
Yeah, and he like played fine as well. You know, it was just kind of a team gap. So, yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that. I think SR really isn't that bad, just because they have Fudge and their volume's pretty good too, and jungle too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all pretty good, but they're just second last place.
There you go.
Right now
Well,
they're second last place. Really?
Third last. They'd be above both Dig and DSG.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
What about Lyon? Are they?
Lion, it would
Lion's
be
fifth.
Lion would be 5th.
Oh,
Shopify
fifth.
6th. Dignitas is 7th because they have the head-to-head against Disguised, and then
Yeah, I mean,
Disguised
I
is
actually
8th.
agree
Okay,
though,
I
with
see,
what you
I
said.
see.
I think SR is not bad.
Yeah, they're not bad at all.
So
they're like
matchups-
terrible, you know.
The matchups that we have for
Nah,
next
just
week
joking. They're good.
is you guys are going to be playing against FlyQuest. So we have Fly 100 Thieves. We have TL versus
hell no.
Lion. We have C9 versus DSG, and then Shopify versus Dignitas.
Wait, who are we playing against?
You are playing against DSG.
DSG.
And you're playing against FlyQuest.
You guys got the freest match of all time.
Nice. Off day.
First place, reward. Maybe you should have got first place.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We probably should have gone first
But
place.
you're playing against the whole group anyway, right?
Yeah, you play
Yeah,
against
yeah,
the
you
whole
still
group.
gotta be
the
up there.
order.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
it's nice
it'll
though with
be
an off week.
3 weeks of best of threes where you play
Scroll
within
fast
against your own group, and then the last week will be cross group before playoffs.
And
Oh,
it's like
okay.
top 2 qualifies to the playoffs.
Top 3 from each group. There will be 6 teams in playoffs.
Okay.
And
Cool.
then
No, but it's like top 2 is
It'll be double
straight to
and best.
playoffs, and then the bottom 3 and 4 are playing each other or something, right?
I'm honestly not 100%.
I'm pretty sure like 3 and
top
3 plays 4 from the other group, right?
Top 2 is seeding in playoffs and stuff. So like I assume
Yeah.
you would potentially get a bye or you would play against the
I
lowest.
feel like
seed.
I heard somewhere that like the 3rd place team in each group plays the 4th place in the other group.
I'm honestly
Unless
not.
someone's been lying
Wait,
to me.
first round
sure.
is this, or is this second round?
No, like
they
after-
call
Oh, that is accurate for cross conference. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All for cross conference.
Or cross group, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, yeah.
In the 4th week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say you like.
My mind is like somewhere
Let's
else
say
right now.
you got,
I couldn't
bro,
comprehend
okay,
any
you
of
got
that.
2-0.
Yeah.
You're first place.
Yeah, what's up?
You got 2-0. And then like the SR and Dig and DSG and Lyon go like 1-1 or 2-1 or something.
Wait,
Like this.
1-1 as in what? Like we play best out of 3, no? So isn't it just like?
Let's
No,
say
he means
wait,
like
like-
series score. Series
Yeah.
score.
Oh, okay.
They're like
okay,
the 3rd
okay, I got
place in
you.
the group and 4th place in the group. They will play the
Yeah.
other group
Oh, okay.
for the last spot in playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand.
There's some
I
fun
understand.
graphics in here, bro.
Yeah.
Some
No,
graphics.
bro, I gotta read this through next.
Well,
Like
you have
next
the
time.
groups?
All I know is
Yeah, they have the groups.
like I know the groups, but I need to like.
Let's say
read them
Lyon
all through, you know what I'm saying?
like 3rd place, right?
Okay.
They'll play against Dig,
Yeah.
and then Shopify will play against these guys.
Yes. Yeah. This guy's got you.
Yeah.
And
for
then
the last spot in playoffs.
But whoever loses that matchup, are they just out? Or
Yeah,
Yeah.
the bottom 2 teams won't
Oh,
go to
they-
playoffs.
yeah, it's over.
So bottom team from each group won't go to playoffs.
We can go home if we play better.
No, we're not gonna go home. We're none of these
like
teams.
he
We're
wants
none of
it.
these
Yeah,
teams.
go home
No,
fast. Yeah.
That is like our memo on scrims. We just want to go home fast, but
How do you feel about your matchup against
that
FlyQuest coming? Because they're a team that's obviously looked at as a top team. You guys did play against them in split 1 and stuff, but like people are like, oh well, the format and everything. Maybe people don't
Mickey
give
Mouse?
you enough credit or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you think that you can take them down again next week? Because then it's like if you beat them again, then people kind of have to give you the credit, right? It's like you can't
Yeah.
just keep writing it off and saying, oh well, it's just a fluke again.
yeah.
Yeah, Flash getting a lot of like past credit.
Yeah. Go on.
No, that's all I want to say.
Oh, wait, they're giving a lot of what? Sorry.
They're getting a lot of credit for like
Second.
something that happened a long time ago.
Yeah,
know,
which is like.
Which doesn't matter now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's kind of annoying, no? You guys
I.
are like the opposite.
You think so? Where
Yeah.
we?
I mean, people call you guys frauds, even though you're actually like, beating us and you beat Fly.
Oh, I mean, I guess so. Yeah. Which is
But
annoying.
people still think
but-
you guys are frauds.
Yeah, which
It's
honestly
the
makes
opposite of
sense.
FlyQuest, yeah.
It definitely makes sense because it's
Does
scrims,
it?
Yeah, it's scrims,
But scrims don't actually like matter at the end of the day,
I agree with that as
Like,
well.
we
but
don't think that you guys are bad because you guys are bad in scrims.
We're bad in scrims or we're good on stage. But for a lot of
Yeah,
teams, like they
both.
just judge things off of scrims, Like
Yeah,
that's kind of what I realized.
Bad mindset, yeah.
I think it's a bad mindset as well because I've noticed. Oh, sorry, I'm getting off topic. What was the question again about FlyQuest? I was about.
ADHD!
I was gonna. No, I call myself there at least.
How do you
so now we're
feel
back in
about the
back in
matchup,
the
right?
mode.
Just because you're going to be playing them again, you guys played them in split 1, and you're gonna be going against them in best of 3 here with them, maybe looking for some revenge,
I guess we did lose to them, right? The split so far.
or them, like they because you guys beat them in split 1, no?
Yeah, we did. We
Yeah,
did.
exactly.
And,
You beat
best
them in
of-
the best of 3, exactly, right?
I mean, I feel pretty confident against FlyQuest. I feel like if I get my champions, well, not necessarily get my champions, but if I just play how I am right now, we definitely have a good chance of beating them because I feel like everyone on the team, including this guy right here, the MVP, the future MVP, 2-time, no glaze.
No glaze.
It's like everyone on my
Saved
team
it,
is good.
saved it.
Yeah. So I feel like I stand my ground against Bifo pretty well. Although I do think he's a very good player. Like you have to have confidence, if you're playing against your opponents. You can't just be like, oh, they're FlyQuest. We're just gonna lose to them. Top 8 MSI, Worlds. It's gotta have confidence. But yeah.
Are you looking forward to your matchup against Quad, the Quid versus Quad matchup?
It's back.
Yeah, I think we have chance to win, but when we beat Fly in BO3 in last split, after we won and we were talked to Sniper for you, because Sniper looked like actually different player in the series.
Is that in a good way? Or?
Yeah, in a good way.
In a good way, yeah. I was pretty bad.
Actually,
Before
everyone
that
said
series.
Sniper
DC,
carried us
yeah.
in the
He went
series.
Super Saiyan?
Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
And-
you can say that.
yeah. I think we have
glaze.
chance. Yeah,
No
You saved it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we have chance to win, but it'll be top match for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even
Who do you think's gonna take it?
sorry.
I think he's right. It's gonna be close.
Yeah.
I feel like it just depends on drafts a lot. I think FlyQuest have very clear strengths and weaknesses. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not giving away anything.
Name them,
you know?
please. We could take any advantage we could get, So please name one of their weaknesses.
Yeah, like after the podcast is over, I'll hit you up.
Oh, you got me. We gotta get. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank
On
you.
that note,
Appreciate
then
you.
we can let you guys leak the strats off camera. But thank you all for coming on and doing pros.
Yeah,
Thanks for your first time.
Let's
I think
go,
you did
Quid.
great.
First time.
Did great. No
Woohoo!
glazed.
No
glazed.
glazed. That's his new favorite word. No, you did good. Good.
Yeah, no, it was good. And I appreciate you guys coming in. Congratulations, both had the 3-0 weekend. Should
Hell
be
yeah.
feeling good about it. And
Yes,
it is
sir.
going to be really exciting. I think definitely match of the week next week is going to be FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. So people are going to be looking forward to that. And we'll see if DSG can pull off an upset against you guys. Don't get too cocky. They beat TL.
Wait, who's gonna win this though? Do you think? What's your prediction?
I think I have to predict FlyQuest.
we beat the Mosfet though, like.
You asked me. I didn't want to lie. I think.
What's the percentage? Like.
I think it's
FlyQuest
pretty
won.
close. I think it's like 60-40 at worst, 55-45.
Yeah,
I feel like it's pretty close. I think that FlyQuest just seems more consistent than you guys. Is the biggest
fair.
thing.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I mean they're more consistent. I think that's what gives them the advantage. But I definitely think you guys can win, and I think it's gonna be a really exciting match. I feel like all the top 4 stuff is gonna be good. And
Yes,
honestly,
sir.
I'm just happy that the best of 1s are done.
Yeah,
and we're
me
moving
too.
on to best 3s, moving on to best of 5s. Should be
Hell
a lot of
yeah.
fun.
Yes, sir.
So don't miss out. Tune in next weekend, and we're gonna have a lot of good games. We'll see you then.
See you guys. Bye bye.
See you.
So what's the weaknesses of FlyQuest?
There are none. It's fucked.
Oh, frick.
Oh no, not this guy. Not this guy.
Good. How are you, man?
Doing good as well.
Freak.
Oh.
Not even on camera in this. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Yes, my Quiddy.
Yo, what's up,
Come
dude?
here, buddy. Come.
Just using simple words like, I need help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you need, but we'll figure it out,
Yeah.
Like,
No, but our coaches were like, say like, it can literally be anything. It can
Yeah.
even be like a moan, like a, No, I swear to God. Like,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Pros. We are here after the end of the positioning phase. We got a couple 100 Thieves members here. We got Quid. Is this your first time on Pros?
Yeah, I don't even know how come I be here.
you're here because Exio left the building after
Yeah.
winning.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But Ayla couldn't come, so but I'm glad you're here. We've also got Sniper as well as Sven. Both of you guys just went 3-0 this weekend, so both your teams obviously had a really good end to the split. How are you feeling about kind of the first round robin and the positioning phase?
take the bar or whatever they say. Take the
I mean, it
title.
was kind of cringe. We lost to these frauds. the first day, I was just like, I wasn't like warmed up yet, so we lost to you guys. But we had a good end of the split. I think beating TL and Fly back to back is like huge ego boost, So even though it's only BO1s, it's still nice.
I don't think our opponent in this week wasn't that strong, so
Yeah.
it's like whatever we should. Yeah, I think we should just drill them. So I'm not that happy, but
Kind
whatever.
of to expectation.
Yeah.
I feel like ever since like spring of last split at least, I haven't really been playing like the greatest. I've been playing good, I'd say,
I agree.
but not as like good as I was.
To which part? The
No,
flame part or the compliment
No,
part?
no. You were like watching the games during spring split last year, I'm assuming.
Not really, no.
I was basically solo killing everyone,
Yeah.
and then maybe my opponents got better, but
I do
Yeah,
remember.
you were getting
Yeah.
so many solo kills when you first came in.
yeah, exactly. So it just feels good to play like at a similar level to what it was before, to what I was playing before, even if my opponents got better. So I feel very good now that we got 3-0 or 3-0.
It's interesting. When I talked to Golden Glue, I was kind of asking him about your development when I was talking to him at the start of this year. And one of the things that sometimes happens is like when a rookie comes into LTA or LCS, whatever, and like if they're really, really aggressive in tier 2 or in solo queue, then that kind of gets like blunted when they go into tier 1 because people are maybe more nervous about being the one who loses the game, or they don't want to make a big mistake, or maybe they're losing in scrims and stuff. And when you came in, you were really, really aggressive and getting lots of solo kills and going for those kind of plays. Coming into year 2, do you think that changed and you play like more reserved and stuff, or do you think you still kind of play in that same way?
I feel like I don't have like the intuition anymore or like the killer instinct as much as I did when I first came into the league. Because I was like just fresh. I was just pure instincts, pure intuition. And then I realized that like I actually need to think about the game. And although like mechanically and in lane, it hasn't been the greatest, I feel like my map movement has definitely gotten a lot better. So I'm very proud of myself for, just learning from my experiences and getting to where I am right now, which I feel like I'm one of the best tops, I could say. It's
kind of like what Golden Glue said. Golden Glue said he thought this year you might be getting less solo kills and stuff, but like if you got yourself into a good spot, you would do more with it than you would have last year.
Yeah.
Do you kind of agree? Do you think he's like evolving as a player, or like how do you see Sniper last year versus this year?
Be honest.
For sure, he's evolving, and like Sniper always cop like split one. Sniper was crazy.
I was like the best, I was like,
I was looking everyone.
Yeah.
Like we all say
good old
like
days.
they just disrespect you, and you just to turn around 1v1, and you don't know what's going on in game. Turn around 1v1.
It's true. It's true. It is true.
Enemy top laner doesn't expect like he can like outplay. Outplay them. So I think that's why Sniper solo killed enemy top in split one, but.
Yeah, they thought you were bad, so that's why you got solo kills. That's why you said, yeah.
Exactly.
Which do you prefer? Do you prefer last year's Sniper or this year's Sniper?
Oh, it's a debate. It's a debate. Did I get worse? Or like,
I would say this year.
This year? Oh, hey, thank you.
Okay, there you go. He's upgrading.
Let's get it.
How's it been for you, Quid? With we've had obviously like a lot more mid laners coming over, like Loki coming in and Saints joining, and like different players that you may know from your time in Korea. I'm not sure if you actually played against them there or not. Has it been interesting for you playing against kind of like a new crop of mid laners this year?
Oh yeah, it made me more locked in, cause last year I feel like Jojo was just strongest mid laner, in LCS, and I feel like this year like there are too many good mid laners, so if I don't play well, it will say I was just fraud. So I was thinking like, oh, this year actually I need to prove that I can play well against good mid laners, so yeah, it motivates me.
People talk a lot about like steel sharpens steel, and like you can only be as good as your your practice partners and this kind of thing. Do you think that is kind of like raising the level of mid laners in the league then with some of these new players joining and like everyone's getting better?
Yeah, I think everyone is getting better right now, and yeah, I think game quality is better than last year, in my opinion.
It's cool. How do you feel about playing with Loki, right? You've obviously played with him for a while, and it was kind of interesting to me because when I talked to Chronicler and some of the guys who cover LCKCL, they were thinking that if C9 was going to pick up a Challengers mid laner, that it would have been Saint, because Saint was actually the guy who was getting kind of like a lot more hype and stuff. And then you guys picked up Loki, and people were like, oh, well, maybe Saint wasn't available. And then Saint joined another team, and people were like, that's kind of interesting. But Loki's obviously doing really well right now.
Yeah.
How has it been for you playing with him and kind of just like seeing how he compares to some of the other mid laners in the league?
I mean, I was involved in the process during the offseason. I joined before he did, but I wasn't super into it. I mostly let like David, our Korean manager, our Korean-speaking manager, and Reaper and Blabber handled it. They were the ones that had the most say in it. I think that's fair enough. That's how it works with Ballin as well. You ask the ADC or the support who you already have, who they want as their teammates. So that's how it went down. As for Loki, we bootcamped in December last year, and I thought, damn, he has a long way to go. I mean, seriously, I thought he had a long way to go.
Wow.
English was not very good. It was hard to communicate and play for him. He couldn't really figure out a way to like
tell you what he needed.
Yeah, he wasn't very demanding, and like his way was bad. He wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't say what he wanted to play. He wouldn't say how he wanted to draft or like where to go from base. Nothing was being said, and he had a hard time communicating while playing his character. So either he would communicate and then be playing badly, or he would not communicate and be playing well, but then be lost on the map or something like that, right? But I think the last couple of months he's been improving really like quickly. I feel like he's kind of playing the best of all the mids right now. I think he's communicating well. He's handling concepts. I see that look, bro.
Oh, you saw that? Go on. Though.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just playing super well. Like he can play more champs. I think in spring or the first split, he was kind of like, it was like Aurora Yon or nothing for us for a while. But now he's playing more champs. He's communicating. He's making calls like, I want this to happen right now. I'm gonna go here. I want you to go top, Dantos. I can go bottom instead of winning against this guy. Like, I want base next wave for this item. I want to do this, blah blah blah. Right? He's making actual like his person in the game known, and he wasn't doing that in the last split, and it's something that we've been slowly getting towards. So yeah, overall, I'm really happy with his growth as a player. I think he has a lot of potential.
How do you find communicating with your team and stuff? Because obviously like it's difficult. You're coming here from another country, like learning or improving upon a new language, and like do you find it frustrating sometimes? Being able to communicate exactly like how you want your teammates to play the game, or like how you envision it in a second language.
Good question. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to make plan in English because when I have plan in my head, it like translate to Korean. So I have to change to English, and like league is like league situation is changed in like 1 second or something like that.
Yeah, everything can change.
And if I try to change to English and that situation is gone, I cannot say anymore. And I'm being silent, doesn't say anything, and in feedback, coaches are saying you gotta say to something if you wanna do like something like play around me. And in my head, I had planned, but I couldn't say something like it makes me feel frustrated sometimes. But it's getting better.
That's good. I mean, it is really hard, and like you said, the game can change in a second, right? All of a sudden it's like, okay, you see their top laner is on a flanking position, you have to play the fight differently, or their jungler shows top, maybe you can make a play bottom or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And being able to like update your plans and stuff really quickly is hard. Do you guys use like a lot of like pings to communicate and stuff? How is it from the other side? Like, trying to communicate with Quid and trying to like understand exactly how you guys want to play out the game?
I definitely feel like Quid can definitely talk more, but I feel like for me and him specifically, like he actually communicates like not everything for me, but like I'd say like 50% of things.
Yeah.
I think me and him are like very coordinated when it comes to like who we want to match, how we like TP plays, and just plays in general. I feel like Quid does a really, really good job at that, and I feel like that's why I'm like my game is like easier because he's just communicating a lot of things for me. So
he's the mastermind.
Basically, like he's saying he doesn't communicate much, but I feel like we do communicate well together, and it's so easy, like just playing with Quid and his comms too.
I'm not sure about that. Even my coaches said to me, if you need some help and you don't know how to say, just like oof oof or something like that.
Say some assist thing, help.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing that too at first. We were just using simple words like, I need help.
Yeah.
I don't know what you need, but we'll figure it out. Like.
No, but our coaches were like, say like. It can literally be anything. It can even be like a moan, like a No, I swear to God. Like my coach.
Can you give us an example?
No, it wasn't an example.
Nobody asked this, bro.
No, him and Swiffer, like they used to do it together or something. Like remember, Spooks would say to
I don't know,
Swiffer.
bro.
No, I'll say.
He's like, I'm not involved.
I will say, like
Leave me out of this.
Spooks, like Spooks and Swiffer.
The coaches.
They're trolls.
Yeah, I know who they are.
They're trolls for sure.
Oh, okay, I guess they are. They were trolling.
No, I don't know.
No, it's true. Like, we do the same thing. Like at some point, someone told to Loki that if you want to like Asir, EQ in an ult someone, just say like,
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Exactly.
Most people say like, look, or like, I'm gonna go in or something.
Yeah.
If you can't find the words, just say like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go, look. It's like, it's fine. Just something that prompts someone to like be ready,
People gotta lock in. You hear Loki making some weird sounds, you're ready. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but something's about to happen.
Oh my God.
You're ready to go.
You guys summed it up perfectly.
No, it's true. I think it helped us that Dantos is pretty good with English. I think that he learned very quickly. He's been here for less than a year at this point. He has a very good understanding at least, and he helps Loki with like lane assignments. Huh?
No, sorry. I was just gonna say that could be us. I could be the one helping Quid, but
except you don't speak Korean, so it's like.
Sorry.
It's not really the same. Dantos, Loki, Quid, Sniper.
You're right. Yeah.
But yeah.
Maybe you can take some lessons. Hit up some Duolingo.
Honestly, I thought about that too.
I don't know about that one. Honestly.
I thought about that too for a while. But yeah, I think Dantos helped Loki a lot with like things like lane assignments, who goes where based on what game state. He kind of like carried his backpack up the mountain for a little bit, and I think now Loki's taking that backpack back. So they're sharing even load, so to speak. And it's kind of nice to see. He like helped his teammates for a while, and sacrificed his own like gameplay to help him communicate. It was nice.
He's still up like 50 CS every game. I don't know if it's like sacrificing gameplay,
Just be down, up 40. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas is kind of the GOAT.
I mean, he's kind of goated. I think when the grubs change sometime next phase, he's going to be even more goated.
Oh, okay. As goated as I am, though.
Your one can't save you anymore.
Oh, yeah? Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
I think I hold my ground pretty well against Dignitas. Maybe he might be up
What now?
I think I do hold my ground pretty good.
Dignitas?
Wait, Dignitas or Thanatos?
Thanatos.
Sorry, Thanatos. I'm really bad at names, but I feel like I'm actually not bad against Thanatos whenever I play against him.
Yeah, I think when he talks about you, he also says not bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be
But
like...
Whippo says good.
Oh,
I don't know why that is.
oh,
But
okay.
There's a
My
difference
confidence just
there.
went down.
Joke.
No, I'm just playing as well.
Yeah, I remember like in the early Gwen days when after I got buffed, every game was like we pick Gwen, Empton picks your case Riven, Whippo was playing like some funny champs with Ignite Ghost or something, you know. It's like against funny champion, I need Exhaust or Ignite or both or Barrier or both.
What the heck?
And it's
Oh
like
my God.
I can't pick Gwen against Whippo unless I have Barrier Ignite in that matchup.
Wait, is that
And
what he
we're
said?
like, yeah.
Oh my God.
We're
What
like,
the...
okay, fine. And then like comes up to the top lane. It's like playing. It's like what was it like a couple weeks ago? It was like Set or something.
Yeah, Vipo was playing a lot of set.
Yeah.
I remember.
It's like
Gwen
my top laner has Barrier Ignite, Lethal Tempo, and Doran's Blade.
Oh my God! You went that far?
Yeah,
Holy
enemy set has like Flash Ignite as well. And then level 1, there's no minions.
Yeah.
They meet top lane and they just start to...
Okay, but who's winning? Because
Gwen won.
Gwen won?
Yeah, Gwen took E, Set took W,
Okay.
and then they fought to death, and Gwen won.
That's
And there was
funny.
like 2 players decided to flip the whole game in a Scream level 1.
Yeah.
And he said,
Respect.
yeah,
Wow.
against,
Yeah, absolutely
against
respect
funny
to Thanatos.
champions,
Oh my
I
God.
need
That's so fun.
funny runes and funny setup.
Yeah.
And then we're like, yeah, that's fine.
A lot of-
Gwen's OP, right? So we were like, okay, that's fine. We'll figure it out.
That's funny.
So is that the way to beat Vipo's set then? Because I played against his set a lot, like as Gwen against set, and I went TP Ignite, and he was kind of fisting me a bit. Not a bit too much. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I mean, he
So
said
should I
like
just
if you don't have like funny setup or runes or spells, you can't win. And we're like, okay. I mean, we like playing Gwen, so you can keep picking funny setup if you have to do it, you know.
Okay.
I mean, he wins with it, so I'm not gonna say anything.
I think I'm gonna try it out next time I see Vipo's set.
Yeah, playing without
'cause
TP
I think
is
it could be good.
sometimes a bit hard,
Yeah.
but if you win side, it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you guys did beat C9. Were you surprised that C9 ended up finishing first overall in the positioning phase? Because I think most people had FlyQuest, you know, kind of as like projected number 1. Were you surprised at all that they ended up being top team?
Not really, cause I think C9 is best team in Scream.
Okay, better than FlyQuest.
By
yeah.
far. By far.
Actually, we haven't Scream against Fly for a while.
Okay.
I guess.
2 weeks ago was the last time I think we played against them.
Yeah. So
It's been a bit.
whenever we play against C9,
Next conversation, Quinn. Next conversation, please.
You guys are always trolling
don't-
scrims.
River
Yeah.
told me on
Yeah,
stage
we did.
that
Well, I
he's always trolling in scrims.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the only one.
No, why are you looking at me? I
He
feel
was
like
playing Gragas mid on that screen.
he was. But that's what I mean.
You're playing like Gragas decent mid jungle against like Poppy or something.
That is not my fault, okay? Like,
It's just how
maybe
the
we just
draft
gotta go
went.
into
You
it.
know, it's just how the draft went. So
Yeah.
not surprised by that. Was there anything that did?
wait, why? Aren't you surprised by that?
No, I'm saying you weren't.
But us getting fisted by
No,
C9,
I'm saying
we
you
beat them,
weren't
bro.
surprised by them getting first place.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So
that is-
was
that
there
is-
anything that was kind of surprising about how things finished out then? You know, about this split for you? I know there was like at the predictions. I don't know if you guys how much of the broadcast you listened to, but like at the start we did all our power rankings, right? And the order of the teams varied, but everyone who did the power rankings had C9, TL, FlyQuest, and 100 Thieves as the top 4 teams, and everyone had the other 4 as the bottom 4, and like the
Different
order
orders,
changed,
yeah.
but it was like clear top 4, bottom 4.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
in this split, only one game was won by the bottom 4 against top 4. I don't know if you
DSG
guys knew
TL.
this,
That was
and
the
it was DSG
DSG.
TL today.
Indeed. Indeed.
So like, was there anything else about it surprising, or did you guys kind of see that okay, it's clear top 4, bottom 4, and like this is just how it's gonna be?
100%. I feel like it's definitely clear top 4 that us C9,
Fly and TL.
Fly and TL, sorry, yeah. But I didn't expect Team Liquid to lose today.
Yeah, same.
But unfortunately,
I thought Lion is like they deserve to be like not in the bottom 4, but not top 4
So
either.
top 4, 5th, and then
yeah,
bottom 3.
yeah. I think they can have their
Okay.
own little.
They got the lion tier in the middle.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair,
I
honestly.
think they're definitely the best of the worst.
But Dignitas were like closer than what Lions did against us. Because we played against both teams and
Yeah,
we just fisted Lions.
I watched
but
your game is Dig.
that game was super close. Like,
Yeah,
I think
I mean Dig. We call him Doctor Strange.
Doctor Straight. Wait, why?
They find the one scenario in 40 million where they lose.
Oh, yeah.
I
is
watched
true.
their game against you guys. They have 6 grubs, out of base, at tempo. They managed to trade towers.
Okay. Yeah, I got
one-
tier 2 top tower, I remember. Then after that, I knew the game was won.
And you got bot tier 1 as well.
And I was getting a lot of towers.
1 towers.
Yeah.
Sion TP'd out of his lane to trade towers evenly when he has 6 grubs.
Like 3 times, by the way, that
Yeah.
game. I don't know what that guy was
so
doing.
like, how's that happening? We have 6 grubs, but we trade evenly.
I have no idea.
He had a Catalyst on Silas versus a Rod of Ages, and you were just playing the game.
Yeah.
I remember thinking like, wow, this game is so lost for Thieves, and then they found a way.
Dignitas
They found
were-
one scenario and 40 million.
Yeah,
Dignitas
exactly. It was a bunch of other
had a
scenarios.
number
too.
of games that were actually pretty close though. Like their game against
Yeah.
you guys, I think it was at 27 minutes they had a gold lead against you
Oh,
guys.
yeah, I
at
remember
30
that.
minutes they had
Really?
a gold lead
Against
over,
Dig, I was like 20-0.
over FlyQuest. I think it was. I'm almost 100% sure.
Really?
We had this stat.
Because I was like 10-0 on Kaiser.
I'm gonna look it up and double check.
Okay, okay.
Didn't
But,
they get banned as
check?
well?
but yeah, I will fact check myself here live. But
No, you're good, you're good.
it was like against almost all the top teams at a certain point, like not super early in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
game, they like actually had a gold lead, but they couldn't get any of those wins. So
Okay.
were you guys surprised at all by how Dignitas was doing? Like, are they tough in scrims at all, or was it just like, because it kind of seemed weird to me that it's like they lose every game,
they're
but
better than
they
you
are
guys.
always kind of have a
They're not
chance.
better than us. I
In
don't know about
scrims,
that
in
one.
scrims.
In scrims? Or do you think Dignitas is better than us, Squid? Or
From
what
our
do you think?
POV,
you know?
they are.
Like we're
I'll-
worst,
ask him
worst
quick, ask him
screen
quick.
team opponent, bro.
But why?
worst?
Like, why are we the worst, you know?
We're worst.
Why is that? Why are we the worst? Why do you think we're the worst?
Is that even a question?
Just be honest.
Like if you ask to
against
like
TL.
every player, like everyone would
bad.
say 100
Yeah.
Thieves is worst scream opponent. No?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of true. It is kind of true.
Why do you
But-
think that is then? Because this has been like a narrative that's kind of followed you guys for a while, where it's like the people who watch you guys play on stage are like, yeah, 100 Thieves is good. Okay, FBI's in the bot lane now. They could win the whole title. Like you guys go to finals in split one. People are looking at you as contenders.
Yeah.
But then every time I talk to pros, they're like, they're frauds, they're trolling,
Yeah.
and like every time it's on pros and people start talking about 100 Thieves, they're like, nah,
Nobody likes
like-
us. Everyone just thinks we're bad.
Every game against them, he
Yeah, I
types,
want
he
your
types
opinion.
100 monkeys already. Every scrim.
I remember that, Quid.
Yeah.
I remember that a couple
So
of times.
why are you
So
guys so
unserious.
bad in scrims?
I want Sven's opinion first. I want the enemy's opinion, and then
The enemy.
yeah.
The enemy.
Or, like the
I mean,
opponents.
if my POV,
As
you're
scrims.
just trolling.
Okay.
You don't think so?
No, we are trolling.
Like you troll draft,
Okay.
and then Riverside himself on stage
Yeah.
that easily zinting a lot of scrims.
Yeah.
That's also true.
It is.
He's like, actually really good on stage, but
Yeah.
I mean,
In scrims, he's obviously a monkey. Like,
yeah.
I'm just gonna
Also,
be
I
honest.
think you guys seem a bit tilted in our last scrims. Like the 5th and 6th game is always really bad.
I feel like I don't tilt that much in scrims. You can ask Quid. I
mean,
could
it
be
doesn't
wrong.
have to be
but-
like a mental thing. It's more like a just subconsciously when the game goes bad.
Yeah.
It goes from like 1k gold to 10k gold in 5 minutes.
Yeah, like we just give up as soon as we get
No,
like our
not
enemy team
like
gets a
give
lead,
up,
is
but
what you're
like
saying,
it's just
or-
like whatever. It's just lost. you know?
Yeah, just play the game out.
If,
I don't
if you're
know.
saying
Yeah,
you
I
think,
think-
you guys troll in scrims, like why is that? Do you think your team isn't focused enough when you're going into scrims? Do you just not care about the result? You just want to try things out? Like what is it that's causing that?
Yeah,
Oh,
just be honest, Quid.
You can't say it.
to be honest,
Yeah.
it's not my fault our screen going
No,
bad.
it's not my fault either. It's not my fault either. It's not me or Quid's fault. 100%.
He said team gap, team gap.
No, it's not our
like-
fault.
I agree
Me or
with
Like
Quid.
people getting tilted so easily, especially in scrim, and when our plan goes wrong,
Yeah,
our like
just fight. Just go fight. Make
just
it
getting
fast.
tilted and
Yeah.
our comp like FBA is like not bad, and Libra just not bad. Let's fight this object, okay?
Just go fight every
If
single
you-
again.
Yeah.
if we lose
No
this
matter
fight,
what.
yeah, we just go home fast.
Yeah, basically. Off they fast.
It seems like
yeah.
that's also kind of your strength in a lot of ways, though. It's funny, right? Where it's like, okay, maybe you're taking silly fights and you're losing scrims fast, but also a lot of times on stage, it feels like people give you guys credit for being really good at team fighting, or if you get in a deficit, people are always like, oh, well, 100 Thieves isn't just gonna like, if you get ahead, they don't just sit back and let you win, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, for
you're
sure.
not just gonna bleed out. Like,
Exactly.
you're gonna come and you're gonna fight, and a lot of times that works out for you on stage. So do you think, like, in some ways you're getting some value from those scrims, or do you guys need to change how you practice?
I think
Yeah,
for sure we should change our play in screen. I just think Libra has good. Libra always find good angle on stage.
Yeah.
I think that's why we can have good fight angle on stage.
yeah.
I don't think it's like we're just fight everything in screen so
Yeah.
we can find good angle. I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
we're
It's just cope.
to be
Yeah.
honest, I think we are just inting in screen.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think even we play like safe in scrim.
Yeah.
Liver would find anger anyway.
Yeah.
So I think
We're basically blaming River.
I think that's
We got a problem with that
That's
too,
cool.
where like we're just being like two animals in scrims, and then you go on stage and you're playing like a 3 kills at 20 minutes game, and then it's like Red Atakan, and like someone saying, "Whoa, it's Red Atakan. I haven't seen this one before. Like, I haven't seen
What
this
does
one
this one do?
in like weeks, you know."
Yeah, 100%.
Like, did you watch the Dig game when
Yes.
like the carries got solo killed by Atakan?
Yeah, Shaden had not seen
They
that
were
one.
just standing in the.
He stood in the suck.
The
until
lifesteal
He was
thing,
10% HP.
yeah.
That was the game against you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
When Dignitas was way ahead, and then they did Otacon. He was
Yeah,
10%
we
health
had
when
some
you guys
moments where we're
engaged on
like,
him.
wow,
Oh my
we need to like,
God.
we need to like log in and have some real games in scrims so we can actually like practice things that will happen on stage. Because we had this thing where in the first week we played you guys, we played like I don't know, Lyon, no, SR or something, and the games were just so different that like everyone felt not uncomfortable, but like it was weird that the game pace was so different. There's like 2 kills at 10 minutes, and you know you're trading Grouse to Dragon, like, and then we had to like change our scrims to be more human.
Yeah, more disciplined, right?
Yeah, more disciplined, yeah. And then this week, we couldn't scrim Fly or TL because we're playing them. So we had to...
You scrimmed us, the monkeys,
I
the
think-
monkey, woohoo. 100 monkeys.
Your
you
words,
know?
not mine.
No,
But yeah,
I'm
we
not gonna lie.
scrimmed like SR, Dig, SR, you guys this week.
Okay.
And
Did you
like,
guys lose a single game?
we
On
lost
this question.
2 games to SR actually.
Oh,
On
wow.
the first day. Lost to Contracts Mundo Jungle.
Mundo Jungle is actually kind of cheap. The clear is fast.
I was completely inting.
It could be.
That game I
It's
was
actually
inting.
really fast clear.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, that
Gotcha.
game I was inting, but it's like after we lost the 6th game, we were up 10k gold. It was like, okay guys, we need to focus up this week.
Yeah.
We're playing against SR Dig and Thieves in scrims. We have to focus up and be more disciplined in scrims. Yes, boss. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, everyone like, you know, stop fucking
Trolling
trolling
around
and
and
like,
just fighting all the time.
you know, like, it's like goes into review. Dantos, this is your 6th death from weak side. He's like,
Oh, God.
actually, if I played better here, I could win. No, you can't.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That's literally how our
Nick Smith
reviews
is
go
like
as well. It's
he's
crazy.
like the, what do you call it, like, free kill police or something, you know, like dying for free or like when you shouldn't be dying. He's
Yeah.
like the police.
Yeah.
Every morning he's like, Dantos, yesterday, 8 deaths for no reason. Yeah, sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
So next week is going to be the beginning of the best of 3s. So I don't know if you know all the groups. Have you seen the groups for next week? So this is going to be your group. So group 1 is going to be Cloud9, TL, Lyon, and Disguise, and then the group B, which you guys are in, is going to be FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, Shopify, and Dignitas. Any thoughts on like which
He didn't
group
even know
is?
that there was groups until like before
he,
this.
he was learning live about the format. Did you know the format?
That is not true, but
I knew we
that's
play
true.
against Fly
Okay.
next week.
Any thoughts on like which group is easier or harder? So, because basically how it's going to work is you're going to have 3 weeks of playing within your own group, and then 1 week of like cross-group play, and then that will be the seeding for playoffs. Playoffs is best of 5, double elimination. It's going to be fearless all the way through.
definitely Group A I feel like is easier just because they have I feel like Cloud9 is like by far the best team and probably like the only good team I can see in there. I know like we lost to Team Liquid.
TL, no good.
I mean, okay, we did lose to Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Wait,
but
did you?
we lost to them. But it's also because like we just weren't really coordinated, and I also lost my lane pretty hard.
What were you playing that game?
I was playing Aatrox into Jace, which is like the worst matchup for Aatrox.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
That was your
I should
Electrocute
not-
Aatrox game, right?
Sorry?
You were playing Electrocute Aatrox, I think, right?
Yeah,
I
like
remember
Aatrox,
that, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
After that, I realized that like I have to stop trolling in draft, and ever since that stopped happening.
Yeah.
How do you
sorry,
actually draft?
yeah, stopped happening then.
Side note, but how do you draft? Do you have like a coach doing it for you, or do you like give input throughout
Yeah.
the week and then he compiles it, or?
It's just both coaches and like whenever they ask the players a question or whatever,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we just respond, you know? Like
Yeah.
we don't want to make it too complicated, but I mean, I just put myself in a bad matchup, and I feel like that's like a pretty big reason why we lost to them. I was down like 30, 40 CS in lane.
Yeah, Impact had a really big advantage early, I remember.
I don't know about really big, you know? Like
You just said 30, 40 CS. Is that not really big?
No, it's pretty big.
You
Then I
had a
came back.
small 40 CS lead at 10 minutes. It wasn't really a big deal, though. It's just how the matchup goes.
It kind of is, to be fair. But
Last pick into loose lane.
yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Like, but then
The
after
1-2
that,
The
combo.
red 5 counter pick into down 40 CS.
no, but after that, yeah, we just fixed our drafts and
Yeah.
we went 3-1, 4-1
Now you're a
ever
good
since.
boy.
you know?
You lock in your Scion there. And fight for
Not
the
a good
team.
boy, not a good boy, you know? I'm still like an alpha male, playing like the Aatroxes, the Ribbons,
Dude, alpha males don't say
That's all I'm gonna say.
an alpha male. Just saying.
Bro,
Caught.
Just saying.
you got to be the first one to invent something. You guys know what I mean? If that makes sense.
What are you, the inventor of alpha males?
Yeah,
or-
you got me.
Inventing electrocute Aatrox down 40 CS? Is that the invention?
I suppose you can say that, yeah.
Okay, well, you can
happens.
copyright
It's not a
that.
bad legacy.
Thank
How do you feel
Yeah, it's
about
terrible
the
legacy.
groups? Are you happy with your group?
Group is what? TL,
TL, Lion, Disguise,
Yeah.
and you.
1, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I had the opinion before that like being first isn't actually good for you because in NA there's a top 5 and a bottom 3. Although Lion isn't like as good as Thieves, TL, Fly, C9. I still think like it's not, a big deal, but I don't feel like our group is actually easier or harder. It's like I would have rather have had the first place team pick the other group and then you go down the line.
Yeah.
So like us and FlyQuest would pick the groups for our opponents or something like that.
Who would you
Oh,
have
yeah,
picked?
that's
would,
fair.
would you have picked anyone different?
Well, if Fly was second, right, then I would put. And the outcome might be the same, Like I would put like.
That's crazy, wow.
That's the funny part.
Confidence on this
But
guy.
it'll feel better. No, I'm saying like, let's say like,
Yeah.
Group A is C9, Group B is T.
So you get
Fly.
to put the first team into their group. FlyQuest is
I would
the
probably
other
put
captain,
like
so you can't pick
Thieves
them.
or
Oh,
TL.
okay.
I think at this point I'll put 100 Thieves in there.
Okay, so that's the
So
same.
I rather
Over
put-
Team Liquid, do you think?
Yeah,
Put us in there?
I'd rather play TL than you guys, I think.
Well, why is that? Is there like
Because
a
we run
specific-
TL. I mean, we also run you guys, but
So you guys are just the goats. You guys are gonna win MSI. You guys are gonna win Worlds. You guys are
we
hyping
don't-
yourself
No,
up.
obviously we lose TL in the playoffs, but like
Oh, that is fair. That
we have
is
this
fair.
saying in scrims when we stomp TL, don't get cocky, they'll still win the split.
Yeah.
So
that is so fair.
the
Yeah.
obvious
That
other
happened
pick
twice.
would be then. So you'd put 100 Thieves in FlyQuest
Okay,
group.
do they get two
FlyQuest would
picks?
then put, I
they
don't
get-
know, we'll just say one pick. If they
Okay.
put TL in your group, then what would you do next?
Yeah, I'd put
Yeah,
Lion
of
in the other group.
Okay, so then the change would just be Lion
Yeah.
versus Shopify.
But if it's like at 1,
Okay.
2,
Yeah.
like the draft format, then they'll probably put Lion
yeah.
in our group, So
Yeah.
it's like
Did
Yeah.
in
your
the end it feels the same.
did your opinion on
Not bad at
TL, either you guys change it all this week with them losing to Disguised?
Yeah. I mean,
them,
they
like-
won the split last split.
And
though,
them
you know.
losing to the clear cut. Yeah, I mean obviously.
Yeah.
But like they
didn't have
won in
the-
a whole different game with like lane swaps and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah,
And then soon they're changing the grubs to be only 1 time spawn at 8 minutes, I think. And making them weaker, which means that like bot lanes won't run top every game at 4 minutes anymore.
Oh, okay.
So there'll be more lane phase. And I think TL's bot lane is good in lane phase, but I don't think their top side is very good in lane phase.
Yeah.
Mid and top at least.
Down 40 CS. Aatrox versus Jace.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
what's
bad
to
lane
say
phase for
about
sure,
you?
know what I'm
What's to say about you?
Yeah,
But yeah,
I'm the worst in that, I
like
guess.
generally speaking, not
Yeah.
saying every game.
Yeah, I
Like,
got you, I
I think
got
APA carry against you guys, for example, right? Doesn't mean it's true.
Oh.
He had some good Azir games.
Yeah, he had
a
good
couple
and
really
good and bad
Azir
moments.
Wait, he's playing
doubles.
Ziggs, no? That game?
No, he's playing against here.
Oh, he's playing Azir.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it was.
Yeah.
Go on though. Like
Yeah.
I completely
Anyway,
forgot what happened
yeah.
that game. Wiped out of my memory.
Anyway, I was saying that like I think TL is gonna struggle more in a lane-focused meta. For example, against us, Like I think Thanatos is better in impact,
100%. Yeah. I agree with
Do you
that.
think
and long lane phase is gonna be better for us than for TL. And they won Spring Split in a lane swap meta,
Yeah.
so it's like
does your opinion on them change at all, going from best of 1s to best of 3s as well? Maybe I gotta see you, Quid, because people talk about TL as maybe having smaller champion pools and stuff. Obviously, as we go out of best of 1s, then we have Fearless, so your champion pool is gonna get pinched more in best of 3 and eventually best of 5. Do you think that there's like TL is maybe hurt by this, or there's a specific team you think is gonna do worse with Fearless or better with Fearless?
I think tier wouldn't have problem in BO3 because
Okay.
I think AP has enough champion pool for BO3.
What about BO5?
Uh,
well, last time they 3-0'd you guys, so they didn't need 5 games.
It was just 3 games going
yeah,
fast.
I can't tell because we haven't.
You never got to that fourth game.
No, we did last year during Spring Split.
During
Yeah,
spring.
but that was
It
not.
was during play. Oh,
that
it
was
wasn't.
not
It
fearless.
wasn't Fearless.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, I gotta
Log
be
in.
quicker. I'm
Yeah,
a very
but-
slow guy, but
Yeah, I can
be
see
patient,
they have problem in BO5,
Okay.
but at least we have to make game 5.
Yeah, for sure.
Who do you
for
think
sure.
has the biggest advantage in Fearless for any of you guys? Do you think there's a team that's like, okay, they're going to be actually really hard to play because
think
it just doesn't matter if it's game 1 or game
It's more
5,
about
they're always going
players
to have stuff.
than teams.
Got you,
I think.
okay.
Sure. Well, then who
Like,
do
I
you
think-
think the players are the
I mean, I think like Whipple, for example, has a large pool of like funny picks.
Okay.
He can be scary in like game 4 or 5, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
You never know when
Whereas
the
like this
Polar Bear's
guy,
coming.
can only play Xante and
The
Rectum.
window top could be anything, honestly.
Yeah, meanwhile you, Xante Rectum.
No. Okay, not anymore. During that phase of Cassante or Nectin, I was like just a
goat?
beta mill. No, I was not the
Got the
goat.
electrocute Aatrox, man.
Talk about that. Not the electrocute
Back
Aatrox.
to the
That was
beta
also
mill.
like
He's got the undefeated ribbon.
yeah, undefeated driven, true.
Yeah?
great,
I
yeah.
got the Gnar, the Jays.
There you go.
What else do I have, Quid? World
what else
champions.
does he
Am I
have?
good
League
at?
is champions.
Yeah.
Irelia.
Oh, that Relia into Nar Jays.
The big R5 counter
Yeah.
into Formula Lane swap into useless.
Yeah, that does happen a lot, but you have to win the first 2 levels first.
So you said you think
for the lane
Whippo
swap.
has the biggest advantage. Are you excited to play in Fearless? Because people look at you as someone who can play the melee champions
Yeah.
and like in the range champions and stuff. Do you think it gives you an edge?
The glazing is crazy.
Oh.
That's all I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we
say.
got, like-
Yeah, come on.
I think
It's
anyway,
his first time. Gotta be nice.
Fair
Fury
enough.
Stripped is more funnier than just
Just regular.
just
like
regular
regular
draft.
Yeah.
So, and I don't mind. I wouldn't have problem with Fury Stripped, but
What about this
No,
guy?
why did you look at me? Why did you look at
He's
me?
like, but
I don't think.
Why did you look at me? I've expanded my champion pool. Ever since Worlds last year, I have gotten a bigger champion pool, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
100%.
I'm
It was
not
2
worried
champs
about
before.
our Fury Stripped.
yeah,
No, it's
that's cool.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that we haven't really touched on, I guess, Shopify or like is the only team we haven't touched on?
Yeah, they're
about
not very,
at all?
you know,
We did just beat them.
they're
so.
not very noteworthy, you know.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I
It
feel
looked
like
kind of dicey for a second, though. No?
it did. But I just feel like it's because Fudge was like honestly not playing bad. His ults were pretty good, I thought, in Malphite. And
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure why everyone like just trashes on Fudge all the time. I actually feel like he's a very solid player.
Yeah, I agree.
But
I
every,
think
sing-
Malphite
every
was a
single
really
time.
good pick that game. Actually.
Yeah, and he like played fine as well. You know, it was just kind of a team gap. So, yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that I think SR really isn't that bad, just because they have Fudge and their balling's pretty good too, and jungle too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are pretty good, but they're just second last place.
There you go.
Right now
Well,
they're second last
third,
place. Really?
Third last. They'd be above both Dig and DSG.
Oh, they are?
What about Lyon? Are they?
Lion, it would
Lion's
be
fifth.
Lion would be fifth.
Oh,
Shopify
fifth.
sixth. Dignitas is seventh because they have the head-to-head against Disguised, and then
Yeah, I mean,
Disguised
I
is
actually
eighth.
agree
Okay, I
with
see,
what you
I
said.
see.
I think SR is not bad.
Yeah, they're not bad at all.
So
They're
the
like terrible, you know.
The matchups that we have for
Nah,
next
just
week
joking. They're good.
is you guys are going to be playing against FlyQuest. So we have Fly 100 Thieves. We have TL versus
hell no.
Lion. We have C9 versus DSG, and then Shopify versus Dignitas.
Wait, who are we playing against?
You are playing against DSG.
DSG.
And you're playing against FlyQuest.
You guys got the freest match of all time.
Nice. Off day.
First place, reward. Maybe you should have got first place.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We probably should have gone first
But
place.
you're playing against
unfortunately-
the whole group anyway, right?
Yeah, you play
Yeah,
against
yeah,
the
you
whole
still
group.
gotta be
the
everyone.
order.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's nice
it'll
though with
be
the off week.
3 weeks of best of threes where you play
Scroll
within
fast
against your own group, and then the last week will be cross group before playoffs.
And
Oh,
it's like
okay.
top 2 qualifies to the playoffs.
Top 3 from each group. There will be 6 teams in playoffs.
Okay.
And
Cool.
then
No, but it's like top 2 is
It'll be double
straight to
one
playoffs, and then the bottom 3 and 4 are playing each other or something, right?
I'm honestly not 100%.
I'm pretty sure like 3 and
top-
3 plays 4 from the other group, right?
Top 2 is seeding in playoffs and stuff. So like I assume
Yeah.
you would potentially get a bye or you would play against the
I
lowest.
feel like
seed.
I heard somewhere that like the 3rd place team in each group plays the 4th place in the other group.
I'm honestly
Unless
not.
someone's been lying
Wait,
to me.
first round
sure.
is this or is this second round?
No, like
they
after-
call
Oh,
it?
that is accurate for cross conference. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All for cross conference.
Or cross group, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, yeah.
In the 4th week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say you like.
My mind is like somewhere
Let's
else
say
right now.
you got,
I couldn't
bro,
comprehend
okay,
any of
you got
that.
3-0.
Yeah.
You're first place.
Yeah, what's up?
You got 3-0. And then like the SR and Dig and DSG and Lion go like 1-1 or 2-1 or something like
Wait,
that.
1-1 as in what? Like we play best out of 3, no? So isn't it just like?
Let's
No,
say
he means
wait,
like
like-
series score. Series
Yeah.
score.
Oh,
they,
okay.
they're like
okay,
the 3rd
okay, I got
place in
you.
the group and 4th place in the group. They will play the
Yeah.
other group
Oh, okay.
for the last spot in playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand.
There's some
I
fun
understand.
graphics in here, bro.
Yeah.
Like some
No,
graphics.
bro, I gotta read this through next.
Well,
Like,
you have
next
the
time.
groups?
All I know is
Yeah, they have the groups.
like I know the
Like,
groups,
look.
but I need to like.
Let's say
read them
Lion
into, you know what I'm
is like 3rd place, right?
Okay.
They'll play against Dig,
Yeah.
and then Shopify will play against
This guy.
Yes. Yeah. Disguise. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And
for
then
the last spot in playoffs.
But whoever loses that matchup, are they just out? Or
The
Yeah.
bottom 2 teams won't
Oh,
go to
they-
playoffs.
yeah, it's over.
So bottom team from each group won't go to playoffs.
We can go home if we play bad.
No, we're not gonna go home. We're none of these
like-
teams.
like he
We're
wants
none of
it.
these teams.
Go home
No,
fast.
That is like our memo on scrims. We just want to go home fast, but
How do you feel about your matchup against FlyQuest coming? Because they're a team that's obviously looked at as a top team. You guys did play against them in Split 1 and stuff, but like people are like, oh well, the format and everything. Maybe people don't
Mickey
give
Mouse?
you enough credit or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you think that you can take them down again next week? Because then it's like if you beat them again, then people kind of have to give you the credit, right? It's like you can't
Yeah.
just keep writing it off and saying, oh well, it's just a fluke again.
yeah.
Yeah, Flash getting a lot of like past credit.
Yeah. Go on.
No, that's all I want to say.
Oh, wait, they're giving a lot of what? Sorry.
Getting a lot of credit for like
Second.
something that happened a long time ago.
Yeah,
you know,
which is like 8
But it
months
doesn't
ago.
matter now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's kind of annoying, no? You
I
guys had like the opposite.
You think so? Where
Yeah.
we?
I mean, people call you guys frauds, even though you're actually like, beating us and you beat Fly.
Oh, I mean, I guess so. Yeah. Which is
But
annoying.
people still think you guys are frauds.
Yeah, which honestly makes sense.
FlyQuest, yeah.
It definitely makes sense because it's
Does
scrims,
it?
you know? Yeah, it's scrims, you
But
know?
scrims don't actually like matter at the end of the day,
I agree with that as
Like,
well.
we
but
don't think that you guys are bad because you guys are bad in scrims.
We're bad on scrims or we're good on stage. Like, but for a lot of
Yeah,
teams, like they
both.
just judge things off of scrims, you know? Like,
Yeah,
that's kind of what I realized.
Bad mindset, yeah.
I think it's a bad mindset as well because I've noticed. Oh, sorry, I'm getting off topic. What was the question again about FlyQuest? I was about. I was gonna. No, I call myself there at least. You know.
How do you
so now we're
feel
back in
about the
back in
matchup,
the
right?
mode.
Just because you're going to be playing them again, you guys played them in split 1, and you're gonna be going against them in best of 3 here, with them maybe looking for some revenge,
Oh, I guess we did lose to them, right? The split so far.
or them, like they because you guys beat them in split 1, no?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
we did.
exactly.
In,
You beat
best
them in
of-
the best of 3, exactly, right?
I mean, I feel pretty confident against FlyQuest. I feel like if I get my champions, well, not necessarily get my champions, but if I just play how I am right now, we definitely have a good chance of beating them. Because I feel like everyone on the team, including this guy right here, the MVP, the future MVP, 2-time, no glaze.
No glaze.
It's like everyone on my
Saved
team
it,
is good.
saved it.
Yeah. So I feel like I stand my ground against Buffo pretty well. Although I do think he's a very good player. Like, you have to have confidence, you know, if you're playing against your opponents. You can't just be like, oh, they're FlyQuest, we're just going to lose to them. Top 8 MSI, Worlds. It's got to have confidence, but yeah.
Are you looking forward to your matchup against Quad, the Quid versus Quad matchup?
It's back.
Yeah, I think we have chance to win, but when we beat Fly in Build 3 in last split, after we won and we were talked to Sniper for you, because Sniper looked like actually different player in the series.
Is that in a good way? Or?
Yeah, in a good way.
In a good way, yeah. I was pretty bad.
Actually,
Before that
everyone
series.
said
No, I'm
Sniper
decent,
carried us
yeah.
in the
You went
series.
Super Saiyan?
Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
And-
you can say that.
yeah. I think we have
No
chance.
glaze.
Yeah,
No glaze.
Saved it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we have chance to win, but it'll be top match for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even,
Who do you think's gonna take it?
sorry.
I think he's right. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
I feel like it just depends on drafts a lot. I think FlyQuest have very clear strengths and weaknesses. I mean, I don't want to like, I'm not giving away anything. You know?
Please, we could take any advantage we could get, you know? So please name one of their weaknesses.
Yeah, like
at least.
after the podcast is over, I'll hit you up.
Oh, you got me. We gotta get. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank
On
you.
that note,
Appreciate you.
then we can let you guys leak the strats off camera. But thank you all for coming on and doing pros.
Yeah,
Thanks
we're-
for your first time.
Let's
I
go,
think you did
Quid.
great.
First time.
Did great. No
woohoo.
glaze.
No
Did
glaze.
great.
That's his new favorite word. No, you did good. Good.
Yeah, no, it was good. And I appreciate you guys coming in. Congratulations. Both had the 3-0 weekend. Should
Hell
be
yeah.
feeling good about it. And
Yes,
it's
sir.
going to be really exciting. I think definitely match of the week next week is going to be FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. So people are going to be looking forward to that. And we'll see if DSG can pull off an upset against you guys. Don't get too cocky. They beat TL.
Wait, who's gonna win us though? Do you think? What's your prediction?
I think I have to predict FlyQuest.
we beat them last split though. You know, like.
You asked me. I didn't want to lie. I think.
What's the percentage? Like.
I think it's pretty
FlyQuest?
close.
Oh.
I think it's like 60-40 at worst, 55-45. I feel like it's pretty close. I think that FlyQuest just seems more consistent than you guys. Is the biggest
fair.
thing.
Yeah, for sure. For
Yeah,
sure.
I mean they're more consistent. I think that's what gives them the advantage. But I definitely think you guys can win, and I think it's gonna be a really exciting match. I feel like all the top 4 stuff is gonna be good. And
Yes,
honestly,
sir.
I'm just happy that the best of 1s are done.
Yeah,
and we're
me
moving
too.
on to best 3s, moving on to best of 5s. Should be
Hell
a lot of
yeah.
fun.
Yes,
So
sir.
don't miss out. Tune in next weekend, and we're gonna have a lot of good games. We'll see you then.
See you guys. Bye bye.
See you.
So what's the weaknesses of FlyQuest?
There are none. It's fucked.
Oh, frick.
Oh no, not this guy.
No.
Not this guy.
Good. How are you, man?
Doing good as well.
Freak.
Oh.
Not even on camera. You do this. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Yes, my Quiddy.
Yo, what's up,
Come here, buddy. Come.
Just write the checks. I am the one and I'm coming next. I'm always right cause I never left. So you should bow down and show respect. Stacking the weight, mounting the pressure enough on my plate. Moving the muscle, I'm making my way. Leaving my opponents in disarray. You didn't know what you're learning today.
Look right, he has flash. Gragas has flash. Hit
Watch
front,
out,
hit
Gragas.
front.
Let's play for fight now, guys.
Yeah. Hit
Flash.
flash,
I can
guys.
ult you in. You
Come on,
want
you can ult me in.
Let's do hands on, do hands on.
Looks really rough.
I got you.
Front to back. Pantheon next. Here's E, okay, the Pantheon. Big ult. Go Jace and Kalista. Jace, Kalista. Nice one.
Nice go.
Keep fighting, keep fighting. Jace,
No
no
flash,
flash.
yeah.
Here's flash. Here's flash maybe? I don't know.
No flash on Jace, no just.
Nice,
Great,
well played.
great. I have to, yeah. Nice go.
Holy.
I will see if she's now. Oh! What? That hits to Nexus? She's just too good.
She's just too good. I'm teaming right now, let's go. Good fight.
Oh, nice. I will help you with Napiri if I need to.
MM get down.
Renekton is dead. Bard is dead.
MM here, guys.
I'm chasing it.
I'm winning. Okay, I'm winning here.
Yeah.
Gabi.
Nice guys.
Offline.
Nice.
Look on the top.
Nocturne. Watch it, Nocturne still.
We got the big line.
Yeah, Nocturne. Watch it.
Blocking this guy.
Jumps the flash.
Jumps the flash. E7. Jerry's reading, okay? Jerry has ult.
I do more damage.
Kill double kill. Nice job, good job. Nice job.
Very good. Good job, guys. Jump for it.
Good job.
GG, guys.
Focus on fight. It's really good.
I tanking. Careful. I think that's okay. We can meet. We can meet. I'm okay.
Come kill Casio.
I'm okay. Lucian. I'm waiting point. Yeah.
Watch it.
I'm waiting down. I'm waiting. 세주 안에 엔데 베런. 베런 now. Good job. Guys. Well played. Yeah.
I'm okay. Watch your
I have a Q 2 seconds. W2. Mid wave. Big wave. Nice.
Good job, guys.
Well played.
Welcome back to Waiting Room, LTA North. River was just sounded like that.
I know.
That was a sounded like that. I was actually doing this.
Yeah. Nice.
That was strange.
I need
That
to
was
know
strange.
what. Okay, for people that don't know, off camera, Raz has been
Raz is making art.
scribbling on this
He's
thing
making
for
art.
like 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and I'm very scared.
Zero miss. Zero miss.
Wait, what? How did that take you 5 minutes to do? It's beautiful.
You're not wrong. You're actually not wrong. Do you want to go?
I wanted to write.
Here, right now.
There we go.
All right.
Okay, we got you.
Defending
We
my
got you.
honor.
All right. Damn. I thought
There
I got
was
him that
no. Okay, whatever. Anyway,
Continue.
that was fraudulent.
That's not what I expected him to be trying, actually. So you want
I'm just
so the
like,
technique is
Raz,
about
that
it's called
took
a
you a
top
very
roll,
long time to
I
draw.
shouldn't have brought him up on this conversation.
Yeah.
It was going to be about the whole like wrist crunchers, but I don't know what they are called.
So you know what that arm wrestle reminded me of?
What?
Yeah?
Whippo against Sniper yesterday.
It does.
Yes.
remind me of
As
that.
FlyQuest steamrolled 100 Thieves. That wasn't even close. That wasn't even close.
Okay, so the first
I was
game.
FlyQuest in this analogy,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, the first game was close. It looked more like kind of what I expected from the series. This series reminded me of watching them in the qualifying series for summer finals. Like, the second game was absolute domination from. Wait, this is.
Well, this is
That's game. That's
this is
the first
probably
game.
game 2 of the series,
I thought-
Renekton versus Gnar.
Oh wait, yeah. Okay,
this
it is game 2. Never
But
mind. I'm
I'd
trolling.
also say, like, listening to pros last week, where Sven was saying that FlyQuest gets a lot of credit for things that they did a long time ago. This is me giving them credit for things they did yesterday.
Yeah.
True.
Like, this is why I think a lot of us still see them as the best or one of the best teams. It's going to be between them and Cloud9 is at least how it feels right now, especially after that performance. 100 Thieves was the second best team in their group.
Yes. So it's just it's going to be about who's chasing number one with FlyQuest, basically.
Yeah.
Like that was for me the big expectation. The challenge was going to be, well, 100 Thieves did really well last split. See if they can convert it going into this time around. Didn't really feel like that happened.
Yeah. The last time I was here 2 weeks ago as well, I was wondering if Lyon could move into the top 4.
Yeah.
Then they lost 3 games in a row, and it's turned into 5 games in a row. But
Yeah.
I guess the question here is, was this Lyon losing or Team Liquid winning? Because there was a little bit of both.
I think Team Liquid and specifically Umti was coming out big in the early games.
This was insane.
This was really smart, and of course
Biscuits
Yeah, it gets really close. But of course, like Umpty talked about the strategy, Biscuit's OP. it was close. It was close. But he got completely ran down in the early portions of the game because Umpty had a really strong strategy in game 2, had a really good Garner in game 1. I thought Team Liquid in general had like a really good early game.
Yeah.
And it really came down to being able to capitalize and finish the game off cleanly, which didn't happen in game 2. Game 1, Lyon had the lead early. But it didn't work out.
I was going to say, I think I agree with Jat. There was a little bit of both, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw some really cool things from Lyon, this Xerath Nocturne combination that they really wanted to execute. They slammed in some of those picks in the first game draft so quickly. This is something they obviously had practiced. We saw some good execution of it, and then they would like overstep, right? And TL immediately capitalized on that.
And it was so cool how focused they were on specifically making Jan's life miserable.
Oh yeah, Jan
he
did
was
not have
having
a fun time
in that game 1, but APA was that kind of secondary carry. And now that also brings up, because they played the Xerath Nocturne, we actually have a couple of new picks that happened just yesterday.
And a lot of them are from Lyon.
Yeah.
The Xerath,
True.
the Melio, Lucian,
yeah.
the Nocturne, yeah.
Bwipo with the Gragas. Hovered Malphite in that game as well. He said on his stream both champions would have been good in that slot where he picked Gragas, but
I
he
was
picked the
hoping
Gragas.
for Malphite.
He picked
Same.
the Gragas for comfort. LS had said on his co-stream that Malphite would have been good here, but this is the new picks. Now let's look at the overall champ diversity from Split 2, where most of this was in the best of 1, but now we're in Fearless. It's going to move a lot more. The things that I'm looking for right now is the mid lane and the bot lane pool.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that are most likely to get wider. What's interesting is a lot of times the Varus and Ezreal were just getting banned throughout the Fearless.
Yes.
So it wasn't like they were getting picked away and then we were hitting the rest. We were hitting the rest of them right away. So not only do we have the week-to-week meta adaptation from just knowing what has been OP, you also now have the Fearless aspect, which is going to make things way more diverse.
Yeah, and I mean, the bot lane specifically, especially with support being such a thing that has a lot of champion diversity in other regions. I'm specifically thinking of LCK still.
Yeah, was it 24?
It was 20. I haven't seen updated stats from last night, but it was 21.
Okay.
And then top lane was at 23 unique.
Yeah, at least what we saw from yesterday's games, and technically also Guma played Lucian.
Yep.
But he played Lucian with Alistar, which is interesting because a lot of the times, I mean, we even saw Lyon play Lucian with Melio.
Yeah.
And so, I'm interested to see how strong Lucian's going to get, because we saw Quad play Lucian mid as well. So if it becomes an actual flex pick, then it becomes an interesting pick to see rise up in this new best of 3 Fearless draft setting that we're going to be having this split.
But no matter what region you play in, apparently it's a good time to be a top laner. I mean, that meta is incredibly wide.
Yep.
There's a lot of not just top picks. It's not like it's Cassante Renekton as the perma picks, and then if they're banned or Fearless draft taken away, then you go to other things. We're playing Neferi top. Gwen's huge right now. Aurora's being played up top side. I feel like the mix of AP, AD, and tanks, I've never seen this much diversity in a meta before where it affects everything else, because you can throw up an Aurora, a Gwen top lane, now have an AD mid lane, AD jungle, things like that, really get flexible with it.
Yeah, we just need to get to a game 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's when it actually gets challenged.
Yeah.
Right now we're having 2-game series. Hopefully today is going to be a
My
different
prediction is the second series will have a game 3, Raz.
Yes.
I like that prediction.
That is my
agree.
prediction. Okay, the reason we're playing Fearless now is because we're into the second stage of our format. We're in the group stage. So all of these games from here on out are going to be Fearless Draft. That's actually for the rest of the year here in the LTA North. This is the stage we're in right now, which is the group phase. You can see Group A and Group B. That was decided by the positioning phase. Here's how it works. First and second place will play each other for top 4 seeding. Third and fourth place will cross-play each other into this playoff bracket. So you can see first through fourth get that double elimination, whereas fifth and sixth will be starting in the lower bracket before we see our champion. And everything on the screen right now is going to be best of 5s. So after one day of play, here are the groups. Also a reminder of who is in which group, because that's kind of the more important thing at the moment. Cloud9 is going to be playing Disguised, and Dignitas is going to be playing Shopify.
Yeah, I think that obviously the Cloud9, they haven't played yet. Team Liquid currently at the 1-0, but C9 is the expected boss of that group. Obviously, they were first seed going in. But Group B gets a little more interesting because I look at Dignitas, Shopify Rebellion, and as much as I back them, even 100 Thieves are fallible, and I don't know who's going to get that bye in the first round,
You
just
don't
looking at
say.
them.
Well, that's the thing. we react so much off of best of ones, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But then we also have to react day to day. And because 100 Thieves got so slammed, now you're thinking, is it really a top 2 in that group? But like it should be. 'Cause the top 4, they were 15-1 in the best of one stage. Is that the right number? 15-1?
15-1. It was only Disguise that crossed the line.
After yesterday, that's going to move now to 17-1.
It's not looking
top
good.
4 for
It's not
spot
looking good. But yesterday's waiting room, I said my gut was telling me something, that Group A was going to be the more competitive one for first place because, like, Team Liquid as a team, look, had some struggles in the positioning phase in the best of ones. There's a lot of people that you can point to and say that they need to get better. Of course, Impact has been the person that people have been talking about. But I think they're going to be the team that challenges Cloud9 for first place, whereas I thought FlyQuest was going to be by far the first place team.
Nah, you just got food poisoning, man. C9's
What?
Something in my gut. Well,
Something's in here.
You've had food poisoning?
Are you hungover?
No one has diet habits. I think there could be something else going on.
What's in here? Coffee. Coffee.
But despite struggling in the positioning phase, Disguised is delivering on their promise actually as a content org and documenting what it means to be first guest team in the LTA North.
I've been on losing teams a lot before.
Well, Disguise still looking for that first win of Split 2 here so far.
It really sucks. It's really hard on the mental.
Unlucky.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't really know what to do.
It's fine, bro.
You're trying really, really hard. You're probably trying even harder than the teams at the top because no one wants to be losing every game. It's just like the worst feeling in the world.
When I see Disguise and their struggles, it's always tough to point your finger at a single player, especially when they're a rookie, but I think that Scary Jerry has had, again, a couple of really rough moments.
It can be really tough mentally to be in that position where you're trying super hard, but things just aren't working out.
Castle has already knocked down in the hip. He's just pushing for the Nexus, but I don't think he's really going to be able to make it happen against Surdy. A Nexus tower has fallen. It's just Scary Jerry, XU, and Abadag, and look at that damage coming through from Katie, and I think this is going to be it. The charm lands, the damage is done. Dignitas will take down DSG.
To be in that position where you're 0-5, the other team's 0-5, and you're the loser out of that situation, there's nothing else to lose at that point. And there's nothing more dangerous to face than a team that has nothing left to lose.
DSG, unfortunately, still unable to get their first win on stage. Haven't been able to have that victory bow, haven't been able to have that celebration.
We'll see if DSG can make it a different story this time around.
Disguise win their first game of LTA North!
Kangas, that was you.
Yeah.
That was
you
me.
at the end.
That was my voice at the end there.
Luckily, they did win a game.
Why do we show the bin right when
Yeah,
we came out of that
my
one?
friend.
Well,
I think the cameraman is
Kangas, what up? But it was a big moment for them. Obviously, a huge upset that, like, we went into that weekend thinking, okay, it's going to be the full sweep of top 4 versus bottom 4, but DSG made it interesting. And now there's a wheel next to me. What's going on here?
Well, production moved it in while we were watching that. And we now have to complete, well, careful, complete the Circle of Suck.
Yeah.
I'm already breaking it.
All right.
We've been told that the Circle of Suck is completed. We have to make a valid one. So let's start with DSG because we know they only beat one team.
And it's Team Liquid.
So we have to put DSG next to Team
they're
Liquid.
all like teamed together.
Someone's got to take
Do we
charge
have like
here.
a better,
we're there.
Yeah, hand under me. I'm right next to it.
All
I'm
right,
right next to it.
DSG.
Okay.
There you go.
So DSG, so we put it like on one of these.
So,
Oh, no,
my God.
sticky? Is it sticky?
It is sticky, but
Okay.
also literally you can hang it.
Just hang it.
Okay.
Now Team Liquid.
Bro.
Now Team Liquid.
You know, we tried. Okay,
Yeah.
so then
I'm
Team
trying
Liquid
to
will go
find
here.
them.
Team Liquid will go here.
These
We're
are
gonna
all
go.
stuck together, by the way. I'm doing my best.
Emily is very good.
Okay,
all
there we
right,
go.
all right. Can I do it this time?
Okay, so this means DSG beat Team Liquid.
DSG beat Team Liquid. Who did Team Liquid beat that then beat somebody that then beat somebody?
Well, you can.
I mean, Team Liquid beat Lyon.
Oh, maybe
for sure.
we go this way.
We're just gonna pick a
isn't
direction.
it? Okay, so
Yeah.
this doesn't make sense to me.
So it
but
could be
whatever.
like
It can
Dignitas,
be
Shopify,
anyway.
right?
It can be anyway. But you want to do it this way. Okay, we're moving. So DSG beat Team
Perfectionist,
Liquid.
all of
Team
you.
Liquid beat Lion.
But Team Liquid beat Lion.
Don't
They
look at the
also-
standings. That's cheating. That's from memory.
But this is every team, right? So
Oh,
if
yeah,
we
wait,
go in
Raz,
reverse
you're
order, I think
cheating?
this is better. So Dignitas beat Disguise and Shopify beat
actually,
Dig, right?
that's good.
So this, I think, is going to make things simpler
This
for
is going to
us.
make things pretty simple.
And then now we have to
there we
go
go.
this
Team Liquid
direction.
beat Lion.
Team Liquid, yeah. So
Wait, but Lion only beat the bottom
the bottom 4
teams.
teams. So we have to
who
put...
beats, only 100 Thieves beat C9.
So this, here, swap this.
TL beat 100
Who else
Thieves,
did
100 Thieves beat
Shopify beat?
C9, C9 beat Fly, Fly beat TL, right?
Who else did Shopify beat?
Who did Shopify beat?
I think I just got it, guys.
Okay,
I
put it
think
in,
I just got it.
put it in.
So let's see this. So then it would be FlyQuest
Chat,
TL,
tell us if we're right.
FlyQuest TL, because
Yeah,
only
but-
C9 lost to 100.
The big thing is
100
Lion.
lost to TL.
Yeah.
Lion beat Shopify.
Yeah, Lion
so
only
Shopify and then Oh, right. Where does FlyQuest go?
Well, Lion beat Dig as
okay,
well.
there we go.
I got you.
No, because
Fitting
Lion
in
can
Lion
go
is
there.
tricky. Fitting in
yeah.
Lion is tricky.
And then
FlyQuest beat Lion.
I like it.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
Pause.
Boom. We already had TL up there.
Yay!
We got it.
I
I was
was
checking
saying
myself
correct.
out. Boom. So the easiest ones was
this
the top
is
and the bottom.
one of
'cause
the coolest things production's ever given us, I think. This is
great.
very
Spin
fun.
the circle.
That's great.
I mean-
Beautiful.
As a suggestion, you know, I'm all about positive outlook, glass half full. Why is it circle of suck?
Oh, because we're talking
Because
about
everyone-
Vortex of victory.
Vortex of victory.
Like, that could be-
Hey, that's a good
Yeah.
name.
I
All
like
right.
Circle Suck better,
We're
but
gonna
I like
understand
it.
why
edit
Circle
this
Suck,
in the
'cause it's
YouTube
the
short.
meme.
There
Okay,
we go.
let's check out today's schedule. Cloud9 is going to hopefully create their own vortex of victory today. In the
That was a
best of
great
3
segue.
days. Here they are arriving once again. Vulcan and Sven have looked really good this year. I mean, everyone on Cloud9 has looked good. I will say...
How many people can you fit in that car?
I know, it's a big car.
That's a
They-
pretty
I
big car.
think, I think it's a 3-row.
One
I
of
think
these
they got
days-
the 3rd row.
Brad,
right.
you've been in that
Right.
car, or one of those cars.
Yeah,
I have
what?
not been in those cars.
Oh.
I thought you were for the commercial.
For the commercial.
You're right, I
Yeah.
have. It's
He
very
already
comfortable.
forgot.
It's very comfortable.
Okay, good save.
I will say, for Cloud9, that they've had a lot of really good regular seasons, followed by lackluster playoffs. I'm probably
Sure.
starting this conversation too early because we're
This
still,
is still
this is
regular
in the group stage,
season.
so they're going to continue to dominate.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, so
they're super
exactly.
good.
there we
Yeah.
go. But you're planting the seed for if they fail in playoffs, then you can come back to this
it's
moment.
been so long, it feels like, since they've actually won the title.
And they're looking so good. I can't
They
remember
are.
the last time. It was honestly with like the roster with Berserker and Fudge that they looked as clean as they did. So
Yeah.
I'm very positive right now in Cloud9.
And I mean, Loki, rookie of the year front runner right now. He's going up against Scary Jerry, another one of the people. And I think on the other side, DSG, they're at the bottom of the pack. They've had a rough go of things. And you can see from the team themselves, we've actually gathered some of their social media posts to be like, they've struggled. And the question of the mental has been there as well. They've really been taking it to heart, I think, some of these losses.
Well, and the important thing to note is this is before their upset
Yes.
over TL, right? So these are a bunch of posts that they made, like being very aware that they're not performing well, and they really desperately want to do better.
Yeah, and even as you can see, like the 25 comments underneath Abadage, he has a history, by the way, with like the K-Corps community and everything. A lot of people showed love, and it was a big juxtaposition, an actual huge contrast from the day before losing to Dignitas, and then going up against Team Liquid and having, for Abba, like the best performance by far, like this year. And so if you can obviously like come in and have that level of confidence, then amazing, right? Like this is a DSG that people are really excited about. So we need to see that level of consistency come through, but it was a huge moment to be able to take down Team Liquid like they did.
It's a lot of support.
Heartwarming seeing the support. I also was fact-checking because Scary Jerry messaged out that not tweeting again until I win an LTA game. I just checked. That's true. 5 days ago, tweeted, nice little win against TL today. Shout out the boys. There we go.
Hell yeah.
Well done, Scary Jerry.
Thank you for your reporting.
Keeping it subtle, keeping it subtle. There's also a coaching change for DSG, which is not completely unexpected when you struggle. It is a little surprising to see right after the win.
Yep.
But if you're taking into account the body of work, it does feel like DSG wants to shake something up.
Yeah, and for me, it's like, it depends. Outside looking in, you just want them to ride with the decisions that they're making, right? Until you get to a certain point. But also, DSG is a team, their position is up for grabs at the end of the year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to defend the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, it makes sense for them to be like, well, no, we need to be in
It's not a long-term thing. It's not like, oh, this is a development roster.
We need to fight
right
for,
away.
to survive.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So, yeah, I can understand it from that perspective.
Yeah. Also, a lot of confidence on this team. I know XU has trash talked all the time, but the new guy,
Scary Jerry, he's a yapper.
my goodness, he has a huge boost of confidence. Take a look at this clip from last week.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a lot of like imposter syndrome because it isn't really like that big of a difference between tier 2 and tier 1. Tier 1 is just like they're a lot tighter. they review their games a lot more. But, you know, I was doing really well in Tier 2, so coming to Tier 1, I expected to kind of bring that over, but I had to get over the whole, like, oh, I'm against Tier 1 players now. But it's still the same game. It's League of Legends.
We knew coming into TL that, like, we beat these guys so many times in scrims. Like, we're just as good as them individually. Like, I'm as good as Jan. He just has more experience than me. You know, we're a good team. We're going to show it. We'd be 8-0 right now if it was a best of 3.
Amazing.
8-0 if they were best of 3.
Going though.
Yeah?
Oh my
God. Shout out Cloud Sidkey for the great interview getting this out of Scary Jerry, because this kid is confident.
Fly, we're coming. I think that's who we're, I
Wow.
think that's who we're versing. I don't know. Fly or C9, either one.
As it turns out, it's C9. So just edit it and like put C9 in there, and that's exactly what he's saying. I mean, I really appreciate this actually. Like, no one wants to go in being like, actually, I'm not as good as everyone else. Like, I don't know. I really appreciate this.
I just love how quickly it happened after one win. We talked about best of ones and like the weight on it. After a win and best of ones, it's like, all right, we would have been 8-0 if they were best of 3s. But it's not just Scary Jerry. Jet, you also said XU has been talking a lot of smack too. So we actually have Azael on stage with an interview with XU. Let's hear from the team themselves.
I am here with XU ahead of your game against C9. Last week, you guys were able to get your first win. You took down TL. And I don't know if you saw the interview that Scary Jerry did with Cloud Sidecki, but he was sounding very, very confident. He said if it was best of 3s, you guys would have gone 8-0. You know, he was saying that you guys were feeling even confident against TL, that you had done really well against them in scrims. Is the rest of the team feeling really confident too going into best 3s?
Yeah, I think all of us are pretty happy with our scrims. I think we're definitely improving a lot, and obviously we didn't expect to go 1-6. I think we don't expect to be the top dogs either, but like we definitely think we could hang with them. So, you know, I think 8-0, a little exaggeration, but definitely not at the bottom. That's not where we thought we would be.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was joking a little bit, but definitely still seemed confident. So, you know, coming into this week, you know, how are you kind of trying to adapt then? And try to bring your success from scrims onto stage, you know, because you're saying you're feeling pretty confident from scrims. You didn't expect to be 1-6. You don't expect to be the top dogs, so you're thinking somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is like making sure we understand our own identity. I think we kind of had a problem where we weren't really sure how we wanted to play as a team. We would just kind of like try to play according to the other team. I think that's something we're working on in scrims and something that we're hoping to show today.
How do you feel about the matchup against Blabber then? Because obviously, you know, NA jungle go to most people, and C9 has been looking really good. You know, they took down FlyQuest, so they're #1 seed right now. How are you feeling about your matchup?
I'm pretty confident. I think all the pressure's on him. You know, like I played in NACL where I was a top dog, and it's just like, it's kind of annoying to play against the bottom teams because you're like, man, like if I play bad at all, like everyone's going to shame me. So, you know, I hope for him, like he feels the pressure because, you know, if I play bad, like it is what it is. But if he plays bad, you know, it's a big underperformance.
Awesome. Well, best of luck today, and hope we have a great match.
That's amazing.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
You messed up.
Yeah, it's way more embarrassing for you. I mean, he's not wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because C9 like are the favorite team. Like they are the #1 seed. They are the most dominant team thus far, coming out of best of ones.
Expectations.
And honestly, a lot of it for me has been Sven and Vulcan like career renaissance, like bot lane renaissance together. Because I expected them to be good, like baseline level good. I definitely did not expect them to be destroying people like they are. As we go through kind of their history together as one of the more iconic bot lanes in NA.
Yeah, and this is an interesting thought because they have been bounced around a little bit with Sven also spending time at support, but we pulled this about all of the bot lane duos that we consider to be iconic and kind of where they're currently ranked. They've played 159 matches together.
That's a lot.
Which is a lot. We have FBI and Huhi up at the top. But then also, if you look at the win percentage and the number of championships, that's when they're starting to enter that truly elite tier.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of debate if you actually ask, like, what is the ranking of most iconic duos? Doublelift is a part of a lot of them, as you can see with the 75% win rate and 3 titles he had with Firefrost. But I think it's a cool spot that Sven and Vulcan are in now because the previous times that they were winning titles, it didn't necessarily feel like they were the focal point of the team.
Yeah.
It was the Blabber-Niski show in 2020.
Yeah.
In 21, they had just gotten perks. The Western GOAT narrative was happening at that time. But now, at least in the first 3 weeks of LTA North play, they have felt almost better than they've been in the past in terms of generating victories.
True. I mean, they've always kind of been a Swiss Army knife of what the team needs. Like, if you want to play Kalista, like, Sven is going to play Kalista. When he's playing support, he'll play Kalista. Like, if you give him the opportunity, he's going to be lane dominant. That's going to be the fact. And, like, remember when you could duo in solo queue, like in Challenger?
I think they're the reason you can't anymore.
That was making a case like, I don't want a duo, or at least I don't want duos.
I don't want to play against Ben Vulcan.
I don't want to play against Ben Vulcan. That was literally the case that was being made constantly. And so they get to go back and play alongside each other. Sven having more support experience, so maybe he can criticize or have some feedback or something. So it's insane to be able to see them come back again and perform just as well. And I think experience goes a long way.
And we got Azael standing by to have an interview with Vulcan.
Hey everyone, I am here with Vulcan ahead of their game against DSG, and I've got to say, man, you guys have been smurfing this split, and I think especially you and Sven in the bot lane are doing a lot better than I expected. Not that I expected you to do bad, but I feel like pretty much unanimously, amongst all the talent in LTA, we're all looking at you guys as just the best bot lane in the league right now. Were you expecting to be this good this fast after reuniting with Sven?
Yeah, I mean, we had a full split before, right? So did take us one split to be finally pretty good. I feel like we've been clicking very well, obviously, as we've been showing on stage. But that was best of ones, right? And we've been getting very comfortable drafts and playing them out well. But we'll see now is the real test in Fearless, because that's how the rest of the split is going to be. And we need to see how in game 2, game 3, maybe game 4, game 5, how we're able to pick different champs and do well there. So yeah, big test coming up. We've been doing well, but it doesn't really mean much if we get worse now. So we have to just keep it up.
So you're staying pretty humble, not getting cocky, I could tell. But you guys are on a 6-game winning streak. You beat FlyQuest last week. That has to feel pretty good, being the first seed going into the group stage.
Oh yeah, we're riding a pretty good high at the moment. Our scrims though, we did play FlyQuest in scrims, and it's the classic thing where you beat them on stage and you go into scrims and they completely destroy you. So we've been humble. That's why you can feel a bit that I'm a bit more humble than usual. But yeah, it does feel still good. Our last weekend was very insane, so it feels good. Yeah.
But FlyQuest obviously now is in the other group. How are you feeling about going up just against your group and kind of the best of 3 stage in general? Are you pretty confident that you'll be able to talk to the group?
Yeah, I think so. I think we should. DSG obviously is the weaker team, so we'll see today. After that, I think Lyon, they've kind of fallen off a cliff, it feels like. I feel like they were better off at the start of the split than they are now. And TL is still trying to figure out how they want to play. They're still kind of struggling. I do expect them to, at some point figure it out and be a very strong team, but I'm not sure they're there yet. So hopefully we play them before that happens. But we'll have to see, yeah.
All right, well, best of luck today. You've been killing it, man. Good luck with the rest of the split. Back to y'all.
We were talking about, of course, and it's good to hear from Vulcan and that bot lane synergy. We need to talk about Blabber and Loki.
Yep.
That mid jungle has just been so good for this team, and we've said it from the jump at the beginning of the split. But it seems like they have only gotten better and better together. And with how many mid laners Blabber has had, I'm starting to feel like this is one of his best ones. So I'm really interested to see how they continue on.
It's been, I feel like I say this every week, but it's been so fun to hear them anytime in content. And additionally, it was super fun to catch up with Blabber last week.
We stay, I think. Okay. Yeah. But I will have interview. Goodbye. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. Have fun. Enjoy. I will not. Thank you. Let's go, Nick.
Whoa! Wow! Wow! Why you guys do that to your teammate? It seems like they have great vibes, and catching up with Blabber, it was super fun where he was like, yeah, we talked at the very beginning of the year because he wasn't going in with me, and so we just decided in scrims we're both going ham. And I love that they have each other for that, because previously whenever we talked to C9 members, they'd be like, Blabber's the one. He's the one who's really limit testing. So it seems like they've gotten along really, really well, and I've loved their developing synergy.
And I also feel like for Blabber, who won Player of the Week last week, when I've talked to him in depth, he just loves having winning lanes. That's the most important thing for Blabber, because he loves playing a controlled game where he can reliably get ahead. And the most reliable thing for junglers is if your lanes are good.
That's true.
Loki, he had a bad game 1 and then 6 really good games. And Thanatos has improved probably every day he's been here in the LTA or the LCS.
That's true.
So his 2 solo lanes are performing so well right now. I feel like it's really unlocking Blabber to play the way that he wants to play League of Legends.
And just hearing from the team, they're the coaching staff has been really strong for them. And also, of course, you're right. Having your lanes play as well as they have been.
Just win.
Yeah.
They just win early, and they're able to keep it consistent too. What I've really loved is the fact that, remember last year and the year before, it's you guys have great lanes, it's about team fighting around the mid and late stage of the games. Now they're just beating FlyQuest and 100 Thieves in the team fights. They feel really confident. We've been speaking praises of like Vulcans. And a prediction.
Yeah. I mean, it goes without saying, first place versus last place in the positioning phase. We are going to expect Cloud9 to win. So we're going to have to get into it, Raz. What time is it? It looks like we're getting close to the show.
I'm looking at my watch. It's time to start the damn show!
Welcome back to the LTA and welcome back to Fearless Draft. With the positioning phase over, the teams have been seeded into 2 groups of 4 and will play a best-of-3 single round robin within those groups. After 3 weeks, the top 2 teams from each group will cross and play each other for seeding, while the 3rd and 4th place teams from each group will cross to play in elimination matches. That brings us to playoffs, where the 6 remaining teams will compete in double elimination fearless best-of-5s until we crown our Split 2 champion. I am looking forward to the rest of this split so much. I'm so excited to have Fearless Draft back. I'm Captain Flowers. I'm joined by Hazael for this first one, which feels a little bit lopsided with first versus last of our positioning phase going head-to-head.
Yeah, I think the one thing that maybe gives you a little bit of hope if you are that DSG fan is that they are coming off a win. They took down TL, so that maybe is building a bit of confidence there. I got to interview XU ahead of this game, and he was saying that their scrims are going pretty well. They don't expect to be the top team, but they also definitely did not expect to be 1-6. They feel like they are better than that. They feel like their performance in scrims has indicated that they should be better than that. So we're going to see if they can actually bring that to the table here today and push C9 a little bit.
Well, man, this draft is going fast. We are already almost through the entire first half. Okay, let's catch up real quick. We've got Vi, Yone, Callista, Rumble, Jason, Varus banned away. Immediate lock on the first pick, Gwen for C9 up there in the top lane, presumably for Thanatos, especially with then the Sejuani following it up for Blabber. They're also going to lock in the Corki there. On the other side, it's Skarner, Azir, and Vladimir locked in for Disguise.
So this makes 8 straight unique picks now for Castle. So he has not yet played a champion a second time. Assuming it is Vladimir top, unless they're doing something really, really weird here. But I can't imagine how it wouldn't be. Even if it is Azir top, that would be new too. So 8 for 8.
It's still 8 out of 8.
Yeah, but that's crazy. Yeah, and I actually think that this is the best meta we've ever had in top lane, and all the time that I've been casting LCS and now LTA.
It's been the absolute value of jungle and AD carry with 2 picks in each role during positioning.
You love Varus in Israel?
Oh my god, almost as much as I love Vi versus whatever she's in Xin Zhao every game. It's incredible. Okay. But no, I agree with you. Top lane has been fantastic, man.
Varus and Israel are both banned. So,
and that is beautiful. I hope they stay banned next game as well. Yeah. I love seeing a little bit more variety. And like you're saying, man, Castle has been
carry bans.
The king of variety here so far. Yeah, tons of pressure on this AD carry pool. Varus, Ezreal, Lucian, Kai'Sa, Callista. Lots of stuff banned away here. Misfortune is one of those ones that we have seen played so far that is not on the very robust ban list here for this game number 1, so wouldn't be super surprised to see that locked in.
Yeah.
That is going to mean Scary Jerry will depend on XU largely to put targets in position for those bullet times, because Azir and Vladimir not going to be able to really lock somebody down that well.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're also going to be looking for something, like an Alistar or a Rel or whatever coming out from Huhi for that last pick to also help to facilitate that. The MF, not surprising, it is the second most played for Scary Jerry so far this split. The only thing he's played more is the Varus, and the Varus is obviously off the table.
Yeah.
Sven going to be going in towards the Jhin. They are going to grab the Alistar. Wouldn't be shocked to see something like a Rel or a Khan here coming in through as that last pick for Huhi. Leona, definitely another option. Poppy, if you want to kind of be more that denial sort of play, you can go that way. It doesn't have that same lockdown for the MF, but it definitely can shut down a lot of the plays. So it really just depends what angle they want to go for here. Cloud9, obviously, if you watch their content or listen to Sven, they always call Jhin Mr. Useful because it is not very useful in their opinion. But I do think that Jhin, when paired with another AD carry like the Corki, can be really strong. They have a really powerful scaling comp here, double AD carries, a couple of big engaged tanks in the front line. Thanatos on the Gwen obviously can be a threat in that side lane, and it is going to be the Rakan, and not a big surprise there for Huhi. It does give them another form of engage. It's that snap engage that's very hard to stop. And if you can lock up the Jhin or the Corki, get them into that follow-up CC from XU, have the bullet time coming over the top, especially with the Vladimir ultimate amping all of that damage, really can be very threatening as a combo. Of course, that does depend on you being able to execute that and on you not getting blown out in lanes prior to that, where we're expecting Cloud9 to have really big advantages kind of across the board. I mean, when you look at it on paper, there's not a single role that you won't favor Cloud9 in.
Right. I mean, the Lounge was even talking about specifically the superiority of Cloud9 solo lanes with Thanatos and Loki just smurfing in their roles, and I 100% agree with what they're talking about. On the other side for Disguised, one thing that I think has to be focused is Scary Jerry's positioning. We've seen in a lot of Disguised losses, the way that those end up accelerating forward is Scary Jerry getting caught out, not being in the right spot, maybe being in the right spot, but a second too early or a second too late. And on a champion like Misfortune, having the right angle, having that right positioning is night and day difference.
Absolutely. I mean, you said it, right? When that CC lands, you've got to be there and you have got to have the bullet time rip in as soon as it lands, because you're not necessarily going to get another opportunity, especially when you can be easily pressured by multiple champs that Cloud9 do have. You know, the Alistar can be in your face, the Sejuani can be on your face, and we have got to check in on the top lane. Flash Ignite for Castle with the Conqueror versus the Ignite TP for Thanatos, and he is playing Grasp. I would not be surprised to see if he's playing Inspiration Secondary for Biscuits. I want to double check on that. He is, in fact. This is the rune page that you take on Gwen when you think it's going to be a hard early matchup, to kind of just skip past that.
And it looks like we're not going to have anything here at level 1. So Disguise picked up their first win of the split last week, and it looks like it did wonders for Scary Jerry's confidence. Let's listen in.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a lot of like imposter syndrome, because it isn't really like that big of a difference between tier 2 and tier 1. Tier 1 is just like they're a lot tighter. They review their games a lot more. But, you know, I was doing really well in tier 2, so coming to tier 1, I expected to kind of bring that over, but I had to get over the whole like, oh, I'm against tier 1 players now. But it's still the same game. It's League of Legends.
We knew coming into TL that like, we beat these guys so many times in scrims. Like, we're just as good as them individually. Like, I'm as good as Jan. He just has more experience than me. You know, we're a good team. We're going to show it. We'd be 8-0 right now if it was a best of 3.
I mean, I love the comments. The 8-0 one, I think he's definitely singing jest.
You have to be embellishing a little bit, right?
If you watch the interview, the 801, you know, is kind of said, haha, but he definitely is very, very confident. The TL statement, though, that to me sounded like he was saying that, you know, with his whole chest, right? Like he was saying, yeah, I'm just as good as Jan. And that's something you got to prove when people are looking at Jan as the best AD carry in the league. So we'll see if Scary Jerry can back up some of that confidence. But I do love to see it. You know, whether you think he's delusional, whether you think he's right, I don't really care. I do think it is so important as a pro gamer to be able to have that faith in yourself. And if you don't have that confidence that you can be the best, I truly believe that you never will be. So I do think it's important for them to still have that faith, still have that belief, and not get down in the dumps. So it's nice to see a team that is obviously struggling, still feeling like they got some good vibes and are still believing in themselves.
Greatness is in the mind, right? Like, also in the skill, of course, but you have to have it
massively mental game.
As a mental state as well. So let's go ahead and check in on the state of our lanes here, as Thanatos does have the wave stacking up here in the top lane. During the interview, we kind of saw a little bit of level 1 trading between him and Castle. Thanatos was able to grab, I think, either 1 or 2 grasp procs off of that extended trade, starting with the skip and slash. And now he's just going to continue that work up here, making sure that he's keeping the pressure on this Vladimir early. Remember, Vladimir kind of sucks as a champion before level 5. He's okay then up through level 8, and at level 9 he really turns on.
Yeah, no, absolutely scales very, very well. I will say, in top lane in some of these 1v1s, especially when they are taking Ignite, it can be surprising the amount of pressure he is able to put on just playing around the empowered Q, right? And that's really what it is all about. You know, can you, as the opponent, kind of dodge these empowered Qs? Thanatos did a really good job of just kind of using his wave clear to be able to keep this pressure on and to be able to shove in and get this reset, because we're going to see if Diggs is going to go for this, if XU, excuse me, is going to go for this. They have spotted him out.
Warded out. Okay, this could be dicey. Now that they know he's here, I feel like this is a tough one. Who he wants to try to dive in there, but immediately going to be knocked up into the air. Vulcan doing a great job. It's first blood over to Cloud9. Disguised will get what they came for, but the cost is extreme as XU tries to escape, and that cow is about to become a carnivore. XU slams him into the wall to try to buy a little time, but Vulcan's going straight to the bank with it.
Yeah, Vulcan gets a double kill, walks away with the blue buff as well. My only criticism, maybe Sven could have used the heal a little bit earlier. He used it after the Ignite went down, and that maybe could have given him a bit better of a chance to actually survive. But this was beautifully played, especially by Vulcan. We've watched this one more time. They're able to dodge out on the Q there from XU, and then as they're going forward, the Ignite comes through, then the heal goes out. So a little bit late there, but Vulcan, you know, knocking Scary Jerry back, flashing over onto the other side, getting the CC down onto Huhi, locking him up in the turret, was incredibly well played. They defend the dive expertly, and that is a very good 4C9.
And I feel like in this first weekend of Fearless play, we've been seeing some real class act Alistar games. Yesterday, I thought that Busio's Alistar in FlyQuest series was absolutely impeccable, and now Vulcan is starting off with a great Alistar game himself in the first 5 minutes here.
Yes, sir. Got to be feeling good about that. And I was going to say, you know, before we got to that dive, Thanatos, you know, was doing a really good job of actually getting the push. And when you get the push, as someone who has TP versus no TP, as that is our commissioner right there talking about these two teams going streaking.
I'm not responsible for this. I will not pay the fine.
6 straight wins for Cloud9 and a streak of 1 win for DSG. Both teams streaking, technically.
Yeah, one is a streak of 1.
They've won 100% of their last game.
That is...
That's facts.
That is a true statement.
That is just facts
of
right
mathematical legitimacy.
Yes, sir. But yeah, I keep getting interrupted on this. I want to talk a little bit about how this went, but we're just going to fight again. Never mind.
Yep, we're going right back into it as Blabber makes his way into the top side now with a 3v2. Scary Jerry under pressure. Going to get stunned up there by the Sejuani. Jerry in some danger.
Ooh, nice
that
barrier.
Fourth shot does not do it. The barrier just enough to keep Jerry alive.
Yep, going to be able to have that there. XU now spotting Blabber, moving over, and we are going to have Scary Jerry go back to base. There's no way he can stay around. Obviously, it would just be an easy dive to pull off. And he's going to have to come back out from base. Well, Blabber does start up the grubs here. They do have push from mid lane from Abadaga, but I still don't really think that you're going to be able to fight this.
And Blabber's like an entire level ahead in the jungle right now. He's level 6, and you can see XU only just past the beginning here of level 5 on the Skarner. Cloud9 has the whole party coming to the top side river. There is no way for the Skarner to try to contest this. That's all 3 of the first set of grubs going Cloud9's way.
And that's the cost of that attempted dive down on the bot side, right? Blabber was just full clearing, and if you go for a failed dive, he's going to take your camps, right?
Yeah.
He's going to go right over. He's going to be power farming. That is showing itself in the experience advantage, and now Blabber is just going to continue the invade here.
The aggressive Sejuani, meanwhile, the 2v2 up there on the top side at the same time. Huhi down to 40% HP, and that gives Blabber the green light to put the pressure on XU. Stuns him up and starts beating him down. You don't think of Sejuani as the Chad champ in your face in the jungle, but right now, XU's got to be careful. Does manage to smite his own red buff, make sure that Blabber can't steal it away, but the pressure from C9 continues.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure there from Blabber, but at the end of the day, well handled by XU. He survives, gets his ultimate out, and smites the red, right? So great job by XU, able to withstand that pressure. Had he died and lost his red, that is so bad. But in this situation, he's able to survive. He's just going to go down towards the Grump, going to be able to continue farming that up and try to close the gap as far as that farm lead is concerned. Cloud9, of course, are opening up still quite a nice advantage here. Largely due to the farm in the bot lane, you know, the double kill as well for Vulcan, giving them a pretty good gold lead, and then Loki is up about 300 gold himself. We haven't checked in on this bot lane again, but it is pretty even once most of this does get picked up. You can see that Castle, you know, has his first Fiendish Codex, and over on the other side, you can already see the Hunting Guys has come through for Thanatos. And Thanatos really just kind of wanted to get through the early levels, get the push. He played heavily for the push. And I think DSG did a smart thing, which was just their swap. After you get pushed in, when you get pushed in and you have no TP, you can get lane locked very easily. Yeah. Which is basically your opponent TP's back with a buy advantage. You don't have any way to actually reset the wave, and you can no longer fight them because they've bought and you haven't. And so what they did was they actually just sent their Vladimir bot, they moved their bot lane top, and that allowed him to get a buy and not lose waves, which I think was really actually quite intelligent. And it's a good way to actually keep the Vladimir in a spot where he wasn't then locked in a lane falling behind.
Yeah. Now, back over here in mid, Loki does have that almost 1 kill worth of gold advantage compared to Abadaga here, just by nature of farming better. You can see he's already got the tier starting to stack that one up as Thanatos goes after Castle a little bit down here in bottom lane, but really not a whole lot to write home about. I feel like both of these two are probably going to need somebody else to intervene if they want to get a kill, considering they're both so durable with the drain tank.
It's always funny too, because you can tell when people have missed cannons, right? Because it was only like a 6 CS advantage, but it was up to 250 gold, right?
Yeah.
That's
like,
not the cost of range minions. That is, exactly.
All right, Vulcan stunned up into the wall. Scary Jerry with a nice bullet time, and immediately Xyu's ready to follow. Sven under pressure. He needs a little bit more damage, but he cannot find it. Disguised. Oh my god, that is such a heartbreaker. They came so close on both kills, but they can't secure either one.
Yeah, that really sucks, especially because he flashed in after to try to finish off Sven, so he spends his flash at the end of that, trying to get that kill. You can see down here, Thanatos uses Ignite, as did Castle. They both traded ultimates here. Thanatos, of course, does have his TP back, but Castle wants to keep the push again to kind of try to lock him in. You want these extended lanes as the Vladimir where you're trading aggressively and then you're healing back up over and over and over, and you're slowly whittling them down until you can actually threaten these all-ins. And we'll see if he's going to be able to find one of those positions. But right now, Thanatos will just go back to base and likely just take a TP back. You can see he's going to TP right back down towards mid. And Sven is heading out towards that mid lane as well, as they're going to prepare for the next set of grubs. So they'll send Loki up towards top. They won't be able to join with Thanatos, but at the same time, as long as Thanatos keeps Castle locked in the bot lane, he can't join either. So they know that at worst, it's a 4v4.
The disadvantage of only having the single teleport is something that doesn't occur a lot, I feel like, in pro play. Almost always the top laner is going to take that summoner spell, but once it's there, the team has to be playing around it. Otherwise, your opponents are just going to get advantage after advantage in these neutral situations. And it looks like Disguised is recognizing, hey, they're going to have man advantage. It's going to be rough. Let's just go ahead and swap objectives here, taking the first Drake. It is a very late first Drake, just about 11 minutes into the game, as Cloud9 has already secured the first of the second trio of grubs. Sven and Scary Jerry trading bullets back and forth here. The Deadly Flourish is not going to find a mark. No. Meanwhile, bottom side, Vulcan and Thanatos trying to scare Xyu and Castle away from the Mountain Drake. The Mountain Drake is so tanky. It's so annoying to try to kill this thing in a decent amount of time. And the flash from Xyu is forced out there as well. But now Huhi going in, trying to find a knock up here. Full spinning the ulti and everything on Vulcan, and that just looked weird.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like almost a little bit of a tilt play or a desperation play, because they thought they were going for this trade, but instead Blabber just takes the one grub, then starts to pull off, and the bot lane of C9 were able to force the flash off of Xyu and push him off. So it became a no-trade situation. Then I feel like DSG is like, well, crap, we got to get something. So right? Then they try to force this play with Hui's ultimate in onto Vulcan, and they can't even get a play off of that. So now it's looking like they're likely to lose this dragon as well. We'll see if DSG can find an angle.
Vulcan wants to keep Xyu away. Nice steal from Xyu, though. Early smite from Blabber gets punished, but now Xyu in some serious danger, as Cloud9 should be able to pick up a free kill on the Skarner without a flash. Abadaga also dropping in the picture-in-picture. You could see he was dueling with Loki in the top lane while this entire bottom side objective fight was happening, and C9 comes up big back-to-back.
Yeah, at least they get the dragon, question mark, but
that's a sorry consolation prize in the wake of what we just saw, man.
I mean, they got the dragon, but at the end of the day, it's more and more going C9's way, and we will see if they can kind of continue to extend that advantage. It is going to be very difficult for DSG from this far down. Likely to see this 1v1 up on the top side. Okay. And this is just Loki just straight up taking the fight here against Abadaga. He tries to go in with the E to actually see if he could find an ultimate, try to find some sort of angle, but Loki just Valk's back, and he decides not to really fully commit to it, so it's kind of this weird middle ground where then Loki gets him low enough with the rocket that he can just flash in, finish off the play.
I mean, Loki even missed the phosphorus bomb in that trade and still won. I feel like Abadaga had to flash first if he wanted to have any chance of leaving.
You need the ultimate.
As soon as Loki flashes in, you know that the auto will buffer even if you flash, so I guess the silver lining there is Abadaga still has his summoner spell, but that was a rough chain of events.
We're going to call that one the bronze lining.
Yeah, okay.
It's not good enough for a silver lining.
No, okay, that's fair. It's still got to pass its promotion series to get to the silver lining.
That's a bronze lining
Not
right
exactly
there.
the greatest
You took the
play.
fight, you died, but you didn't use your flash. That's a bronze lining.
So it's still there. You can use it next time, and next time might be very soon. We do have C9 returning to the grub pit, wanting to take these last couple of them here, as the 5th one is secured by Blabber. Now Deadly Flourish onto XU as Blabber and Vulcan are ready to be engaged. 3-man pulverize coming out from the Alistar. Abadaga wants to knock him away. Meanwhile, the 1v1 down in the bottom lane as Castle takes out Thanatos, but C9's looking to take the fight up here on the top side. A little bit more damage is going to finish off Blabber, but he's still staying alive. Another re-engage coming out from Vulcan. The curtain call opens up, but nobody Undisguised is dead just yet. Sven keeps shooting, Sven keeps missing. Disguised wins out across the map.
Man, they've got to be so frustrated, though. C9 limping away with the smallest health bars again. Blabber got out of there with, what, like under 100 health, I want to say, when the fight was still going on. Then they had that previous play where both Sven and Vulcan got out with, 100 health or something like that as well. Loki now. Lying in wait is going to interrupt Abadaga. At least on the other side, they did get the kill. Castle wins out in that 1v1.
Castle win con.
Yep, the Castle win con, but it is definitely going to be a tough win con if they can't start getting some kills elsewhere, and Blabber is able to return and get that last grub.
Oh no, Abadaga, man. He is just... Loki is in charge, and Abadaga has to ask permission to walk up to the wave at this point, man. The Corki is running the show as Thanatos wants to put the pressure back on the Castle down here as he has returned to lane with his teleport. Riftmaker versus Riftmaker down there in the bottom side.
Yeah, and you can see Vulcan's getting down there, and they just forced the pool. So now it's actually really risky for Castle, who has no flash or ignite. I think they're going to dive a Castle on the bot side with Vulcan.
Yeah, Loki should just be dead up here. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, they are looking to make that play onto Castle, who wants to try to get away. A little bit more damage still required. He's about to get the empowered transfusion, but it's too little, too late. Thanatos gets revenge, 1-for-1 trade across the map.
Yeah, really good play there from Vulcan. Gets down towards that bottom side. As soon as the pool was used by Castle, Thanatos just had to trade aggressively, force out the pool, and then there's really nothing that Castle can do about this because he had already used his summoners in that 1v1, had used his ultimate in the 1v1. So Vulcan gets down there, is able to CC him. By the time the pool comes back up, there's no getting out. He was already dead to rights, so really well played there by Vulcan. Getting Thanatos back into a winning position in that 1v1. Not only gets him the kill, also gets him the tower. That is the entirety of the gold lead right there for him in that top lane.
It's the entirety of the gold lead. It's the entirety of the feats. Empowered Boots now locked up for Cloud9 here in game number 1 alongside a 3,000 gold lead 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. This is a game of a lot of like almosts, it feels like, for DSG, where they missed out on quite a few kills, and Blabber threatening there, and it's always that frustrating feeling in League of Legends because when you miss out on one kill, the next kill gets harder because your opponents keep getting stronger, and every time you lose a fight by those slim margins, the next one is harder and harder and harder, and that's happened multiple times, and now they're looking.
Yeah, they're going after Scary Jerry. Thanatos wants to go in with a little bit of needlework, needs a little more damage, and he ain't gonna find it. Now XU's about to be the one to pay the price. Sven takes him down. The curtain call looking for Jerry, and it's a double kill over to Sven. Mr. Useful finds his role, and the Jin gets paid.
Yeah, nicely done. Nails the ultimate there. Scary Jerry looked for the bullet time, but he realized the people in front of him just died. So now he has no one to actually block on the curtain call. So he had to get out of there in a hurry. DSG do at least take down the tower in the bot lane, so they're going to be able to get something back there for Abadaga. And Castle's holding up on that top side. Thanatos posturing pretty aggressively, but will back off as that tower does activate. And meanwhile, Blabber doing what Blabber does best, which is take these objectives, get ahead. He has just been farming up a storm.
Yeah, look at the CS discrepancy in the jungle.
We should contest this wave then. Coming. Okay, looking. Hey, I went so fast by the way. Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, we're looking maybe. Okay, nice. No guns. Top both can coming. Look corner guys, look corner. Corner splash. Yeah, just hit corner though. I also. Corner 1 HP. Look at that. Yeah, Azir looking TP. MF no HP, no HP. Azir wanna push. Oh, nice. I'm going bottom now. Okay, heard.
Called their shot, hit their shot.
Yeah, really clean comms there from C9. Everything was super easy to understand. They were all on the same page. Nobody was panicking. Well played by them. And Sven, 19-9, Mr. Useful on Mr. Useful.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad score at all.
Not
For a character that they make fun of and meme about how he doesn't do anything, I would love to have a 70% win rate on a character that well, technically, I think I actually used to back when I played Skarner, because I used to always tell people he didn't do anything.
That's true.
So sometimes you just have to doubt your own champion enough. And then the reverse psychology kicks in, as now a ton of damage just completely deletes Huhi off of the Rift. And that means that Blabber is ready to drive this Herald straight on through mid lane. Tier 1 turret instantly destroyed. The Void Mites march and hop and jump their way onto the Tier 2, and now a second wave is ready to spawn. Meanwhile, Vulcan is continuing the fight, pressuring XU away from his red buff. This time around, the Scorpion will not be able to secure this minor objective in his own side of the jungle, and Cloud9 is really starting to choke Disguised out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 5K gold lead now. It is getting really tough. That mid lane Tier 2 is standing, but not with a lot of health. You know, kind of the lone bright spot it's feeling like so far in this game really was Castle, who was at least having some pressure on Thanatos, you know, got a solo kill on Thanatos, but it's just not really mattering at all. He's down 1.4K gold because of the towers, because of the team play. You know, C9 working really well together, winning out on these skirmishes, taking all of these major objectives and getting 6 scrubs. And when you're behind and your opponents have 6 scrubs, you tend to just get more and more behind.
Yeah, they both have a Riftmaker, but then Thanatos has Nashor's Tooth and Castle has that spooky little ghost thing. So not really very comparable there with the second item, as Abadaga summons up the Sun Disc, trying to survive as Blabber and Thanatos want to find the angle here on the Disguised mid laner. He has his jungler coming down to help him, but a little bit of needlework looks for the slow. Vulcan wants to catch. Oh, Blabber just barely doesn't have the range to land the Glacial Prison, but it does not matter. The rest of the team is there. Sven grabbing the first kill. The Curtain Call looks to farm the second, but he's not going to hit the shot, and Thanatos gets it. Now Huhi's got to try to run as Vulcan and Blabber take up positions in the enemy jungle. C9 is so far ahead now. They are just seeing champs, clicking champs, killing champs.
Yep, objective bounties spawning soon is always that. Oh, I hate to hear it. We do see Castle pushing up on the top side, but Otacon is going to be gone down here on the bottom side, and that is just going to be C9 getting further and further ahead. And it is not the GA Otacon, it is the much better one. They grab Ruinous, so they are going to be able to farm up those roses as Castle will be pushed back.
That's so tragic, man. Castle can't even collect the objective bounty on the top lane Tier 1 turret, the most useless turret in the game. You're thinking, okay, at least we can get this. At least we can trade that for the Otacon.
No,
but
sir.
Loki arrives in time to shut down the plan, prevent that little bit of a surge of gold. And this Corki quietly 1-1-1, having a great time, full stacked on the tier. As soon as he builds the Manamune, it's immediately going to evolve into the Muramana. That's another problem in its own right. 6,500 gold. Ruinous Otacon, 12 billion flowers, every grub, the Rift Herald charging into 2 turrets. Disguised has their work cut out for them.
Oh yeah, you can say that again.
Disguised has their work cut out for them.
Thank you, appreciate that. DSG has 2 roses, by the way, only 2. And
2.
it's 54 on the other side, which is,
I think
quick maths, quite a bit more than 2.
I think that's the greatest discrepancy of the roses that I've seen yet in a pro game. Maybe in any game.
Maybe DSG just hates roses.
Yeah, I mean, I take personal offense to that. I've used that icon as my profile picture since like the very beginning of League of Legends.
Maybe it's something to do with you.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, Disguise, come on, fellas. Let's be a little bit polite here.
Up.
Yeah. Well, C9 is definitely not taking too kindly to Disguised either. They are completely forcing them out of their own jungle, as Huhi, Scary Jerry, and XU all just have to run back inside the base walls. This Tier 2 turret that they slammed the Herald into earlier, that thing is already gone. C9 has taken nearly everything off of the Rift outside of the Disguised base, and there's still 3 minutes until Baron spawns.
Yeah, that is pretty tough. 8,000 gold lead now, and I mean, the roses are always interesting to me to look at. You know, for DSG, they have 2 adaptive force from their roses, and we're not even going to bother talking about the XP. On the other side, it's 29.4, right? So an Amp Tome is 20. You know, a Longsword is 10, right? It's like all of these things that you're getting so much additional stats from that. It is a lot of power, right? When you put it in those terms, you think about how much gold that is worth per player. It is
a ton.
The gold lead's actually like 10,000. It's not 7.5 because of just the additive
and all the XP
from
as
all
well.
Of that. Yeah, I mean, every individual level in League of Legends gives you what, around like 500 gold's worth of stats? Oh boy, hold on. I can't even talk about it before who he's already down. Abbedagga throws out the ulti, trying to keep C9 at bay, but XU is under pressure. The Sun Disc isn't going to hold. The Skarner tries to flash away. A little bit more damage is required, and Loki provides. Sven opens up the curtain call, then just gives the emote. He thought he would need to snipe down the enemy jungler, but it's already taken care of by a shot in the air from his own mid laner.
Yeah, opens up the curtains. That is too bright. Closes that back
pull
up.
them right back together. Get the blackout curtains in there.
Yes, sir. You don't want that glare on your monitor.
The sun is too bright early on in the morning.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
we do not want that natural wake-up call.
No, sir.
And it is not a bright morning in disguised skies right now, man.
Stormy skies, man.
All clouds and gloom and doom, and just, it's a good day to go back
looking
to
like it's
sleep
about that
here
time.
in Game 1. Yeah, but it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll go ahead and call it here.
That a day.
It's tough for them, but I mean, hey, it's first versus last from our first phase, and Cloud9 is making it look exactly as you would expect. Castle wants to go in and find the burst here onto Thanatos, maybe start this fight off right, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1 trade at the very start. Vulcan needs to get away from Abbedagga. Nice use of the Deadly Flourish to root up the disguised mid laner, but Blabber's got to be a little bit careful here. Castle is the main threat, does get the empowered transfusion, but Sven is fearless, continuing to walk forward, as it looks like we'll just settle with a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, Castle definitely is strong, but, you know, after you use the summoners, after you use the ultimate, there's a lot of CC over on that C9 side, and it can definitely be very dangerous to try to push forward into it. You know, you get comboed up by Vulcan, you get CC chained by Blabber, you're going to get burst down, you're going to get taken out. But Castle definitely making the Vladimir look pretty legit here. Yeah. He has been, you know, a very flexible player. He brought out the Orc. Even in that game that he brought out the Orc and it was looking really rough for the squad, he was still able to get some pressure going. And Castle, I think, has been one of the bright spots for DSG. Has been talked about by a lot of pro top laners, you know, as a really strong laner.
Well, he's going to have to do a ton of heavy lifting for his team to have
Maybe
a chance.
Give him 2 pentakills and they can have a chance.
Right, 2 pentakills, full conga line style.
Yep.
Get him up to 6 item Vladimir, including selling boots.
They got a shot.
Might be a shot, but right now, C9's not looking to let him have it as Vulcan immediately locks up Huhi, and Thanatos skips over the wall to provide the follow-up. Castle tries to get away with the pool, but he's not going to have the survivability in time. XU's now the next target as C9 fully pulls away from the Baron and is ready to engage in the fight. Vulcan with a nice headbutt pull to knock XU up into the air as Sven follows for a 4th shot and sends that Scorpion straight to hell. He wants to re-engage, and finally they're going to shut down Loki. Sven very low, and Scary Jerry gets the kill, but now it's Huhi and Abbedagga against the remainder of Cloud9. Scratch that, it's just Huhi, and Blabber and Vulcan are not going to let that stand. It's a 2-for-5. C9 gets the ace.
Yeah, C9 does get the ace. At the very least, they got a couple kills on the other side, but this is the Baron, and this is very likely the end of the game on the subsequent Baron push. DSG honestly doing a pretty good job from the deficit in this fight that they have already built up. You can see Vulcan just coming around the wall there, does get the initial engage there onto Huhi. They are able to follow it up. Thanatos and Loki pile in. Castle goes down very early, and you're kind of thinking at this point that this could just be a clean ace, so this could be absolute domination. XU then pulling Blabber back. He flashes over the wall to avoid the rest of the bullet time, and then the Scary Jerry getting some good damage out on Thanatos in the back. Even after XU dies, look at this from Abbedagga. Flash
really
follow, really good engage, catches both of the AD carries here. Then the immediate follow-up from Huhi comes through. Scary Jerry knows he's going to be going down, but is standing, is fighting, is able to help them get another kill. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's still a 5-for-2. It is the Baron, but it is now C9 on the push here, and they have everything they need to close this one out. To me, this is going to be almost impossible to defend unless there's some massive mistakes here from C9, but we'll see how aggressive they want to play it.
Yeah, I feel like it requires a blunder at this point from C9 to lose. Worth noting, though, Abbedagga actually the highest damage of any champion on either team in the last team fight. That shuffle that you pointed out during the replay was massive. It's what allowed them to get the kills on the 280 carries. But now C9 is back in business, and business is booming up here in the top lane as they're putting the work in on this remaining Tier 2 turret. Meanwhile, Thanatos just standing by over in mid, ready to crash a wave into the first Tier 3 that C9 looks to take down in mid. Castle's going to be the one to walk over and try to respond to that, but the Tier 3 turret is already at death's door.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really hard when you're in these spots. Basically, you have to bounce it back and forth between these waves and just fully attack and clear out the one wave, then get back towards mid lane as that wave comes in, because the waves aren't synced up here for C9, so they're going to look.
Who he wanted to go in, but he misses it. He wanted the quickness with a grand entrance, but he can't quite find Loki. Now Vulcan gets disengaged, but that's Abadaga's ulti only for the enemy support. Disguised is forced off of the top lane tier 3 turret, while mid is already broken in half. Thanatos has claimed the inhibitor before the fight even fully finishes. Now the top lane inhib's about to drop as well, and C9 puts super minions in 2 lanes at the same time. Now Disguised, down a lot of their big ultis, are going to have to try to continue to hold.
Yeah, and look at bot lane. They even have bot lane on a slow push there, so Dignitas is just going to go over towards bot lane. He's going to be able to catch that wave, push that in, and they're going to look to triple inhib. DSG trying to fight.
Okay, XU looking to find Blabber, but that's not the right target. The Sejuani is so tanky. Vulcan now just trying to play a little bit of an eruption.
Here's
as
Thanatos.
XU is already killed, and now Castle's going to be your next target. Thanatos joins up with the rest of C9, and the needlework is doing the work right there. Castle down as Scary Jerry and Huhi try to get away, but Gwen is not going to tolerate it. A little bit more damage, pulls Disguise back just slightly to try to get the kill, but it's Sven, the only one adding more stats to that kill column. C9 made this look exactly like you would expect it to look. 22-6, 29 minutes in. They slam game 1.
Nicely done there by C9, coming out strong here in game number 1. There were some moments of hope there for DSG. Castle, I think, in the 1v1 getting a solo kill, that was great. They had a couple of close fights, but in those close fights, they could never finish off the kills, and it felt like C9 definitely outplaying and Blabber creating a massive advantage off that failed dive from XU bot. He just got so far ahead.
C9 back to business as usual, and reminder to all y'all, LTA North Twitch subs are also back. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote, Tell Me Everything, for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes, like Gigaflowers, that one's mine, or Azale Nodders, that's Azale's. They're both awesome. Subscribe to
Unedited
LTA
photo, by the way.
today. Oh yes, absolutely pure, raw, unedited footage. Now let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Something about just saying raw elicits the wrong things.
It does.
Yeah, it
Especially
really does.
for the Zale
Flowers.
Nodders.
Okay, welcome back. Hold on. Welcome back to the lounge. Real quick. We got to credit the LCK space for this idea. This was a blowout.
Yeah, it was.
This is a blowout. So we've all taken our quote to encapsulate this game. Raz, you're going first.
All right, I'm going first, which is Disguise can't beat the master of disguise. Guess who this mother is? Of course, redacted member of the Marvel Universe, so I can't really say that. Well, there's a Corky right here, and then there's
It's
this
Loki,
character.
right?
Oh,
yeah.
Calm down.
No, it's
calm
C9
down.
Loki.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
wanna
He was
elicit
wearing a
suit.
hat.
You don't want to elicit
Yeah.
a suit. Okay, so calm down when you say his name.
Okay,
so.
explain
Oh,
what this means.
is this because we're going to get sued?
That might be what that suit. So yes, I mean, Loki had a really good game, and also like the solo kill that he had topside versus Abadage was like for me a pretty special moment. Loved it, and he's just been performing really well and finding moments where he can just like express himself. If you see someone inting, I'm gonna take him out. So
I love it.
Shout that out.
Okay, I enlisted Kangas for the art, but
It's beautiful. He did
Sven
such a great job.
Is useful, and this is in reference to when Sven
Wait,
was
did he
the support for
useful
Berserker.
wrong?
He's full of use.
I don't know if I did. Kangas made the board. Throw him under the bus. But yeah, Kangas learned how to spell, man.
Learn how to spell, Kangas.
He's an autocorrect generation. What can I say? It's just,
Wow.
Anyway, it's because Sven is very rarely useful. But I thought the slot. Sorry, Jin.
I was like,
Jin is very
Sven's catching
rarely
strays.
useful. But I thought the slot that they picked Jin in was perfect because Gwen had a ton of damage, Corky had a ton of damage, so they just needed the extra utility and he could finish off all those kills. I thought it was a wonderful slot and well played by Sven.
Mine is blinking health bars equals C9 win, and I drew a cloud and the sun coming out of the clouds for C9. Mainly because like there were several fights really early where it almost reminded me of the Lyon game where it's like they try stuff and C9 just wins, or they escape with blinking health bars like they do in this reel here, because this actually looked kind of like a good angle for Disguised. It looked like they were going to actually come out with a lot from here, but Blabber escapes, and yeah, they're just it's just so hard to beat. I mean, they're already in a little bit of a deficit at this point, right? But like every angle that DSG thought they had, C9 responded super well and always escaped.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a lot of times when you have this greater team versus the not as good team, we think it's some like, oh, their macro is so good, or the coordination is so good. Sometimes they just fight better.
Yep.
Like sometimes they're just able to judge the fight better and escape, and that's how they get their leads. So Cloud9 stopped them in game 1.
Yep.
And as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Yeah, they might I'm not going to fight this banana bush. We're kind of old, guys. Yeah. I guess I'll go zone in. I'm coming. Oh, fuck. Hey, look here. No flash, no flash. I'm coming, guys. I'm coming. Yeah. Yeah.
Kill that.
Kill Scanner, kill Scanner. Nice, okay. Okay. I'm soon. Sorry,
I have no flash, guys.
You want to do the grabs now or what? No, I'm just going to farm now. Okay. I can't be very long. I'm going bottom. It's my bad. Should just zone it.
I'm paging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Lid wasn't actually on. Whoa.
What was it, Red Bull?
Yeah. Thank you.
It's gonna wake you up. It's all good.
I'm just showering a Red Bull. No way, they're putting the camera on it.
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, well, doing it maybe? Okay, nice, no cons.
Top post, can I coming?
Look, corner guys, look, corner has flash. Yeah, just hit corner, look. I also. Corner 1 HP, look at that.
Yeah, I did look at TP.
MF, no HP, no HP.
I did want to push.
Oh, nice. I can ult him. Yeah, I can no flash. Yeah, I'll slow. Yeah.
TP 2 second. I'm going mid, guys.
Oh, looks corner.
Uber.
Looks corner.
Uber eats.
Scanner. Yeah. You guys eat. Oh. Nice job.
We can win. If they
come in here,
I have ult in 3.
Yeah.
Look at the Sage. Sage no flash.
Watch good. I have ulti for Gwen. I have ulti for Gwen.
I need help here.
I'm hitting here.
We can cook us here.
Cork is in. He's dead. No flash.
Yeah. You got bottom? Yeah. Nice. We can go for reaction. I've come with 2 seconds, we can kill him.
Nice.
Okay. Nice help.
Go nature?
Yeah.
We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Right eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We'll make the rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us. Yeah.
Welcome everyone and congratulations Blabber on winning MasterCard Player of the Week for Week 3. First of all, how does it feel, brother?
Feels good. We ended the first part of the season in first, even though it was only best of ones. It still feels nice.
Yeah. Now, I don't remember the last time you ended up winning a Player of the Week. Do you remember?
No.
All right, so we do things a little differently around here. So we're going to have 90 seconds on the clock. I'm going to send you rapid fire questions. If you can't think of an answer, you can go on to the next question.
Okay.
You're good?
Sounds good.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Top 5 NA jungle goats.
Top 5 NA junglers?
Of all time.
Okay.
You can add yourself if you want to.
Me, Xmithy,
Yep.
Scarin, Inspired, Meteos.
Okay, there we go. Who did you fan out to the most when you met them? Like geeked out to when you first came in?
No one really. I'm not that type of fan. I'm just not that big of a fan.
Yeah.
Of people in general, I guess. So, yeah.
That works for me. We can go to the next one then. Favorite person to duo with in general?
Favorite person to duo with?
Yeah.
Zazel. I like duoing with Zazel.
Nice. Biggest scrim inter in the league?
Biggest scrim inter in the league? Oh my god.
You have to scrap your brains for that one.
God. Honestly, like it could have been me or Jensen back in the day.
Yeah.
Definitely Jensen when I first joined. But now, probably just someone on Digger. SR.
Most embarrassing in IGN that you've had?
Most embarrassing? Oh, I've had the same IGN. I've had Bloodfish 2 as my IGN for
forever?
15 years.
That's crazy. For me, it was like Gangstar's Boy on Maple Strike. Dumbest narrative people are currently believing.
Dumbest?
Like narrative. Like a story. Got 10 seconds. You can go to the next one if you want to.
Next one.
Okay. What is a blabberfish?
I have no idea. My brother made my name, so yeah, just stuck with it.
Oh my
Don't
God.
even know what it is.
Your brother made a name, you stuck with it, and you just forever?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I have never heard a story like that. Okay, at least now I know a little bit more. You're Mr. Consistent on that. Congratulations on that one. Pick that bad boy up and show it off to the camera.
Thank you.
Time for game 2 here in our first series of the day between C9 and Disguise. We just heard from Blabber in his Player of the Week interview after a stellar performance last week. And honestly, man, after game number 1 here, it's looking like C9 is wasting no time getting right back to it.
Yes, sir. All I can think of every time I see them holding those statues is never speak to me or my son ever again. I just want Raz, instead of having them display it, he should have them do the same pose and then he like holds it in front of them. So we have the big pose and the little pose.
Yeah, that could be pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, one of our producers still has, because last year or the year before, one of these years, we did Talent ones to test out the thing that takes the pictures and does the scans, and they let me have the Jinx rocket launcher for mine. And I asked our producer, I was like, I need to have my rocket launcher one, and I still don't have it. So I need Zeus. If
That
you're
was
watching,
not a happy
if you're
ending.
watching right now, I really still want that rocket launcher statue.
Flowers is coming for you.
Yeah, this is the closest to 80 carry play I will ever get. Otherwise, I am swapping it to you every time we A-Ram. Guaranteed.
All right.
Let's go ahead and see what we get in here in this second game, though.
We're getting Varys Ezreal.
Yeah, oh, please. No, come on. That's
not bad.
The worst part is you're right. Okay, it's Jace, Talia, Aurora banned out by Disguise, who are on the blue side this time. C9 banning out Yone, Rumble, and Vi. Just lock Varys, dude. We already know. Come on, just do it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when you're watching a really predictable show and they're like, the hero's back in the door and they're like, we already know you're getting out of it,
dude,
but
get
just
out of
beat
there.
them up. Come
Yeah,
on.
It's fine. Okay.
Yeah,
oh.
it's fine.
Now, blow my mind right here, C9. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it.
Did I just predict that?
That is incredible.
Wow.
Azale, how do you have this level of foresight? I know that you are a literal world champion.
Many years of practice and
This
dedication.
is just incredible.
Yes.
All right, well, we've got the exact prediction that you win after there, but we also have Blabber on the dog.
On the dog. So he's going to be playing the Nefiri. Has Blabber actually played it yet this split? No, he has not. So that's actually really exciting to see how he's going to perform on it. It definitely has been quite a popular pick. Xin Zhao has been one of those things that is getting picked into it quite a lot. And it is going to be paired with the Rise. So we're going to have the Rise here for Avadaga. Going to be looking more towards those side lanes, that split push. I do think this is a much harder game plan to execute on, and that is kind of my concern already for DSG with what they're going for.
And the thing that I was immediately drawn to when Disguise locked the Xin Zhao, that champion's record in LTA so far here in Split 2, 4-10. Xin Zhao is losing like it's his job, and Disguise picking that one here. This feels like one of those kind of just do a little bit of everything, don't excel at anything type of junglers. It just fits into any comp, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing necessarily, but it's definitely not going to be a win condition on its own. The Rise traditionally wants to just scale and split. The reaction from Cloud9 will be the victor to deal with that in the mid lane. As we get into the second half of the bans, we've got both AD carries, both mid laners, both junglers drafted, and so the focus goes to support for the bans as Nico and Bard are taken away.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how heavily they actually pinch some of these heavy engage type champions down in the bot lane. Of course, when you are playing Varus, when you are playing Ezreal, you can play poke variants, and you can just try to play, do those pairings with things like Nico or with Karma or whatever, and try to really turn it into kind of more of the aggressive 2v2. But right now, both teams does need some form of engage. They do need some way to actually start up fights, unless they're going to be happy to just kind of absorb that engage or play heavily through side lanes. So that really is what's going to be on the table here. We'll see if it's going to be another support ban from DSG. I would expect it to be like a Nautilus or an Alistar ban. It is going to be that Nautilus ban, and then I'm expecting it to be support counterpick. Yeah, so I think they actually are going to go for support counterpick. So they are going to just blind the top lane here for Thanatos. They're just going to go Renekton. Wouldn't be surprised to just see Aatrox or something along those lines for Castle. That feels like a pretty common matchup that we do see. I actually think York is not bad into the Renekton, but people generally don't love that matchup because Renekton can really easily avoid the cage. You just don't have to deal with it whatsoever. So Aatrox will be my expectation. And then, of course, you have to go support here. So we're just looking at some sort of a hard engage support from Huhi. And when we think about like the champions that he actually plays, I mean, he pretty much everything he plays is banned out except Poppy, so he could just go like Leona or something more standard like that. And then because they're leaving support for 5 from Vulcan, I am kind of thinking that they might go towards like double ranged and try to play something more aggressive and bully the 2v2. Although like if they were just going to go for like a Leona or that type, I feel like they probably would have done it. But instead it's just going to be the Braum. So it is a strong kind of answer into the Leona, strong for the 2v2. Not going to give them a lot of engage, but it is really strong against a lot of what DSG has drafted. 3 melees, you can block a lot of the stuff from the Varus, and just kind of make things difficult to actually get in onto this Ezreal that's already going to be super hard to lock down.
Yeah, between Braum having the shield and his ultimate, Victor having the gravity well, plus Chaos Storm for zone control, I feel like Cloud9 has a lot of tools to react when Disguise goes after them, but I think you hit the nail on the head. The engage mechanisms for C9 feel very limited in this draft.
Yeah, they are very limited. I mean, it's like
Renekton stun.
Flash Renekton stun. The dog just goes in. The Flash Braum ult, which is kind of like the biggest meme of hard engage.
Right, yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, if you're C9 and you are expecting to win the laning phase, you don't have to have a lot of engage because you can just be first to the objective and just kind of absorb that engage, right? So, if you think that you're going to be the ones winning, if you think that you are going to be in that advantageous position, you just show up to the objective first. Your opponents have to fight into you, and that's where the engage matters a lot less, because all of a sudden, if you're just walking in and you get tagged by a Braum Q and you're getting poked down by Victor Laser and the poke as well coming through from the Ezreal, things do get really difficult.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if Disguise can take advantage of the fact that C9 doesn't have a lot of engage mechanisms, and if they can keep their heads above water during the laning phase, if they can get to the point where, hey, Cloud9's not just automatically first to every objective, they might have a serious edge.
Yeah, they really could. I mean, they do have some pretty good pick between Leona as well as that potential pick from the Varus. We are into a pause, though, so we will see. Hopefully this is going to be quick. I can already see people typing ready in chat, so must have been a minor issue, and I think we're probably going to be getting this unpaused here pretty shortly. It is going to be Comet, Varus there for Scary Jerry. And yeah, I mean, Varus plus Leona, always a strong combo. If you can hit any of the CC there from the Leona, then the Chains of Corruption are guaranteed to hit. The arrow is going to be guaranteed to hit. You can just have all of that damage flying in, so pretty good setup for him. But I'm really just curious to see how Abbedagga is going to perform on this Rise, because when you're playing against Loki here on the Victor, it's so much easier for Loki, I think, to have an effective game, in the 5v5s. Abbedagga has to be able to get out to the side lane and has to be putting pressure on, in more kind of unique ways, for lack of a better term.
Whereas Loki just needs to kind of chill and farm and show up to the fights.
Yeah, it's the Victor style, right? And I feel like the pressure is on Abadaga going up against Loki, who has been a big performer for C9. Abadaga, I feel like, has had a lot of struggles so far this split in terms of making a meaningful impact in a lot of the games, as XU immediately forced to flash away, but still stunned up. C9 going all the way in here, needs one more shot, and it's first blood at 47 seconds for C9.
That is rough. And XU was kind of just walking in, I think, for a ward. I guess just did not expect them to be there, but at the same time,
man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he was just assuming Braum was going to be on the bot side and he could walk in on top side. But either way, like, that is really, really risky. If you're not going to overload one side and walk in with a bunch of people, that is going to be dicey, and he gets massively punished.
All right, so it's a rough start for Disguised, and while we're seeing what else is going to happen at level 1, we got Kanga standing by for an interview with C9 coach Anero.
Thank you very much, Flowers. I have an arrow. First off, I'm hearing that the first blood already for C9. Was that planned ahead of time?
We did have a plan level 1. I couldn't see it since I've been here with you, so I don't know if it was our plan that worked, but yeah, we were thinking we would get first blood for free, so we'll see.
Okay, it was planned. It's against DSG. A lot of people know you as the assistant coach for C9, but before that, you were on DSG. I want to get your thoughts on the org and having a creator org step up to the bat and actually be here at Tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, DSG was chill. It was a very, like, relaxed kind of org. We were in Academy and it was remote, so it's like a very different environment than being in person. But it was chill. It was cool to have like a creator backing it. I thought it was pretty nice.
All right, cool. Well, best of luck. I'll let you get back to the game and actually watch your team. Back to the casters.
It was pretty nice. It was chill.
Pretty chill.
You know, that's a pretty good review.
Yeah.
It's definitely more chill than this early game has been for Disguised after the rough start there. I like the fact that he hadn't even seen anything, but he was like, yeah, we should get first blood for free. And then once he goes back and watches the VOD, it's going to be like, yeah, Xinjiao just walked into it and you got first blood.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the plan, because sometimes there are these things where it's you can study a team, and what a lot of coaches will do is they'll have an analyst or themselves that will go and they watch all the level 1s that a team does and just see, does the same guy go to the same place every time? Do they ward in the same spots every time? And sometimes you can really prey on these kind of just lazy habits where people aren't mixing it up. So I would be super curious to know, you know, maybe we can hear from them again later. Like, was that the plan that they thought they were going to get a free first blood on? Does XU often at that time walk in solo and try to get a ward?
I mean, I feel like it is a pretty common ward spot for blue side jungler to take. Just throw the ward down there near the chicken pit. Make sure that you've got an eye on whenever that camp is going to be cleared to be able to track the guy better. But again, I just have to criticize. You're against Braum. This is one of the most I'm going to kill you at level 1 champions in League of Legends.
And he did.
Yeah, he lived up to the reputation. Split screen here, taking a look at where all the lanes are at as Thanatos has command over the top lane here early on. Meanwhile, bottom side, it's Scary Jerry and Huhi utilizing the laning power of the Varus to take priority down in that half of the map. Both junglers in the top side now as they started in bottom, clearing their way up towards the top side of the Rift. But you can see XU deciding, okay, I do not want to fight Blabber if he's also up here, so he's just going to take the extra time, path down towards that bottom side crab, because he knows that C9 is going to have control over the top side.
Yeah, exactly. Both of those junglers were missing their flash. Of course, Ven also did spend his flash to be able to get that level 1 first blood and got himself a dagger with that money. So not a massive advantage that he's going to have down on that bot side. I didn't actually catch if he bought another potion at level 1 or if he just sat on that dagger and just kept the one potion. But of course, you know, not going to be unhappy about getting it, but it is not like this massive, massive advantage. First blood obviously is always nice, but level 1 first bloods mean a lot less than they used to because they took away the extra bonus gold from
it's
first
no 400
blood.
gold.
Exactly. So, you know, back in the past, you always got to get that extra longsword, or you could get a longsword plus a potion, or you could do like, there's a lot of better buys that you could actually pull off.
Now you get
with
dagger.
The old gold. Yeah, now you get a dagger. And for a lot of champs, it's like, I've had these games where it's like you get one as a top laner and it's like a champion that doesn't want to build dagger. You're like, okay, I guess I get like a boots. I get, you know.
Okay, it's like,
you know,
sure.
You get something. It's not bad by any means, but it's definitely not as big of a deal, I feel like, as it used to be. As Thanatos is going to TP straight on into bot lane where Castle was waiting for him. Couldn't really get a big trade, honestly, off of that TP. Sometimes it can be dangerous to TP into champions like the Aatrox that do have those skill shots where they can kind of just land them and get an immediate good trade. But that one was quite nice.
Yeah, that was good.
Q1 and Q2 there on Thanatos in the sweet spots. Even gets the proc on the passive afterwards to get a little bit of extra heal and damage for himself. Also, just worth pointing out, because we made such a note of it in the previous game with Castle not having the teleport, is back to very standard summoner spells for both top laners here in game number 2 with the flash TP on both Renekton and Aatrox. Bottom laners, the barrier for Scary Jerry once more, but Sven with the cleanse, I feel like that's just a given when you're up against 2 different point-and-click CC champions. You got to have some sort of a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, absolutely. Blabber is moving up towards this top side, will be spotted. XU is over on the Gromp, so if he wanted to commit to this, he could obviously move. And they saw Avidaga was missing from mid lane, so there's no way you're going to look for that play because he could just Realm Orb up towards it. The Grubs are spawning here in 5 seconds, and we'll see if Avidaga can maintain mid push there to try to give them first look towards those Grubs. Both junglers just hanging out. Whoever goes for the play first, I think, could get punished, but now Blabber knows exactly where XU is.
Yeah, XU just hanging out in Pixel Brush on top of that control ward as C9 recognizes this is a difficult situation exactly for the reason that you stated. The Realm Warp on the rise guarantees first move for the mid laner. And so now, XU is going to start up the Grubs for Disguise. Remember that in game number 1, C9 had total control over the top side objective pit, start to finish. Now Sven and Vulcan putting a little bit of hurt onto Huhi while they clear out the control ward up here in the Pixel, and C9's just deciding, hey, the rise advantage, the fact that they've already got priority over the river, this isn't something we want to waste time contesting. They're just going to trade objectives going for the first Drake themselves. As Sven and Vulcan get a winner's bite proc there onto Huhi, now returning a little bit more onto Scary Jerry. They'll win out in the 2v2, but not in a meaningful enough way to really threaten anything.
Yeah, exactly. They are going to be able to get that chunk at the very least. I'm kind of curious how the mid lane 1v1 went, because Loki's only buy on his base was a Ruby Crystal, right? So now he goes back and gets the Catalyst. So he was obviously forced to base quite early, and I think that's part of the reason why he was kind of lane locked there, where Avidaga was able to get the push, and then get the push again. That earned them the Grubs, so good job by Avidaga. It's not like a big CS advantage by any means, and Loki's just down 1 wave, but XU gonna look.
XU, nice job there. Had the 3 Talon Strike absolutely primed, ready to knock Sven up as soon as he hits him with the Wind Becomes Lightning. The Audacious Charge allows him to force the C9 80 carry back. Vulcan also had to use the heal there. This is nice early pressure coming out from Disguise.
Yeah, it's good little bit of pressure, but at the same time, Avidaga now going to have to go back to base, is going to lose a couple minions. I'm concerned about top lane, though. Thanatos has a 22 CS advantage. That is monstrous, especially when you're going to go grasp Aatrox. You are going more for that laning phase to be able to kind of survive. And this was his choice of counterpick, right?
Yeah.
Like, he picked second. It was a blind Renekton, and Thanatos is kind of just giving him the business.
Thanatos has kind of been that guy in top lane so far in this split. He is definitely not one to trifle with, and happy to blind slam the Renekton because it looks like this Aatrox is not up to the task.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so curious what went wrong. Is Avidaga wrong side of the map?
Yeah, this might go wrong as he has to flash away there. He was standing on top of the gravity well. If he tried to walk away from that, he's guaranteed to get stunned. Then you just save the auto attack to layer the Winter's Bite right after it. It's a real problem as Vulcan and Loki walk into the brush, and now the Leona engage comes out from Huhi, and it's a lot of trouble onto the Cloud9 mid laner. Loki has to flash away, but it might be too little, too late. He's burning, but he lives.
Yeah, he gets out of there, and I want to see that again. I got to be a little bit critical. XU finished the Raptors before he moved over, and that's like they're 1 auto off of killing him. I really have to feel like if you just came over that little bit earlier, you probably actually killed Loki there. Obviously you want to be efficient, you want to be able to finish that camp, but that is kind of a costly mistake if it's really what let him get out. At the end of the day, it does just be that it is that trade of flashes, and it was the Ignite being used there from Huhi. But yeah, not sure exactly what all went wrong. So let's watch this one more time. So, I mean, yeah, I just feel like if you're gonna commit to this play, then you want to be pulling off a lot earlier. Like, he's pretty late to it, and then he goes back to actually finish it off and spent his W. So now when he ease in, he has no W.
Yeah, if there was a Wind Becomes Lightning there, Loki's dead.
100%. Even if he didn't have his W and just came over earlier, that was a kill. So I get it, you want to be efficient, but that is one of those cases where that was a kill. And, yeah, you got your camp, but not worth the trade.
You got to call a mistake, right? Like going back, if you could take that one back, you want to move over every single time. As we'll see how this goes. Disguised, once again, looking to control the top side of the river. Blabber jumps over the wall, but he's got backup. XU's going to be the target, but Blabber's got to be careful. Forced to flash back over with the Hound's Pursuit. as Disguised was ready for the Nefiri.
Yeah, really well done there from XU. You know, criticized the last play, but this time the Crescent Guard knocking the Braum back over the wall meant that Blabber had to flash.
And now Vulcan could be in a little bit of danger. Nice sidestep there on the Solar Flare as Loki and Vulcan both potentially could have been hit, but wisely just separating, making that Solar Flare thread the needle.
Yeah, good little advantage there for Scary Jerry now as far as the farm is concerned. He is up about 2 waves right now. That is, the gap is closing as Sven was able to pick up a couple CS there, but at the end of the day, he's going to grab these. And yeah, is up that full 2 waves and a little bit more. Top lane still, though, is expanding, it feels like, that advantage. 26 CS for Thanatos as the wave has equalized down here. And when Thanatos completes that first item, he is going to be feeling really good against Castle.
Oh, yeah. Now let's keep our eyes on this second set of grubs as the pit is warded by C9. They know that Disguised is starting it up. Disguised already got the first 3 for free. C9 just opting to go for the handshake objective trade on that, but it looks like this time around they're not willing to let the same thing go down. Disguised has already acquired the first. They're going to get the second. Vulcan wanted to get the interrupt there with the Glacial Fissure. Meanwhile, it looks like a catch on Loki results in the first kill of the game for Disguised. A trade of ultis down in the bottom lane just kind of results in a meaningless back and forth as both champions are still at about half HP, and Disguised wins out 2 grubs for 1, 1 kill for none in the top side scrap.
Yeah, I really like that. They knew there was no flash. Now another fight.
We're not done yet. Vulcan getting into a little bit of trouble here alongside Blabber, who, remember, has no flash. He gets caught out by the Solar Flare, and XU jumps over the wall, setting it up for Abadaga. One more hit from the 3-talent strike of the Braum might just set up another kill as Vulcan is knocked over and Disguised go up 3-1.
Okay, DSG making some plays happen here. Up 1.2K. They grab the Feats of Warfare. They have the 5 grubs. It's a 3-0 Abadaga as well. As I just really like this look. They have the eyes on Blabber. They see him go over the wall. They had spotted Loki with their ward on the side that was in that brush and are able to actually catch him as he's going over. They realm more bottom. They get that kill. They go up towards top side. C9 trying to deny them entrance in towards that top lane to deny the farm. But this is a strong Abadaga here. Him, as well as that Zinzao, just stand, they fight. Sven can't really get involved. Huhi arrives, Blabber's an easy kill, and then flashing forward here, XU just barely able to get in range for that final auto. Gets the Q knock-up, hits him with the wind, becomes lightning. He's able to finish off the kill. Really well done, and DSG claiming their first meaningful lead of the series.
Yeah, we criticized XU earlier for not being to the play when he needed to, but since then, he's been exactly where he's needed to be in the couple of minutes that have happened, right? Like, taking a look at Abadaga here as well. His first 6 games on Disguised, 0.9 KDA as a mid laner, does not feel great. But versus Team Liquid, 10 KDA, really showing up so much more in that game that they did get their first win in, and I feel like him being able to perform, him being able to impact the game in a meaningful way is so critical for this team to have success.
Exactly. I mean, it's also, coincidentally enough, the same KDA for Flowers on Skarner versus off Skarner.
Yeah, actually, I think it's probably lower than 0.9 if I'm not playing Skarner. It's pretty bad as Castle is in some danger up here in the top side. Thanatos and Blabber working together to end his world, and that they shall do. Slice and dice sure feels nice. Thanatos getting the second kill of the game for C9.
Yeah, going to be able to grab a kill, and this one is going to hurt because there's the plates going to be farmed after that. Grabs 1 plate, may be able to grab a second. DSG are going to try to make a play on the other side of the map. You can see them all moving down here to try to threaten Loki. Vulcan already there hovering. And because the Hex Gates are there, Blabber's almost back. So Blabber is out on the map a lot faster than they may expect. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Okay, Loki and Vulcan got to try to defend this as Huhi is ready to jump in with the Zenith Blade. A lot of burst down into Loki, but he's still not dead yet. Flashes very late. Vulcan still somehow staying alive. The wind becomes lightning. Tries to secure the kill, and it's a double kill over to XU. Yes, he will fall, but it's still a dub for Disguise.
Yeah, nicely done there. You know, at the end of the day, it is just like a 2-for-2 trade, but they're making the aggressive play. They're getting the TP out, so the fact that they actually get that TP out, I thought this was going to go so much worse for them. When I saw that teleport coming in from Thanatos and how quickly Blabber was there, I thought it was going to be an absolute disaster. And Vulcan does end up going down at the very end of it. They're going in here. They decide, you know what, we're just going to commit. The teleport was already coming in before they even go in for the Zenith Blade, but Huhi does lock up Loki. They get the stun on him. XU is there to follow. They kill off Loki quite quickly, critically. Unfortunately, Huhi goes down on the other side, and then great backstep from Scary Jerry, you know, as he's shooting in the arrow. Vulcan backsteps intercepts it, but that means he walks back in XU, who's just barely able to finish him off.
Really good timing there from Vulcan on the Glacial Fissure as well. You could see in the replay, it launched Huhi up into the air at the very edge of the turret range, which just allowed enough time for that last turret shot to finish the kill on the Leona that otherwise would have been able to walk away after the initial dive because of the tankiness of Aftershock and Eclipse. So well done there. But honestly, really impressive first 15 minutes here from Disguised, going head-to-head, toe-to-toe here with the #1 team from the first phase.
Absolutely. I mean, they should be proud of how they are playing in this game. They were able to take down TL, get their first real win. They did get one win in the best of 3 against Dig, but it's still a lost series in split 1.
It's a series.
So
one doesn't matter.
I'm still not really counting it, but they were able to get their first real win against TL. We'll see if they can pick up a game here against C9. That would do a lot for their confidence, but they are a long way from being able to actually close out this game, and it's C9 that still is in the gold lead. Largely, I'm going to assume because of the 50 CS lead up in top lane, plus the kill, plus the plate. I mean, it was already bad, but then it got so much worse. When you're already losing a matchup and then you die with the wave pushing into your tower, you're going to lose plates, you're going to lose even more. And now Castle just feels like he's completely out of the game. Had a really strong game 1 on the Vladimir, did great in the 1v1, got a solo kill. Thanatos then obviously, through team play was able to get way ahead, but this one was rough already in the 1v1 for Castle, and then that one gank seems to have just kind of opened the floodgates, and Thanatos is miles ahead now, it feels like.
Yeah, Thanatos is primed for raid boss status here in this one, as Disguised are ready to start up yet another one of these neutral objectives up here in the top side. They're kind of playing the same role that Cloud9 did in game #1, just completely owning the top river objectives the entire time. Yes, C9 got the 1 grub, but that's about it. Now, down here in the bottom lane, Thanatos is just going to continue scrapping with Castle. Even though he gets hit by the Q3, he's still happy to slice and dice in there, keep the trade going for an elongated period of time. As back in mid, looks like this turret should go down. They'll just go ahead and force that one out with the Rift Herald as the ulti from Aatrox used by Castle. So no World Ender going to be available if a fight breaks out anytime here soon. XU taking the Hex Gate back over the wall, has already popped his sweeper. We know Cloud9 is in the bushes, but XU just going to jump over to the Krug, so C9 won't have a chance to jump on him.
Yeah, Blabber was kind of just moving back and forth there. At first he was moving down bot. I thought they could have had a guaranteed dive on bot, but then I think he saw there's a better play towards mid, as the Herald got some in mid. So he tried to move up towards mid to try to find a play there. Couldn't get anything there, then started moving back towards bot again, and it was kind of like this 30 seconds to a full minute of trying to look for a play, not finding either. I think had he just committed down towards that bot lane one, they would have been able to get a kill and at least, trade something for that Herald play mid. But at the end of the day, they can't find it. And gold sitting dead even. It really is just kind of a tale of two lanes. It is the gold lead for Abbedagga versus the gold lead for Thanatos. And DSG are continuing to play through side lane. They need to do this. I don't want to see them just group 5 and team fight because I think they're going to lose. So I want to see them continue to extend the lead, utilize Abbedagga, play through side lanes. If they overcommit to one side lane, Realm Warp away, look for a play elsewhere. That's the kind of play style that you have to do. It's got to be this run and gun style of play. Don't just group 5 and walk into this Braum and Victor and Ezreal, because I don't think you're going to win.
And I feel like we've seen a lot so far in this first 18 minutes. The weakness of Cloud9's lack of engage. Every single time we're looking at a play, it's Disguise starting it off. Yeah. Whether they're actually going after C9 or whether they're just making sure they're at the objective first, like they've done at the Grubs and at the Herald, C9 has such a difficult time walking up and challenging them.
And it's one of the reasons I'm really not a fan of compositions that are low on engage. They can absolutely work. Like I said in Champs League, if you just win all your lanes and you show up to the objectives, your opponents try to walk into you, you just kind of poke them out as they're walking in, and then you kind of win the fight that way. But they didn't win all their lanes this time, and DSG is actually being very competitive, so now you're seeing those weaknesses. Right now, though, C9 is just going to try to trade. You can see Victor slapping that tower up down up in top lane, down in the lower third. You can see that. And at the same time, DSG are going to be able to grab the dragon. They're going to be able to grab a tower of their own. And Abbedagga is just getting richer and richer, closing in on that completed Roa. It's stacking up. It's at 7 right now and does already have the Archangels, so he is very tanky on this Rise.
The Rise is going to be a win con in this one, most certainly. That Roa, I might be blind.
7 and 8.
Okay, 7 and 8. All right, cool. As Loki does get caught here, it's exactly what we talked about in Champ Select. If he lands the CC, the chains are guaranteed, and that forces the flash out of the victor as Loki has to hobble home.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get that flash. I wonder if he used WQ instead of the hail of arrows first. Would he be able to have enough damage to actually kill him? Because the WQ did get flashed since he used that E first. It gave time for Loki to be able to get out of there, but maybe thought the CC chain would have lasted a little bit longer. Either way, still a good play there from DSG. Able to get that flash off of Loki, who's now going to be really vulnerable because no flashes were spent.
I mean, it could just be a Merc Treads diff, right?
Yeah.
If you're normally used to catching out a carry, you're thinking, okay, with a Leona combo, there's enough time, shoot rain of arrows, then I can hit the big shot. But just that little bit of difference in the tenacity of the Mercury Treads could allow the victor to get out of the way in time. Either way, Loki survives. Otacon spawns up in the top side of the map. Still a 5-4 game favoring Disguised, but it's plus 100 gold for C9. This one is teetering on a knife's edge. I feel like the first big team fight that we get, how that goes is going to decide the next 15 minutes of play.
No, I completely agree, and I really am just looking at Abadaga and Thanatos, right? Who is going to be the one to make a big difference with their gold advantage, right? Both of these players have an early 2 items. You can see this Derek's now completed for Thanatos. You know, if one of those guys, you know, falls flat on their face in a team fight or gets picked off before the team fight or loses their cooldowns, that is going to be all of the kind of big advantage for the squad gone. And it is going to be DSG already starting this up, but there's 2 wards that are spotting it right now. The pink, because of where it's placed, doesn't see over that wall because the wall is between it and the ward. So that's why it's not actually spotting that ward there.
Ooh, Sven getting away there as the Infernal Chains from Castle find him over the wall. Disguised still keeping it up here after the Otacon.
This is so
have
risky.
it down to about half HP. Yeah, this is very risky. Otacon eats through the resistances like crazy. Teleport coming in from Thanatos as Cloud9 is ready to contest. Abadaga finds Loki. Nice amount of burst into the Cloud9 mid laner, but Thanatos is going after Abadaga. That's a very valuable target there as Thanatos takes down the MVP. And C9 now ready to take the fight afterwards. He is low as Scary Jerry tries to get away from the crocodile, but there's no way out. That dude rules the river. It's a triple kill for Blabber as Castle's the last man standing under Disguise, and the question is answered. Thanatos is him.
Yeah, Thanatos is going to reign supreme in this fight as C9 just dismantled DSG. DSG kind of getting softened up by the Otacon. They decide to turn on Loki. The problem being, this is where the Renekton is arriving. So you're trying to run into where the Renekton is going to be to knock down Loki. They can't 100 to 0 him, which means he gets his full spell combo out, and then Abadaga is just standing on top of a Renekton as he teleports in. He's able to get right in on him, take him down, and as Scary Jerry is just running away, it feels like it's Otacon plus Thanatos versus Scary Jerry. He tries to hit the Q over the wall, takedowns Sven, cannot do it. It is a 4-for-1 plus the Otacon, and that feels like that for the series.
You ever see the movie Independence Day with Will Smith from back in the early 2000s?
Yes.
You know at the end, the guy flies the jet right into the airplane, right into the alien mothership and destroys it? Yeah. That was Loki right there. He didn't need to survive. He just needed to crash that jet straight into the alien thruster, and that's what he did. And his team won the whole game from it. Exactly. It's an 0-7 from me, brother.
You'll be remembered, Loki.
Loki did his job, and he did it right. Blabber also the one hugely benefiting from that previous fight, racking up a triple kill on the Nefiri. The dog is barking.
It's looking good, man. It's looking good for C9 now. Just like that, this game was really on a knife's edge, as you said. And then all of a sudden, 3.6k gold lead plus the Otacon stats. I don't think it's going to be as severe as last game. Yeah, 15 now instead of the 2 roses from last game. Yeah. And then C9 does have 38, but still, of course, they are going to be feeling really, really good. And they get 25% increased effect from all other epic monster rewards. So they are going to be getting, more from any dragons that they do pick up. And C9 definitely is going to be wanting to fight this next dragon here. I don't think you want to give DSG a free 3rd dragon because that is a potential win condition for them, especially since it is Hextech Soul. You can see Loki is basing. He's going to TP down towards the team, and then they're going to try to reclaim control in that river together.
And the only gold lead left on Disguised for individual roles is Abadaga on the rise, but a nice interrupt there on Thanatos as he tried to slice away. The third Talon Strike collided. And so, yeah, with the Renekton not having a way to heal up and get back to the fight, do C9 actually have to surrender this? Blabber's saying no. He's taking the Hex Gate going behind him, but now Sven and Loki in some danger as Sven goes over the wall, but he's surely to die here. Enough damage comes through, and Abadaga's doing the killing as Loki tries to get out. But Scary Jerry takes him out. C9 on the run as Disguise continue their chase, and Vulcan's going to be the next target. C9, too overconfident. They wanted to stick around when their raid boss was half HP, and Disguised had the gear to clear. They will earn themselves a win in this fight, and they will earn themselves Soul Point.
Man, I'm even more impressed. You know, the fact that they were able to get some early advantages, that happens sometimes in these games, but it is very rare to see a bottom team fighting back from a big gold deficit like that. They get the initial chunk onto Thanatos, they're able to punish him, and then when they see the Hex Gate getting taken, they're going over the wall, and now they're going to commit to the Baron. They're saying, you know what? No TP on Loki, let's just send it.
This is some killer instinct from Disguised, and I am loving what I'm seeing. Blabber jumps over the wall, but he's met with a control ward, and Huhi just waiting for him if he tries to enter. Now the Baron down to about 4,000. Blabber thinking about trying to go in for the steal as Huhi's going to be the target as C9 arrives. They immediately jump in, finding a ton of damage down onto Abadaga, but they can't kill him off here just yet. Thanatos has made his way into the back line, killing off XU. Abadaga's going to fall. Scary Jerry 2. Only 2 left alive on Disguised as C9 may have lost the Baron, but the punish is downright disastrous. Huhi surely dies here, and that means there's only one man standing left on Disguised with the Baron buff, and it's Castle's Aatrox.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I respect the commitment. You talked about, you know, Loki flying the plane into the mothership, taking him down. This was all of TSG getting into the plane and then crashing on the runway.
Oh, no.
This was, I respect the commitment, but I think the Hex Gates make it so hard to go for these sort of rush plays. We're going to go back to the earlier play. They already had the chunk out. They saw that Blabber was going through on that Hex Gate, so they say, you know what? We can just engage on the other side. Thanatos was looking for a flank. He split. They get in. They kill off Sven. They kill off Loki. It's looking good, but because of the Hex Gates, because of how chunked down they are, how are they ever going to win this fight? Like, look at Scary Jerry's health. Look at Castle. Look at XU. Abadaga's over on the side trying to zone them out, but he has no flash, so he has no way to escape. He's giving his life already, so there's no way you're ever going to win this fight. So it has to be a clean take and exit. And because they didn't have Realm Warp, that was never going to happen, right? So I just think that they kind of, you know, bit off way more than they could chew. I like the confidence to go for the attempt, but they definitely miscalculated on the time it would take for C9 to get there. The way that they're posturing, the way that they're taking that fight, you never, ever, ever win the 5v5 after.
And now Huhi in some danger, has to flash away as Thanatos finds him. Important to note the Guardian Angel on the Renekton now as well means Thanatos can full send it in whichever fight he chooses to. But C9 have to make sure they're not getting too far ahead of themselves. I feel like they have not given Disguise due respect at a couple of different points in this game, largely throughout the early game, but then especially that fight that led to Disguise being able to claim the Baron.
I mean, Abadaga is a very big boy. That last fight, you know, over by the Baron, he wasn't even really involved because he just kind of walked in, maybe, you know, thinking he could just kind of zone them out and then they could get the Baron and the rest could get out, but because he didn't have his flash, he just died. He is on 3 items with the Zonias, 2.3k gold lead. And they still do have the Baron on one. There's a TP coming in, though. They are going to spot it. Can DSG get out?
C9 trying to go in for this one. The aggressive Glacial Fissure finds Huhi, knocks him up into the air in the first kill, finds Disguise support. Now Thanatos is still trying to make his entry into the fight, but the Realm Warp for the Exfiltration clutch there from Abadaga.
Really well done. Going to be able to get out. Sure, it sucks that you lose Huhi, but honestly, all things being equal, you'd rather lose your support than anyone else. And it is the flash being used there by Vulcan. It's the teleport being used by Thanatos. So they're not going to be that concerned about it. They will be out here to defend the tier 2 mid. And they're going to have a shot. I mean, they are going to be able to look in towards this next dragon here. That would be Hex Soul. And they do have a Poke Ferris to be able to apply it. You know, they are going to be really strong if they can grab it. That will more than eliminate the gold lead. So we'll see if DSG can actually make it happen.
That's what it comes down to for me. If I'm looking at Disguised's honest chances of winning this game, I feel like they need to secure this next Drake because that'll give them enough momentum. Otherwise, I think that C9's gold lead will be enough to continue putting the pressure on, and Disguised might not still be competitive in time for another Drake 5 minutes from then.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just one of the things that have been so tough throughout this entire game for DSG is this Castle has just not been a factor. I mean, Castle has been so far down and out, it feels like almost from the word go. Thanatos really had his number in this one, dominated him in the 1v1, got massively ahead, and things have kind of just gotten worse because Thanatos has been picking up kills. Castle hasn't gotten anything.
All right, Disguise thinking about contesting the enemy blue buff, but not going to find it. Blabber going in. They want to go after Scary Jerry, but they don't have enough damage here at the start. Blabber needs to use the Hound's Pursuit to try to get away. He's nearly dead. Shut down by Scary Jerry. Disguised kills the enemy jungler with 25 seconds until the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, that's smelling like a DSG Dragon. We'll see if they can get it. There are some low health bars, though. Abadoga is going to push up, but Thanatos is moving over to him. If Abadoga gets caught out, this could be awkward. They're going to try to look for him.
Yeah, Thanatos looking for the rise. The rest of C9 trying to put the pressure on Disguise to make it so they can't help their mid laner, but Disguise now ready for the re-engage. Castle has found Loki, and the Victor is in a tough spot. Abadoga looking to cut off the bottom lane of Cloud9 as Loki is trapped in his own stasis, has to flash over the wall to try to stay alive. Scary Jerry under pressure. Thanatos doing the work. The man refuses to lose. He's already killed 2. XU with the flashback over the wall. And Thanatos will not be denied. Another hit comes through. A double kill for Sven. Thanatos is just winning the game 1v9.
That is not a crocodile. That's Godzilla in the back line. Thanatos going crazy in the 4v5. Gets into the back line. Dominates the fight here. We can watch it one more time. Abadoga did have him marked, but as he goes for the Realm Warp play here, he kind of splits up from the rest of the team, and Thanatos realizes the strongest member is no longer here. They're all focusing on Loki, and here comes the Croc. Flash slice in onto Scary Jerry, stuns him up. The Dice finishes him off. Huhi is incredibly low in the middle of the team, and because he has the GA, he's just going to keep going for it. Slice back up, another stun there onto Abadoga, gets help from Sven over the wall. But they didn't mark the strongest man. They looked for Loki. They looked for Sven. They lost track of where the Renekton was. And Thanatos has been the difference maker here for Cloud9.
What a game from Thanatos, man. 6-0-4 on the Renekton. 3,500 personal gold lead in a game where the team is not even up quite 5K. He is seriously the X factor in this one, and I just cannot praise this guy enough.
The X factor, he's the ABC factor.
He's the whole A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, whatever you want to call him. The dude is it. And now C9 are starting up the Baron themselves. The Scryer's Trinket is going to point it out, but can Disguised even make their way over here in time? C9 is slowing their take of the Baron. They've got it down to about 40%, but they are really slowing this down, and it looks like they might not be able to fully secure it. Thanatos has got to be careful here. Now it looks like Disguise might have found the pick that they need. The Dominus gets procced. He's still got his Guardian Angel. No, he doesn't. Thanatos is shut down, but now Castle's got to try to get away. Huhi's going to be the target as Sven takes him out. XU and Huhi have already fallen, but the trade is Thanatos.
Yeah, the trade is Thanatos, but Castle could base and TP back, so I still think they can potentially contest this. We'll see if they're going to try to walk in here. It would be a 3v4, but they do have the teleport. They still have Abadoga, who's their strongest member.
Okay, the Baron's down to about 2,000 here. Blabber should just be able to smite secure this. Easy peasy. C9 locking that up as Abadoga wants to try to get away, but he's stunned before the Realm Warp goes through. Abadoga with a critical mistake there at the very end. He's been having such a good game overall, I feel, but getting picked off there, now dead for 50 seconds as C9 is armed with the Baron. Thanatos is still dead, but he'll be up in 15, and he has a teleport ready as soon as he spawns.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough to hold here. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Blabber's already in the base behind them, by the way. He hopped over the wall here, and he's trying to threaten that flank onto Scary Jerry, making it so he can't even step up to clear the wave, or he would just die. So now they're going to have to give up the inhib for free, and they're just going to have to try to turtle it up here, wait it out at the Nexus for Abadoga, but there's a teleport from Thanatos. C9 wants the end.
Disguise is without their strongest player for the next 15 seconds, and Thanatos is going to lead the charge here for Cloud9, but a lot of damage down onto the Croc, and he's already out of the picture. Nice defense from Disguise, but C9 are not done yet. Huhi low, but not exactly close to death. Still holding on with about 30% of the health bar as Loki has to retreat because Abadoga is spawning in 5 seconds. He has a teleport now too. C9 once again getting to a aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, Thanatos just kind of flew on in there, disrespected the amount of CC that DSG do have. You are going to get locked up for such a long time. You have the knockup from the Xin Zhao, you have the ultimate from the Varus, you have chain CC from the Leona. Even the knockups are coming through there from Castle, and he still didn't have his GA back, so just kind of dives in. He's tanking up the towers, he's getting CC'd, he gets burst down, and it means C9 cannot end. They will have Renekton back, and they will have GA critically for this next fight at the next Dragon, where we'll see DSG trying again to set up for that soul. We'll see if they can do it. Castle still working towards his third item. His fourth item is already completed there on the other side for Thanatos. So again, it's just all about Thanatos. Abbedagga critically needs to get his death cap done. He does have the gold, so he's basing now. He will have his fourth item with that death cap. That is going to be massive for him. But DSG just need to find a way to actually deal with the Renekton, because even when they get good picks on the other side, if you spend all your resources to kill Sven or Loki, we have seen time and time again, Thanatos will just clear the fight.
Yeah, Thanatos absolutely monstrous here. Remember, on the previous attempt for the Soul, it was Disguised who found a pick on Blabber that looked like it should have locked everything up despite the 3,500 gold lead for C9, but then Thanatos has his raid boss fight, C9 still secure it. Now this time around, C9 have not lost any men before the spawn, and that gold lead has ballooned from 3,500 to over 6,000.
Yeah.
So the job is much more difficult for Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, it is really hard, right? You know, it's no longer just Thanatos. It's actually a bigger individual gold lead for Blabber. The Ezreal is massive at this point as well, you know, working on his final item there. So C9 have definitely had a chance to scale, but DSG have shown they have that never say die attitude in this game. They have been continuing to look for plays. They have been continuing to look for fights. Right now, they're going to try to trade on top side. So I think they've decided, you know what, we're going to give up this Dragon. We're going to try to play through Abbedagga, go for the split push. I do like this. He has the death cap. You know, maybe he can catch someone in the side lane, try to get something back. At the very least, we'll get that isolated gold onto him. And will he continue the push? No, he's just going to try to back off, take some jungle camps, and just try to get as much money in his pockets as he possibly can for what would be, you know, the next Dragon, which is soul point for both teams now. So that's when they have to fight, absolutely. And they're just saying, you know what, we're not really in a strong enough point to fight right now. We don't have enough vision. Let's just wait and fight another day.
But even before that guaranteed Soul Dragon spawns, we've got only 2.5 minutes until the next Baron rears its head. You have to think that both teams are going to be putting all eyes on Topside River, and that's exactly what Cloud9 is up to as they move 4 of their players into that area. They want to clear out the vision, want to make sure that Disguised is afraid that this thing might just die on spawn.
Yeah, I mean, and you really have to be, because they are very high damage at this point. You have a carry jungler. You have a lot of threats here who are very fed. Castle's going to be pushing up in this bot lane here. They're trying to look for this tier 2 down in bot, you know, trying to keep Castle relevant as much as they possibly can. He has at least now finished his third item and does have the Executioners on top, so it's not as bad as it once was. But Thanatos is going to be heading down there to answer. And the XP disadvantages are really not that big because C9 is already capped out pretty much across the board. You know, it's all level 18s. So
except Braum.
Exactly. So it's just XU and Scary Jerry that are down a little bit of experience, but that is going to close over time.
C9 now ready to move back up into this topside river, but critically for Disguise, they have secured themselves the Scuttle Crab, so that's at least going to give them a little bit of an advantage here in these last 90 seconds leading up to the Baron spawn. Thanatos continuing to push out the bottom wave, does have his teleport and flash both. Checking in on summoner spells across the table. Everybody's got everything. This next fight is going to be a nuclear explosion, one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see how they're going to be able to pull this off. Castle's still down here on that bottom side. You can see that Thanatos is moving up towards the team as Hui's trying to get into their jungle and get a little bit of vision, but clearly doesn't have the confidence to do it. He saw the vision plant get hit there by Thanatos and just kind of had to back it up. And the map is very dark right now for DSG. If we can kind of look from their point of view, they do have the Scuttle, they do have some deep wards, but their side of the map, they have very little vision. They at least do spot Thanatos, and Castle gets a nice chunk.
Yeah, Castle with some good damage there, but Thanatos positioning himself in a way where he gets the dice after the slice. Now flashing out of the way of the Infernal Chains. Honestly, good looks there from Disguised.
I mean, getting that flash is actually so big. It did cost the ultimate for Castle, but of course that is going to be up a lot faster than the flash. They just have to make sure they don't fight until Aatrox has his ulti. But Renekton with no flash really can struggle to actually reach the backline here if he's marked well by some of these CC champions like the Leona.
And with the priority they
Loki
earned
went too
there,
far. He's got a
Disguised
TP.
are now making their move towards Loki up here in the top lane. They force the TP to escape, so now Loki going to continue putting the pressure over in mid, and we'll see how Disguised choose to answer this as C9 recognizing that Disguised could be going after the Baron. Thanatos making his way back into the mix. His Castle's ready to intercept them, finds a couple of Qs. Thanatos slicing forward. The Aatrox honestly dealing with this Fed Renekton pretty well at this point in the game. We're got so late into the game now that Thanatos may have met his match. He's bursted down, but he's not killed quite yet. Finally knocked into the Guardian Angel as XU jumps on top of Loki, trying to protect Scary Jerry, but Jerry's already fallen. Blabber takes out Huhi as Thanatos and the rest of Cloud9 scramble to try to stop the solo laners of Disguise. Abadaga falls. Disguised is erased off of the map. The only thing C9 lost was a Guardian Angel, and this game is done.
Cloud9 make it happen at the end of the day.
I thought we were going to get some comms. We didn't. That's all right. C9 on their victory push. They're going to make this one a victory 2-0, 26-12. Disguised made them work for it here in the second game, but C9 remain victorious.
At least we won, guys.
Nicely done by C9, 2-0, but definitely, like you said, made him work for it. This second game, I want to say it was the best performed game I feel like we saw from DSG. I feel like they actually played better even than their game that they won against TL. So to me, definitely showing some life here. It was not an easy game whatsoever for Cloud9. Thanatos was monstrous for them, dominated the 1v1 in the early game, was really able to utilize that advantage in so many team fights on this Renekton. Even in tough positions, it felt like, you know, he gets caught kind of quote unquote at that end of the game in that fight, but just took so many resources to kill him through the Sterix, through the ultimate, through the GA, that everything was committed to him, and the fight is just lost on the other side.
And you can see the frustration on the Disguised players. Obviously,
they know they had a shot.
Yeah, it's knowing that you had a shot, knowing that you came as close as you did, but it still wasn't enough. And I hope that they can go forward when they do their VOD review and look back at this game and see all the points that they really did so well.
And I have to give a lot of credit to Abadaga. You know, I have been critical of the carries from DSG. Abadaga, I think, played a really good game and was great with the Realm Orbs.
Still wasn't enough, sadly, for them as C9 secure the 2-0, and we're joining Kangas now on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. I'm here with Loki. Congratulations on the win versus Disguise. A close win. Did you think it was going to be that close and they would push you that hard?
I think my performance was not good today, so it was my bad. But my team is so good, and drift was, I think, bad. So we should fix the problem. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so stuff to work on for C9 going forward. But I want to get to know you a little bit more and introduce you to our audience a little bit more. I saw that Cloud9 did an interview. Sven interviewed you, asked you some questions. He asked top 3 video games. You only listed League of Legends and Valorant. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
So have you played other video games?
Yeah, maybe like some FPS game or some RPG game. Yeah.
Okay, I have a list, because you were born in 2005, which is the year the Xbox 360 came out here. I'm going to list a couple of popular game franchises. Just tell the camera yes or no if you've heard of them, okay?
Okay.
All right, Halo.
No.
Legend of Zelda.
No.
Mario.
No.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
No.
Final Fantasy.
No.
Resident Evil.
No.
Pokemon.
Yes.
All right, we got one. Congratulations, Loki. Good job on the win. We're going to throw it to a short break before we have Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas next, and Sven joining the Analyst Lounge. We'll see you there.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I'm looking right. What is on? I'm tagging. Right. He's good. Bars north. No place north. Tagging. Okay. Looks in, guys. Looks in. I'm gonna look Baros. Atrox flash. We're killing everyone. Baros. Look Baros. We're killing Atrox first. No place. Nice. Look at Victor. Yeah, Victor. Victor. Ezreal.
I can knock a Victor. I'll knock a Victor. Victor left. Watch Victor.
Yeah. On this guy. Can anyone come?
Yeah. Coming.
Slow. We got this.
Yeah.
Recton here.
They're just letting the Fury out. Just kill him and do drag.
Yeah. Oh, look, guys. Yeah. Kill Ryan first. I'm taking the portal, okay? Yeah. Nice. Can we chase? It's not bad, by the way.
I don't know flash.
I came Baros. Good. Look at those guys. Can we count us? Okay. Yeah, G. Shield for Rise. Rise no flash. Don't we soon? Can you come? I have G. Okay. Nice, guys. Nice. Can we end? Looking. Holding backline. Rise no flash. Yeah. It's good.
Outro.
Yeah, I'm going in, okay? Yeah, keep going. Okay. I'll go back. We can go nation. Yeah.
I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey. I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey. I'm on your neck, hey. Give me respect, hey. I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey.
Welcome back. Yeah, we're going right now.
Yeah, there it is.
Welcome back, Sven. Hello. Yeah, we have Sven.
What's up?
You just dominated that series.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's say that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you did good.
What would you say?
I mean,
Jhin was useful. Ezreal was tricky.
Obviously here.
Yeah. So, we want to get into this because this is really fun. We had our Discord rank the greatest 80 carries in NA history.
Yeah.
I got to get the right angle so we can see this. Yeah. Greatest 80 carries of NA history. You can look at the screen. Rank 1, I think. We probably know who rank 1 is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Double lift.
Oh.
Yeah. You thought it was you?
No, I'm joking.
Okay.
But yeah, double lift.
Let's see. Next one, Sneaky.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay.
Reasonable.
I'm going to say probably Wild Turtle. Yeah, Wild Turtle.
All right.
Who should be next?
Who do you think?
I think I should be here.
Yeah, I think maybe. Let's see.
I would put you a little higher, but...
FBI.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That is, I mean, he has played a lot of games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's won a couple titles.
I think metrics also always matter.
Yeah.
Like, I think, okay, look, not to be like an ego kind of guy, but I think I could be 2 or 3 even on this list.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I can get behind putting Wild Turtle and Sneaky there.
I think so.
For different reasons, right?
Okay.
Like, I think I have 1 more titles.
Surely you're here. Yawn?
Yawn's in there.
Discord is on one. Discord is on one.
Is this like a prank?
No, it's a Discord poll.
It's literally a Discord poll.
You can see.
That explains everything.
Yeah, Discord poll.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going to keep going.
Surely here.
Surely.
Stixay? I mean, we have some old school fans. We have some old school fans.
He's been here for a long time.
We're not doing this.
He's got the CLG
That's
like
crazy.
fandom too. Okay.
That's crazy.
Skixay? Okay. What's next? Double lift from near airport? Okay, surely you're here.
Surely.
Oh, then Sven.
Okay,
that makes sense.
What's the
That makes
percentage?
sense.
What's the
Yeah.
percentage on that
8
one?
votes.
Okay.
That's not bad. We take those.
Yeah.
No. We made this up.
Oh, you did? I was going to say, like...
We're just gaslighting you like crazy.
Dude, I asked you as a prank. You said no. That's messed up.
I love that you believed it, actually. But we do have you ranking the 80 carries.
This is some... I don't know. We should do a captain to this, no?
Yeah, we should. You
Or
can get us
analyst
back on
desk
that
tier
one. Yeah.
No, let's not do that again.
I know it's not number one on that list.
I have you right in here, for what it's worth. One of these 3 or 4. Your analysis was correct.
That was good.
Yeah, I was like...
Thanks for playing
Can this
along.
really be? The first three, yeah, this is reasonable.
At that point, when you sat back down, he's like, he's not accepting the rest of this.
420 votes.
I couldn't see that before. So.
Now we did
Okay,
come
now
up
the
with a
real one.
legitimate tier
Yeah.
list that
Okay,
you will
okay.
be conducting. So, like, we want you to be able to basically tier rank the 80 carries so far this split.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like, you go for it, man. You start.
Yeah, tell us where to...
First things first.
We got magnets.
You got your head.
Okay, look, it's hard to rank sometimes because I feel like there's a difference between player skill and performance level.
True.
Like, for example, yesterday Jan was playing like shit.
What do you want to rank? Do you want to rank player skill or performance? You can do whatever.
The thing is, if you rank like current form, people will flame you because oh, Master was in World Quad last year.
Sure.
So he's like the best than ever, but he's not playing that good right now.
Yeah.
Like I'm not watching their games thinking
True.
this guy is smurfing.
What
So
I
I'm
like
thinking,
best from tier list is like whatever you feel makes sense.
You get to define it. Do you want to do current form or
the thing is,
skill?
I don't want to be flamed by people.
Okay.
So if I rank someone like Jan lower than S tier, people think I'm insane.
That is true.
But he played like shit yesterday, right?
That is true.
Wasn't good.
But then again, he's also playing a shit team at the current moment, right? His whole team is like trolling. So maybe he's like just done mentally. So it's like, okay, let's just start somewhere.
Let's start.
Let's put okay myself in S tier.
S tier.
I think so.
I mean, I actually agree.
Let's say left right does not matter.
Okay.
For this context, let's put Jan there as well.
Okay.
I do think Masu should be here.
That's a lot of S's, but understandable.
I mean, I think that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I don't get the whole SA tier, but let's just like whatever. I think FBI should be an A.
Okay, where is he? There it is. You had a really good split 1, honestly. And split 2 is.
Yeah, I mean, I think FBI is like, he's very up and down in the years. Like 1 year he's like the best player, and 1 year he's like kind of mediocre.
Yeah.
But right now I think he's playing pretty well. He's a strong laner as always, and like the lane champs, Vars, Kalista, and MF such are his best champs. So I think he fits well in this meta.
Now you got
this work gets hard.
Henna, B-Boy.
I kind of have a high opinion of Henna based on like scrims, but I think he should be B tier still.
Okay.
But I don't think he's playing that well on stage in most of their games. So it's like my experience is more than just the 3 games you play a week, right?
Yeah.
True.
I think Tomo should also be B tier, and so should B-Boy. I think it should all be in this tier. I don't think they're FBI, but I also don't think they're... And then...
You got Scary.
I mean...
Hasn't been performing.
It's like... He's also put... I think he's not that bad, but also he's in the hardest possible position to be in. He's a rookie in a team that doesn't have a coach.
Yeah.
He has somewhat experienced players who he and Abudage, but it's not like the GOATs, you know. It's not like you have a super stacked roster. Like, let's compare like Scary Jerry to Masu. Masu's playing a team with like, you know, Mitty Nutak as coaches. He has Arrow as his position coach. He has a really good team, first of all, first place or second place in every split they played so far. So his life is really easy. He can always rely on people telling him what to do or how to improve. Like the process, I'm sure the FlyQuest day-to-day helps him more than the DSG daily helps Scary Jerry.
Yep.
So it's like, if you understand where he's coming from, it's hard to like, you know, blame him too much. Because when I was a rookie, I had like Mitty, Expecke, Amazing, and SOAS telling me, this is how you play. When this happens, you do this. I'm like, okay, next time, different situation, you know.
I mean, question for you: how much better do you feel like you're playing this year than last year as AD carry? Because last year on Dignitas, your team wasn't as good as your current team.
That's true.
Yeah, it's like
your individual level versus what your perceived level because of your teammates.
When you play ADC in a bad team, there's 2 options. You can play for KDA, look good, and then lose in peace, like unironically lose in peace.
Yeah.
It'd be like, you know, 1-0-3 and then lose. Or you can try to make something happen, and then you end up losing and looking bad. And a lot of people do the first one where they look good, but they're not actually performing.
Yeah.
They're just looking good, or like looking elo held, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
And I think Scary Jerry is doing fine in that sense.
Hi, Blabber.
Blabber still.
Blabber won player of the series.
That's
for your
crazy,
series,
by the way. Whenever
Isn't
we
that
win,
crazy?
he always gets it.
Yeah, he's celebrating.
Celebrating.
Yeah.
It's just so messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I
says
voted
Thanatos had 100 CS lead.
I voted Thanatos.
Yeah.
But I think for the list, we should put him up here.
See?
Okay,
there
fair
we go.
enough.
There it is.
Bad situation.
This is the list.
All right, thanks, man.
Like, actually, to give me a good example of like a guy I think is a little overrated, who's playing good in a bad team, but isn't actually doing anything, will be B-Boy. Like last year, SR, people were like, this guy is the GOAT. He's like first place or like first tier.
He got first team All-Pro, yeah.
I was like, this is crazy.
Well,
this guy would not do shit in a good team. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I feel like, people think he was like super ill health, which he was, to be fair. I think that team was dog shit, right? They still are for what it's worth. But it just feels like it's not hard to look good in a bad team if you really want to.
On that note, the casters are ready for the game.
Why?
With Shopify.
I'm ready for more of this.
And Dignitas.
We can do more of this.
We'll get back to you in between games, but thank you for joining us. Thanks for playing along. Casters, get us in the game.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Sven. Great analysis.
His face when he was trying to talk through the FBI pick was amazing. Like, shout out to you, Sven. You took it and you were like, okay, let me think through why the Discord would think this.
Chat trolling me. Oh, he's won more titles.
He went through all the stages. You know, there was denial, then there was acceptance. Then oh my god, that was so good.
He caught on by the next one though. Really? Is this a joke?
Yeah,
this is a joke. But now we have, of course, two of the 80 carries that he put on that list going up against each other. Tomo versus B-Boy and Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion to close out the first weekend of the best of 3 stage. Both of these teams looking to solidify kind of their early placements in each of their groups.
And he did have both of these 80 carries on the same tier.
Yeah.
In the middle of the tier list here, Tomo and B-Boy. So even matchup, we'll see here. Varus being banned out has become a bit more common now on the red side, so we no longer get our blue side first pick Varus into red side Ezreal answer, but it has just been replaced by Azir.
Do we still get the Ezreal answer? Is now the question.
I mean, we might. It's one of B-Boy's strongest picks. I still say it's one of his largest comfort picks. And then we do have that Azir already locked in for Canids, so this composition can go but pretty much any way.
Yeah, and I really do like the Ezreal for Shopify because it allows Seos to then spend more time with contracts, which has been, I'd say, their most successful strategy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Contracts. This was literally the exact composition, Nefiri, that they wanted to run. They ran back-to-back games at the beginning of the split and found success with it. So Nefiri here, plus the Talia for Palafox.
Yeah, and I like this pick for Palafox. Again, I think when Palafox is at his best, he's also working in tandem with contracts, right? Helping affect the side lanes as we see the Xinjiao locked in for Shaden. I do want to revisit the last time these two teams met, right? Because it was the first time we saw the LTA Nefiri from contracts. He had an insane game, and even that level 1 invade, he then adjusted for his next game, looked super, super strong on it. As we see, the Rumble is going to be locked in for Surdy, which he was also playing the last time they played each other, and just a generally insanely strong top lane pick.
It's rare that you see both solo lanes blind picked, though.
And if you remember what Fudge played into it, it was the Ambessa.
Yep.
So we can see if, are they going to, they're like, what? Our prep coming into the split was very good.
This would be interesting.
Okay, so instead it's the Rise.
It's a
no
top lane
focus
Rise.
on the 80 carry. I fully expected Ezreal here because B-Boy, that's his most played by far. Kobe, to your point, Seos likes to roam, link up with contracts. It gives a safe 80 carry for B-Boy, but no, instead it's all focus on now the Rise going into that top lane matchup, presumably, with the Talia in the mid lane.
Yeah, I still think we're going to get very similar from, Seos basically has to be an engaged support right now.
Yeah.
So it's still going to be, whatever is left up as far as that tier of engaged supports. Basically, they're all left up right now. You have everything from Alistar to Nautilus to Leona to Rel to everything that Dua needs. So it seems like they'll have plenty of them.
As you say that, Alistar is taken out.
You can take some of them out, but not all.
You can't remove every single one.
Yeah, and instead, Shopify Rebellion are actually banning away some of the longer range. When I looked at the difference in champ pool between Seos and Isles, and also the play style of each support, Isles likes to stay in lane longer, help Tomo out, get push in waves. So he does play things like the Nico, like the Karma, way more than Seos does. So seems like that is the focus as well from Shopify Rebellion. Get Tomo and Isles onto less lane dominant things with that Varus ban and that Nico ban.
Yeah, and I am curious to see what this final ban coming through from Dig is if they are going to continue to target that support pool for Seos, because I fully agree with Kobe. I think you need some lockdown on here, and the Ezreal coming out against B-Boy.
I mean, all right, Misfortune Rel then. Misfortune Rel sounds kind of good to me. Get a little wombo there going with your combo. And
we got the wombo.
Half of it.
We got the wombo.
The other thing I really like about it is not just, oh yeah, you know, Misfortune Rel, you can have your ultimates synergy, but Misfortune is always so good when you do have solo laners that want to play the map. And Ryze and Talia both want to spread the map out, and Misfortune with Strut and having such superiority over mid lane among AD carries, you kind of get a very safe early rotation of Misfortune into mid, and then have your Talia Ryze split pushing to be able to put that side lane pressure on. It looks like they yoinked that Rel.
Yeah. And we have good old Mr. Useful Jin locked in for Tomo.
Okay, but let me say this though. Jin is way more useful when there's no like pure tanks on enemy team.
Yep.
And the enemy team now has 0 tank.
True. Very true.
So I think Jin actually will be useful.
We're going in to do some damage.
Yeah. Jin is useful here.
Yeah. I'm imagining Leota, maybe Nautilus as well. There we go. Nautilus pick. So they needed engage, and I would say Dignitas also did need some engage, so that's why they're going for that Rel pick. Azir shuffles Zinjao, not necessarily known for like hard engaged champions. So it's going to be up to Isles and Seos to kick these fights off.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see Fudge on this top lane rise, actually. Like, I'm very, very curious to see the execution of this.
Yeah, I mean, if goes phase rush, should look pretty good early on.
Yeah.
I want to see him scale up into that split push threat. One of the things from Shopify that we've had a magnifying glass on is how do they play side lanes and do they overcommit to them? So they have a lot of tools here, I think, set up in Champion Select to play them well towards the mid game. And now it's going to be about execution. I think they have actually had a lot of successful side lane plays. It's just sometimes overcommitting a little bit to those. And when the opponents do have a Jhin that has, you know, long range snares and stuff, sometimes you can get punished. That, you know, Rumble ult as well type of thing here. So Dignitas definitely some tools at their disposal as well.
And now while we're hopping in here to game number 1, I want to give a reminder of the stakes for this match, because both of these teams are the teams that only beat teams below them. A reminder for non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. But for everybody else sticking around with us, Shopify Rebellion were only able to take down Dignitas and Disguise. Dignitas were only able to take down Disguise. So that slotted both of these teams into Group B. They're both looking to turn around their fortunes here in the best of 3s.
Yeah, and one super interesting thing about Dignitas is actually their improvement, right? In Super Week, just statistically, they had some really strong early games that they then were not able to close, which, like, not being able to close games was also the problem the first time these two teams met, right? Because that was when Shopify did get out to a really strong lead around Contrax's Nefiri, had the Otacon throw. So we'll see if
an LTA record, longest in the history.
Yeah, that's true. If Shopify can get ahead here, whether they've improved at that, or if Dig have another strong early game plan in their pocket.
Yeah. So first step in going for invades is get deep vision. Just saying, Contracts back on Nefiri, and we have Shopify going in and getting full red quadrant vision for themselves. Raptors and red buff here lit up. So see what Contracts does with this, because the only thing on the other side is the mirrored Raptor ward. They do clear one of them out here with the sweeper in mid lane start from Cani.
Interesting to see there. I love that they did their homework too and dropped one just in case Shaden went for his own invade. So at least they clear out this ward. Shopify Rebellion will not know that Shaden is starting directly on Raptors, but they should have an idea of where he's pathing because of that other ward that they got down.
Yeah, they should absolutely know where he will be headed, and we'll see if Contracts does go for that invade.
And a reminder, everybody, that there's additional stakes on this game, because we have a very fun stat that we've been tracking for quite a while now for Shopify Rebellion's jungler Contracts. He is ready to go for the all-time record of Baron steals. If he gets one in this match or at any point this year, he will actually be able to match Xmithy and then potentially take that over and actually be the GOAT of NA junglers stealing Barons.
Yeah, and I believe you really wanted to bring this up, Kobe, because you did bring up how Dig have actually been approaching Baron. They've been able to sneak a lot of Barons, again, in their Super Week where they were having some better performances.
And those types of Barons, you know, where your opponent, who, if they are already kind of behind in the game, are trying to sneak away a Baron, those are the perfect ones to steal.
Yeah, true.
If your team has a lead and you try and move over, see if you can yoink that one away. But yeah, definitely a very cool stat. Xsmithy, one of the long-time greats of North American
Aggression
junglers.
bot side. Tomo could be in some trouble. Ignite was burned, same with Barrier. He gets out. B-Boy's walking up now. A couple more autos, one more flash forward. Isles with the counterplay though. Shopify Rebellion get aggressive. Do not find the kill.
Yeah, really good peel there from Isles to protect. Ends up being flash for flash and barrier, with both supports also using their ignites. And so Shopify are going to end up with a lot of lane control. And as they're pushing in, it's a bit of a delayed recall there for Tomo. So
Ooh, yeah.
he's sticking around. Now, of course, junglers both started on the bottom side of the map, so the junglers aren't going to be here for dives or anything like that. And Tomo actually gets to stick around and clean up the wave, no problem there, but could have been a bit worse. Ends up not being too influential.
But it shows how much this bot lane could impact things, because Seos, again, we highlighted he's a support that likes to roam around the map. That was actually a very aggressive play from B-Boy Seos. Not something I necessarily expected coming into this for the two of them to be the ones actually making the more proactive play in that 2v2.
I mean, this should give them really good bot side control, right? Because Palafox's wave is pushing in. We see Seos already roaming around, and this should set up contracts.
And whenever you're looking at a Raptor start, you want to get there pretty early for the second respawn. 4 minutes.
Walking right into it. Walking straight into it. Contracts uses the Q. Shaden is actually going to walk right into Seos, waiting for him. The support of Shopify Rebellion always there, and Shaden's going to have to flash from the seismic shove. Palafox even walked down.
And the timing there, so it is nice, you know, Palafox wraps around 2. Contracts had just used all his spells on the Raptor camp. If it was 1 second difference, and they saw him a little bit earlier, then maybe, you know, he saves his second Q or something like that to have a little bit more damage there. But they still, the exact game plan we're expecting from Shopify. Seos, work with Contracts, get in that jungle, you know, set up for the second Raptor spawn, even though they didn't see it taken because of the sweeper. He still knew, oh, he showed up on red second, so we know it's going to be a 4-minute timer for second Raptor respawn. So they get there early, they punish him, they get the flash off of Xin Zhao, and Xin Zhao is one of the jungle champions that gets picked the most because he has no, you know, safe dashes. So we'll see if Shaden gets end up punished further with no flash, or if he's able to wait it out.
Yeah, it was a really nice set play from Shopify that they'd obviously planned for right before this swap too, right? Because now we see both bot lanes up on the top side getting ready for potential grub contest, and the top laners on the bot side.
And the grubs are pretty dangerous too for Xin Zhao, because you're playing into a Taliyah, and Taliyah really shuts down Xin Zhao, so Shaden has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, he's a level down on Contracts right now. Actually does smite away the big Raptor, hits level 5 himself. Will not have that smite now for Grubs. Should be up in time for that. 20 seconds on those. Let's see if Contracts wants to contest for him. He's just going to go to the Grub, or the Grump.
Yeah, top side is getting pushed in. Mid lane was getting pushed in as well, so they're just going to finish up their Krugs there as Shaden takes down the extra ward and waiting for the spawn. Seos is actually wrapping around the alcove, so maybe they want to do a little quick play here on the top lane before transitioning. While they assume that Shaden is still in the area. They do have a ward on the Grubs for Shopify, so they know that Shaden's got to be around here somewhere. He's not on the Grubs exactly.
They should imagine it's the Pixel Brush. Shaden will now walk up, and Contracts was seen in that Tri-Brush, so Isles just gets chunked down. Now Seos locking in Shaden for a second. He gets poked out as well, so it's Jungler health bar traded for support health bar.
And you see the hesitation because the mid lane roam here. Priority from Canids came through the river.
Halifax does have the Weaver's Wall, though. You always got to be careful of that, too. I don't think either of those sides really wanted a full commit. But now it's actually Contracts on the Scuttle Crab here. Smites are available. Does Shaden want to walk back up? Looks like he's happy on his Gromp back there. So it looks like early game, Shopify Rebellion actually are maintaining control around the Grubs. And Shaden not interested in contesting those. We'll see if he actually heads towards that bottom side towards the Dragon instead.
Big lead here for Contracts. Level 6 on the Nefiri and getting all the extra power out of these Grubs. So this has been the recipe for success with Shopify, and they did win with this versus Dignitas last time. So Nefiri with the jungle lead. And we'll see what Contracts can do. Can he snowball as effectively as he did in the first couple of games in the split on this champion? You know, he was one of our junglers that really did invest a lot of time in onto the champion after the mini rework that ended up very powerful.
Well, and he has such a high kill participation too, like in all of LTA North, right? Like he is effectively the engine for this team. It's pretty much, if Shopify is doing well, Contracts will absolutely be involved in whatever play.
He is, like you said, the engine. He's got very high kill participation, some of the highest in the league right now, and has also been the one making things happen in this game. I know there have been kills, but wherever Contracts is going is where our eyes are paying attention to, whether it's the invades, whether it's the contest around the grubs.
And currently, you know, his little lead is showing in the form of the earlier recall and getting back out onto the map. So he's already into his second clear here of the blue side of his jungle, and having already taken the grubs, you have to look towards the top side where Seos is kind of leading the way. Seos here once again on the Nautilus, gonna open up some extra area for him to work with there as he continues his full clear up to that side of the map. So Shaden at least will have his flash back to have a more competitive skirmish if they do fully commit to it this time around.
But I think the big thing here for Dignitas is in their wins, as we see Shaden and Isles setting up.
They're actually walking in the river right now. Shopify Rebellion getting caught here. Big ultimate used. B-Boy not able to find the kill though. Shaden just dodging it all. First blood picked up by Tomo, and Shopify Rebellion's bot lane get caught.
I was just about to say, the thing that's been the key for Dignitas has been Shaden actually getting involved early, right? Like in a lot of those leads, they were able to get in their super week, even in the games they lost. Shaden was also a very active part of what was happening. So that was a nice setup for a pick from Shaden and Isles there.
Yeah, good timing window there. As Contracts was still clearing camps, the Shopify bot lane just takes a little journey down through the river here. And because of Jin,
without
who
a paddle,
everyone loves making fun of, okay, but
he was useful right there.
Extremely. That ultimate such long range that even though he's in lane, it's an effective 3 versus 2 there. So, you know, props where props due, okay?
Props where it's due. And also going for an early lethality build here, so really trying to snowball that a little more as the Jin. Again, when we were looking at basically 0 tanks, I mean, going for something like this, I think does make a little bit of sense. As now I want to bring our attention to the Dragon, because Tomo's actually still on that top wave. B-Boy's running back up there. There is an argument that Dignitas could get their AD carry into the Dragon fight if they want to go for it first, but instead they're just going to make the play without him. It's Caney that starts things up onto Seos. Not a lot of damage to follow it up. Caney's getting pushed away by Palafox. Shaden actually gets the kill onto Seos. Caney is traded 1-for-1 support for mid lane. Shopify Rebellion, I think they'll take that.
Yeah, you love the killer instincts, Seos there. Even though he is very far up, he's like, okay, I'm probably going to die. I'm going for at least land my hook, land my combo with the Ignite onto the Azir, and they go trade on kills, which is positive for them, taking down the Azir in exchange just for your support, as Contracts was able to come through too. And guess what? The Nefiri got the kill credit there with the Shojin Rush.
Yeah, B-Boy pushes in this top wave, and we'll see where Shopify want to go next on the map. As we see, again, Shaden and Isles looking for this play with Caney, and as you pointed out, Kobe, Seos kind of accepts his doom pretty quickly so that Contracts and especially Palafox can go after Caney on the back line.
How crazy is it, though? If you just take a screenshot of that, you're like, oh, Seos is dead 9 times out of 10 there, right? But the fact that they can trade really heads-up play from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, plus they got Caney's flash. So the scary Azir play, wait a second.
Not as scary, but Palafox does need to be worried about Isles, who does have flash available, and level 6. So backs out from that one just fine. Second spawn of Grubs are on the map here, so we might see teams start to contest this.
Yeah, I think Shopify definitely want to set up for it based on their vision coverage. They do still have Fudge pushing in on that bot tier 1, but he has TP up, can join anytime if he wants.
I mean, especially has to be Caney has to be careful. No flash for him, and Seos is level 6, so Nautilus could point and click and try and set somebody up for a seismic shove.
I think Fudge is looking for the TP right now. Shopify Rebellion can get it a little faster. He's actually going back. It's just going to be a fight for the Grubs with the smites. It looks like that it was secured by Shopify Rebellion, and now they're going to let the bullets fly. Fight kicks off. Isles in trouble. Contracts chasing him down, but the rest of Shopify Rebellion cannot catch up. So it's just going to be pushing Dignitas off and getting the Grubs.
Yeah, full six-pack here for Shopify with some good sectioning off right there. They're able to get the early one and then clean up the other two after pushing them back. So very big boost here with the full 6.
Yeah, and now I thought B-Boy getting that Ultra Cross was really good. Now they send him mid, try to get some more chip damage on this turret before he backs off.
Plus, it comes back to our plan that we laid out for Shopify with the comp that they got from Champion Select, you know, wanting to play the map, split pushing. They've got 6 scrubs, so not only did you get it very early, you know, you can get some extra turret plate money, but when you rotate the Misfortune in mid lane, get the Rise and the Taliyah split pushing here, they can have a lot of threat on the sides.
And they could still potentially have first rotation on this Drake, too, which hasn't been taken yet.
Yeah.
But we now see them, again, moving in tandem, Seos and Contract.
I mean, this is a Contract's move right here if ever I've seen one. He just says, Shaden in his jungle, nah, I'm not okay with that. I'm just going to push him out. You got Fudge and Seos nearby, so Shaden's going to have to go for a reset.
Yeah, and this should set up for a pretty easy Drake take if they want to go for it, especially, again, since Fudge has kind of had control over this wave and continuously has pushed it into this tier 1.
Yep, the dog is ruling the jungle at the moment. If he had turned around and like autoed or something, that 12 health red buff though, then it would have been even better for Shopify. But you know, still chases him out. They still get their objective. So plan goes forward here for Shopify.
Well, as you know, Kobe, if he ever gets the dog again in another series, he'll adjust. We know Contracts will adjust.
True, he's going to learn.
He's proven it.
Next time he invades a Xin Zhao at the 13-minute mark, and they both have one item, he's going to get that red buff. That's what we've learned from Contracts and Shopify Rebellion. But what we're learning from this game right now, full objective control here as Seos might get caught out. Shaden looking to chase him down, but he's back into his territory. That's all 6 scrubs plus the first Dragon to Shopify Rebellion. Great start for the team.
See if they can get another couple kills there to get them the feats fully completed then. That would be quite huge. But right now you see the Rise splitting on bottom side exactly where they want him.
The turret works too.
Fudge, who we wanted to like scale up, you know, he's going to have the early priority on this tower with 6 scrubs. This thing goes down pretty quickly. So Shopify's game plan has made it to phase 2.
Yeah.
Phase 2.
Yeah, and he's in a really good position, right? For whenever, again, he has just been essentially on bot side, continuously pushing this wave in. So we see B-Boy get rooted up. I don't think anything's going to come of this, though, because Isles is a little far away.
I wouldn't be surprised if Contracts actually tries to hover that bot side even more right now, just considering you highlighted the feats of strength, Kobe. 1 turret, and they have it with the 3 neutral objectives, and that bot turret is very low. If you just give Fudge a little more time on there, that could be a big pickup for Shopify, because, I mean, we saw 40 seconds for Herald. Maybe they look at that instead, but they would have a little window. As I say it, though, Contract's still hanging on the top side. Doesn't look like we will actually see that. Maybe Fudge does it himself, you know? He don't need no help.
Well,
need the jungler.
Now it's a bit of a bait. So sometimes, sometimes like Dignitas, you know, if you have a low health tower like that, sometimes you're like, oh yeah, you want this, you want this tower, huh? So they send multiple people there. It does go over the ward though, so Fudge knows that he is weak side. The communication is there for Shopify.
And you immediately see the response on the top side.
Wall. Flash out from Tomo. He does get away, but that is flash down for a potential Herald fight.
Yeah, the big thing is this could also get them control over the Rift Herald, right?
Contracts is still around. Tomo thought he was safe to walk up the dirt. You ain't safe there. There's a wild pack of dogs on you.
Yeah, I mean, well, Dignitas, they're still coming, but it's a little bit late now.
Okay, let's see if Isles wants to commit. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the backup. He had Shaden really far away.
And meanwhile, Fudge takes down that bot tier 1, right? So this, again, it's exactly what Kobe had talked about when we talked about this draft, and also just generally, Shopify really like playing around their side lanes, and this is a draft with the Rise, with the Taliyah that allows them to do that super well, in addition to the MF.
Yeah, plus Nefiri, perfect for tower dive, so Tomo, when he walks back in, Contract's like, yes, I will use my untargetable ability. We will dive you very quickly, and the fact that they did it and pulled it off so quickly and then were able to get out before the rotation over for Dignitas meant they were unpunished there. You did get consolation prize, though, as Rift Herald is getting burned down by Dignitas, so they'll get a little something.
Yep, and I do like them going for this Rift Herald off of that reset, right? As it goes down, take that away.
Raise me.
Go flash.
Maybe boost mid, okay?
Yeah. Okay, they can TP with
Azir
Rumble.
has no TP, so...
I want to keep pushing front, okay?
Ray is all by top.
Rumble can TP, okay? I want to push.
Yeah, you can look to TP True Fudge if they try.
Okay, I will TP on track.
Guys, it's best play.
Yeah.
I can't go there.
I'm leaving. Yeah, no, we're fine.
Back.
Alright, guys, they have to respond to bot now, okay?
Nice.
Yeah, I like that early on. Koch was like, that guy blue flash? Okay, look, like, I am definitely going to kill this guy.
I love the comms from Fudge as well. I mean, they're calling, hey, they could TP. Oh, let's have our TP ready in case they do. Like, that was a really well planned out dive.
Yeah, I mean, some of, like we were saying, some of the criticism, sometimes they like overstay on some side lane players, but that was really well executed. You know, quick in, quick out, successful execution, and then right back to the game plan. Keep on splitting, keep on taking towers.
Use those grubs.
Use those grubbies. Emily, I'm going to put you on the spot here for something, though. As the top turret seems to be the focus now, Dragon's going to come up shortly. You told me before the day started that you watched their first best of one like 3 times, which first off, props to you. That's a long game. What did you learn and what should expectations be from this
prepared.
point?
I mean, so I think the big thing for Shopify in that game, again, was their mid game, right? So what happens after they are able to chew through some of these early turrets, right? Like, then what do their setups look like when the map is more open? I think with this composition, again, with the Rise and with the Talia in addition to the Misfortune, they should have even more map control than they had in that game. But I think, again, it did come down to a few mechanical errors as well.
Sure.
Just a few. And then the Adacon throw, which anyone, that was kind of like the deciding moment, right? Where then the game was extended a significant amount until they were able to get a good team fight for themselves.
Now I'm looking forward to this Otacon, Emily.
The Otacon throw, it could be coming. You know?
We already have the
know.
Dragon up now, so I think that's what we're actually positioning for currently. We have the control ward getting taken by Dignitas. They do not want to give this space to Shopify for free. But Fudge is meanwhile pushing that bot wave and goes for a reset. So Digger losing the bot wave to contest this vision.
And that's a meaningful reset, Kangas, because Fudge has completed Seraphs now. His 8 stacks Rod of Ages plus Seraphs. Rise is 2 items. Rise has been scaling. Rise has been farming. And now Rise is going to join the fray. This Rift Herald looks like Shelly is not going to get a lot done.
Ooh,
they should be able to kill this off before it
dancing around a bit. What was that? Swiveling the hips a little bit right there. That's really tough. Because basically they lost the bot turret and then they go for the Herald play. They don't get a turret in response. They don't get the Dragon. Shopify Rebellion are controlling everything.
Yeah, that kind of setup is like, okay, we want to be able to crash it, right? To give us mid-prio, to be able to rotate for the Drake. Unfortunately, they did have to respond to that bot lane push that you'd already pointed out, Kangas. Gives this second Drake over to Shopify, and it will be a Mountain Soul looking out for the next Drake.
So yesterday we were giving out a lot of report cards.
Yes.
Oh yeah, okay.
We could go halfway, you know, through this game, the 20-minute mark, before the Otacon. I'm choosing my time very strategically here.
It's sitting there, right? It's waiting.
Yeah, you can give your report card now, because from my point of view, Shopify have been extremely clean so far this game, and my report card so far would be just a glowing, you know, A, straight up A, maybe even A+.
No, exactly what they've wanted to do with this comp, right? Like, Contracts has been super dangerous threat, even if he's not, I mean, he has the most kills on the team, so he's something, he's something you have to watch out for, but he's not like, steamrolling them with kills, right? And then their setup in side lanes has been really good. Anytime Dignitas has tried to make a play on one of the side lanes, they have been able to respond, or they've dictated the pace and forced Dignitas to respond.
But Kobe, you never give a report card halfway through the, the semester.
I know, right?
We actually have a visual example here of what, not only what happened last time versus Dignitas, but a trend against the top teams as well from Shopify Rebellion. They're good, and then something happens, and they're not able to maintain that goal. Probably Otacon. Yeah, well, count the minute. Actually, it's a little past the 20-minute mark. We actually have a play in the mid lane right now. Weaver's Wall committed. They want all outer turret. Shopify Rebellion have full control of Summoner's Rift.
Still looking like an A to me. That was good. Section off, get the last outer tower. You still have Fudge split pushing there. The Rise applying pressure. Already hit his full stack Rod of Ages power spike as well, but now...
Well, Hound's Pursuit, great ability in League of Legends. If you didn't know, it means that nobody can do anything to you. So Contracts gets out.
What a champion.
Still had to flash, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you know,
my A was sweating.
As they're still fighting for position around the river, I suppose. But yeah, I think that mid-semester report card, Kobe, yes, it's all A's for Shopify Rebellion. But as we highlighted before, you never can tell with this team because sometimes they do have messy plays later in the game.
An element of mystery.
Yeah.
True.
What will they do next?
Well, as we see from Dig, they're setting up on this bot side to potentially catch out Palafox. Contracts will be here to respond, however.
Not an even fight, though, because we have Caney pushing in the bottom side and with Isles behind.
Wait a
Shaden actually
second.
goes in while Caney jumped over the wall. I don't think Shaden and Caney were on the same page. Or Shaden and Isles, rather, as Isles is running away. Shaden limping away, and look at that! Is this an Otacon angle? The enemy jungler super low.
I mean, he is super low. Shaden has to back.
Oh, Seos is taking the long route. If they actually check the brush here, looks like Shaden is going to go for the full recall and walk his way back. This Otacon does take quite a while to kill.
Fudge is also recalling and now TPing.
Okay, we're going to go for maybe not a full fight contest. Oh, if we can get a pick right here. Bullet time doesn't land on anybody, but Tomo's down anyways. Contracts on a killing spree. Shopify Rebellion pounds on Dignitas as they try and contest the Otacon.
Let's go. I think the shove there might have flicked some of them out of the MFL. I have to see that fight again, but it's fine. We're good. They got the Otacon.
It's like when you do the math problem wrong but get the right answer and your teacher's cool about it. You know, it's like, yeah, it's fine. You still won the fight. Yeah. But yes, Otacon picked up here, and there we have it. Oh, 1,000 career kills for Contracts. Round of applause. Twitch Chat better be giving some pogs in there. That's impressive. Oh. That's a good one. No, I'll allow it.
Actually, every time I see this Neferi skin, I laugh.
So
it's just so entertaining.
I give bonus points for not choosing the purple chroma. That thing actually makes me feel a little sick. It actually makes me feel a little sick. I like just look.
Your hot dog has gone bad.
Yeah, my stomach can tell. Even though my brain is like, it's just a video game. You know, it's just the character. Like, my stomach's like, something is wrong.
Is this just the original?
So
I think that is. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is good. That makes my stomach feel fine. Juicy hot dog right there.
Pickles are the best part.
Purple one is scary.
Do you put pickles in your hot dog, either of you?
I will put pickles on anything. I am a huge pickle person.
Incredibly based, as per usual.
Pickle Emily.
Yeah.
That's what we call her.
I will just eat those. I love pickled anything.
Are you a Pickle Rick fan?
We don't talk about him in this house. We got Shopify Rebellion.
I've actually never seen an episode of that show.
Are we picking out Seos? He's actually a little alone right now, quite tanky, but he's buying time for Contracts to jump in there. And now here comes Palafox. Is this a wise move? So far, it's good. Shaden goes down. Dignitas try and re-engage because they have Surdy nearby, trying to roast through Fudge, but double kill picked up. Fudge still holding the line. They have the Otacon revive. Contracts dodges the shuffle, and Shopify Rebellion can do no wrong. They win another scrap.
Yeah, they've got the Otacon revivals at their back here, so they can afford to take these scraps inside the enemy jungle. They say, Dig, okay, you want to fight? You want to pick Seos? We will fight. We will extract him from the situation, and they're going to get big rewards afterwards because of the revivals.
Yeah.
Yeah. The big thing for me is, again, like when you see some fights like this with the Otacon revival, you're like, okay, but you guys just got sent back to base, right? Like free trip home. No, they get a turret in mid lane, and they're going to get the Drake off of it.
Yeah. Plus, with Shopify being far ahead with the early lead that they have, able to get a lot of damage out. So really good response instantly from Palafox and Contracts. And the entire team, honestly, to rally around Seos there to grab their kill. And then the Jhin does find that one with the 4th shot, and they get a couple of the withdrawals out. But in the end,
what
much
a
better here.
champion,
Yeah,
Neferi.
Neferi gets to go in, and that's why you get to save your W usually when you're going to go in for one of those big ones, unless you are like guaranteeing some big burst damage. So nicely done from them. That is 3 dragons stacked up right next to their nice collection of 6 grubs. So Shopify, I'm still on an A.
Yeah, we'll see if they can now set up for Baron. And be able to take that too.
Yeah, they have everyone grouped up together.
Teleport
Fudge is waiting to TP. Earlier teleport coming in from Caney, as now it's the engage. Isles about to go down, can't get onto B-Boy, and he just punishes him for the effort. Seos traded. Supports are down, engages are down. Shopify Rebellion can now try and chase down Shaden in trouble. Contracts goes in, Hound's pursuit to dodge the damage, gets the kill on a Rampage, continues it on to Surdy. Dignitas in full retreat mode now. Their top laner cannot get away. Double kill to Contracts,
That's
and
Baron.
the Rebels win another one.
That's got to be Baron right there. They got 3 kills, including the jungler for Shopify. So they're going to start up the Baron. Let's see. Tomo and Kaney, the only ones left alive.
Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're going to contest this. They should just keep shoving in this wave, get tier 1.
yeah, they
although,
can't-
yeah, they're not
can't
even
even
going to be able
get
to
the,
defend it. Here comes Palafox.
Gonna push them away solo. They get the Baron. They defend the mid turret. A+ from Shopify Rebellion.
This is honestly not at all what I expected from this game. No offense, Shopify. I'm really, really happy. No, it's great. Like, it's honestly, it's great to see. But when, after watching that that first game between these two teams, as we see this go through, the equalizer going down this early is actually really huge for me, because even though both supports go down, it now leaves Contracts and Fudge with some pretty easy access towards this backline onto high prio targets.
Yeah, good wall there from Palafox from the top side. Fudge actually opted to come Realm Warp himself over, walk in Realm Warp instead of teleporting, because he wanted to save the teleport cooldown for now, when in the aftermath they have the Baron, and so the pincer from those split pushers worked out quite effectively. Now it's phase 3 of the plan.
Ooh,
everybody.
We've
Which
moved
is
it
win
to
the
phase.
game.
Phase 3 is you have done all of the hard work. So phase 3.
Just put the paper on the teacher's desk.
Turn your
That's all you gotta do.
paper in and make sure your name is on it.
Put the fries in the bag.
Okay, so Kaney had to go into stasis to avoid Seos' engage, and then almost dies immediately out of it. Flash used, Tomo being dove onto the turret by Contracts. Dignitas cannot even hold onto their base. Surdy's pushing topside, gets 1 turret in response, but the base has been cracked. You got to get back. This could be the game-ending push, but Shopify Rebellion are not going to commit to it. Instead, they'll back off and look mid.
Yeah, I was going to say, they should just rotate, link up with Contracts here, and be able to use these grubs to get, although they're going to back off now, I think.
Yeah, they minute and a half here towards the Dragon Soul, Mountain Soul, very, very powerful. They're gonna take their red buff on the way out, but then you get a clean reset here with plenty of time to refresh control wards, come back with vision, and maintain your clean game.
Maintain Kobe's A grade for you.
And I want to highlight again, we've been talking about him all game, but Contracts sitting 5-0-3, almost 100% kill participation. Again, he's the engine of this team. He's keeping up the record.
But really,
high is KP.
0 Baron steals
No
in this
Baron
game.
steal. Yeah, they should have at least given Dignitas a chance. Let them start
They
it.
had too much control over there.
we can relax some of that control Contracts. He got a record to chase here. Now, I'm sure that he would rather win the game than get that one, but
I don't know.
Next game, you know?
Maybe you feel a little risky, you know? You need a little adrenaline pumping. You need some excitement.
Maybe that's why they've been having these negative gold curves later in the game constantly, because he's been chasing it. He just hasn't gotten it yet.
I mean, honestly, though, I really do feel like this is such a good look for Shopify. You know, coming into this next stage, so critical, a transition point for this team. So let's see about the very end of it as the Dragon does arrive and their split push threat on the top side culminates here with Fudge at the inhibitor tower.
I was going to say, I really, really love that their setup for this, sending Fudge to push in
Weaver's
that
wall as
top
well.
side, and Palafox.
Curtain call from Tomo, though. Okay, the Rise ult actually gets him to safety. Nicely done.
So they do still have the teleports on both those players. So that's why I really like that call. They commit to it, and even though the Dragon is up, they can just recall and teleport over to the other side of the map to the Dragon. So Shopify here set
Contract's gonna fight
themselves up.
Tomo. Tomo's all alone right now. The 80 carry from Dignitas just gets wiped by Contracts.
And
he's
as
gonna
we
go for
see,
more. Kaney,
TP's coming in.
bullet time was used. B-Boy pushes away the rest of Dignitas. 30 teleports in very deep. Has to flash as well. The wheels are falling off for Dig. Shopify Rebellion report card coming back. Aces. Well played early game, control in the mid game, and now it's the victory lap as they chase Dignitas' living members into the base. Shaden almost dies to B-Boy. They don't need that Dragon Soul. Shopify Rebellion will win game 1 off this push.
Yeah, and what a
Yeah, I'm flipping. Right. Let's kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him.
No, don't let me die. Chin. Okay. I'll flip. No,
Sorry, I said too many times.
Great call from Sales. They saved him several times in this game. Honestly, yeah, cleanest game that we have seen from Shopify. What a look here in the best of phase of Split 2.
Super impressive, really thoughtful use of the Rise and Talia. They knew exactly where they wanted to send both Palafox and Fudge to these side lanes, leveraged that super, super well. Not at all what I expected, but amazing to see from Shopify.
Contracts ends 7-0-6 on the Nefiri.
Wow.
With a large bounty on his head.
But don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the champion shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. Now, let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Thank you, Kangas. Wow. Contracto, what do you have? 1,000.
That's contracts right there. I didn't put his name in there. I probably should have. But that's contract.
It's implied with the barking and the 1,000 kills.
He's got that dog in him. I mean, he's playing Nefiri constantly, and his DPM is really high for obvious reasons. But yeah, there he is. A great game one for the team. How'd you like that?
The barking or the game?
Dude, you get to choose which one you want to talk about.
Well, both were great. I feel like Contracts is playing well. To me, he's been kind of the biggest bright point for Shopify throughout this split, and does feel like, you know, when I talked to Shopify's coach at the start of the year, one of the things that they really talked about was that Palafox and Contracts were supposed to be this kind of like aggressive 1-2 combo, and Fudge and B-Boy were supposed to be stable lanes, and they were supposed to kind of create action. And I do feel like Contracts has been able to do this, especially in his Nefiri games. You know, when we think back to like grouping up with Seos and constantly invade on the Raptors in some of his previous games, but this one as well. He's just done a good job of creating action.
Yeah, he's getting more and more comfortable on the pick, because I think in the previous games he was invading super early in the game, but now he's finding similar plays later in the game. So 23 minutes, this was actually a little bit of a slow game to start.
Yes.
Whereas Shopify did have control. They had 6 grubs at the time. They were up a little bit of gold, but this start onto the Otacon led to a big win.
And I like the angle that Palafox was taking here. Not only did Jin get a solid root, but then you were able to get a combination off the Talia flick. And I think it was good to see the TP come in from Shopify Rebellion. They knew the need to take up space. And it was a good, I think, execution on the play.
And I gotta say, that Fudge TP set it all up.
Yeah.
Fudge had a pretty good game. He's had some stinkers, but I think for this team to succeed and break through to be in contention for a championship, like Fudge has to be the old Fudge.
I actually feel like he played pretty well last week too. I mean, some of the games he hasn't played great, but some of the games I think he's played pretty solid, and it's kind of been team cap, which is kind of the reality of when you're on a team that's struggling a little bit. Like his Malphite game, I think last week was actually really good. I thought it made sense in the position. I think the Rise game also made a lot of sense here. And I've got to say, I feel like teams are going to have an easier time playing with Rise top than Rise mid. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but
explain.
Because basically the way I see Rise is that you have to actually use this as a split pusher to really succeed. And teams are so used to playing with Azir and playing with Talia and playing with these champions that have very clear ways to team fight, you know, play front to back, or whether you're sliding in and finding an engage. Whereas Rise, oftentimes when teams get a lead on the Rise in mid lane, they still are kind of just bringing it to the team fight and trying to play it out the same way that you would if you had an Azir or a more standard team fight champion, where you have to play through sides, and I think that they're struggling with that. Whereas top laners, that's more your role generally anyway, is actually playing through side and then joining the fight late.
That's true.
So I feel like it comes more naturally to these top laners, and I also feel like it's working better with the team because the team is more used to them playing that way.
Yeah, and as a tangent, just because you brought up Talia, I feel like that pick's maybe really OP.
I think it is, yes, really OP.
But I just,
really OP.
the more I see it, especially when you get the feats cooldown boots that give you move speed every time you land a Q, I've seen more people upgrade to those boots over on the CDR upgrade.
Getting buff next patch too?
That champ.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's 500 gold now instead of 750.
Yeah, that champ is. Anyway, that's a total tangent. Contracts is got that dog in him on the Fury. But let's pull up predictions for the series, Raz.
Ooh!
Because we didn't get to this.
First, we're going to be talking about Contracts
so
a little bit more.
this is in just split 2.
Yeah.
Insane stats for Contracts.
Only 1 thumbs up.
Maybe 2.
I'm giving
I don't see anyone else's thumbs up.
I think 1 thumb is reasonable.
But Raz, you think that
throwing out thumbs just willy-nilly like that.
Why wouldn't
You're
I?
going to give 2 thumbs?
If people could see my toes, I'd be putting my big toe thumbs up.
What about all the games they lost?
We don't
the
have to think
origin
about
of 2
that.
thumbs up was the 2 movie critics, and they would each give a thumb.
Yeah.
So for us, it's 3 thumbs up, 2 thumbs up, or 1 thumbs up.
Okay,
because
that's
there's 3
fair
of us. So I would give Contraction of Fury 3 thumbs up that game.
3 thumbs up.
3 thumbs up.
Wow.
The desk would.
That's a lot of thumbs.
And yeah.
So just his Fury though.
This game.
Just his Fury this game.
Yes.
I don't know about the
All
next
right,
game.
thumb
Hopefully
up.
my predictions come through. So I had Dignitas coming 2-1. I think hopefully this goes to a 3rd game. But after a pretty clean game from Shopify, maybe
and
not.
We're out of time.
How many thumbs for the cleanliness?
Of the segment, I
One
think.
thumb, you can't see it.
Well, who's going to give it a
thumbs.
thumb? That's why it's always 3 or 0. Anyway, as we head to break, we're going to take a look at our comms replay, connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Sit break.
Oh, then you're going on me, but I should be fine.
I can ulti, by the
Look
way.
here.
I can
Look here,
ulti
look here.
for that.
Zen no flash, guys.
I'm ulting. Fine. Careful,
Goes in.
Rumble choke.
Yeah.
Yeah, killing Zen.
Right, no flash.
They're killing Raul. I have Zonias, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I have Urtis there.
I can look.
We don't want to
Fluxo.
get free gold, okay? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, guys, play slow, okay? 15 seconds, I'm off.
Nice. They're 1 HP.
I'm going Dragon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back, everybody, with Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas. You can't see us. Who's got their thumbs up or down? I got my thumbs up for Contracts as Nefiri.
Yeah.
I mean, I already gave my
That's
grade
6
early
thumbs
on.
then. So the lounge
lot
said
of thumbs.
3. We got 3. That's a total
That's
of 6
3
out of
whole
6
What
thumbs.
was wrong with the letter grades? We were doing
Yeah.
a whole letter grade thing.
They
Now
just
we're on
didn't
to
like it.
thumbs.
Yeah,
I feel like we went
that's some hippie
backwards.
school
I
stuff.
feel like
We went from like high school back to like kindergarten.
That's
or
the type of
something.
school where you don't go to detention. You just get to like go outside and like get the sunshine.
Take a time out.
Yeah, you take a time out.
There's no letter grades. There's just symbols. You're gonna get.
How does it make you
getting
feel?
You're gonna get an emoticon. That's a
They
grade.
text your parent these
This is
days.
the
Twitch
most
chat will
cursed.
decide what grade do we deserve
Oh,
in the
no.
emoticon form.
Yeah, yeah. Do we don't have like a thumbs up Twitch emote, do we?
What?
Do we?
Yeah, it's just big
Okay.
thumb.
Yeah, what?
All right. But like
It's a
a specific
What?
like
Wait, what?
It's a
It's like one of the most
But
universal.
you know how we have the LTA one.
Oh, like
want
a
a
special
special-
LTA
Special one. That's what I'm
LTA.
saying.
Okay,
Yeah, an
you said
LTA
Twitch.
branded.
You said
I
Twitch.
did say Twitch.
Okay,
I misled
but
you a little
LTA.
bit.
Gotcha.
We do have a delay on stage, though. Everybody wonder why we're not immediately getting to Champ Select, so while officials investigate that, you'll have us here talking about our thumbs.
And we're going to
a little bit.
investigate who is going to be the thumb model for the LTA thumb emote.
not me.
Thumb Russell.
Who's got the
Not
best
me.
looking thumb
I'm,
on the
I'm
broadcast?
already
I think mine looks pretty
recusing
good.
myself of this. I have like
I got some
little
bracelets on.
child finger.
Wait, your thumbs are tiny.
Okay.
Yes.
I've never paid attention
My
to
hands
that.
just like stopped growing in 5th
The
grade. or
audience is missing out on some great
Best-
content. Okay, here we go.
I have
Put your
really
thumbs up.
small hands,
Let's show
okay?
our thumbs.
Who's got the
Look at
best
this.
thumb emote?
Yeah,
Bam.
it's not me. It's not me.
But it's not
so
just the
cursed.
thumb. It's the whole brand, everybody. You gotta like really get into it.
What about
Yeah.
we're gonna have to make down?
Oh, true.
Yeah.
You want to be the down thumb guy,
Yeah.
Kobe?
We got to make both.
I feel like you're a
give
thumbs
people
up kinda
options.
guy.
Well, okay, so it actually doesn't have to be the best looking thumb because the important part of Twitch emotes is that they're funny.
True.
So
Maybe it has to be the worst looking
it could
thumb.
be could be the most cursed.
Unfortunately, then I would have to step in and be like, yeah, okay.
I actually have an update, everybody, on the reason for the pause. Hopefully, it's a quick fix. B-Boy's PC just decided it wanted to break. It shut off.
Oh, lovely.
So they hit the power button
Oh,
again.
I know this
turning
one.
it
I know
back
this
on.
one. I know
Yeah.
this one. Turn it back on.
Turn it back on. Off and on again. It works every time.
Smurf.
So hopefully we
Nice.
are able to get back in.
I've
Did you
had
ever work
about
in IT?
7 years in IT.
Wow.
That really helped me come up with that solution.
What kind of horror stories did you ever get working
Yeah.
in IT?
I mean, I've actually never worked a day in
Oh,
IT.
you just lied to me, to my face.
He was an engineer.
I did.
That's a thumbs
yeah.
down move right there,
Yeah.
Kobe.
I
you
was
were
an engineer, though. So
yeah,
that's
he
like,
was actually an engineer.
I worked in HR. What, Emily, you were a journalist.
I was a journalist, yeah.
There we go. We've lived many lives on this
Yeah.
desk, specifically.
Yeah.
True.
Especially due to the reincarnation.
Yeah.
The
I was-
reincarnate-
This,
oh,
this
you
is
lived
like
a
my,
life before
this
this
is like
also.
my third iteration. You
I
know?
thought that's
really?
what you were referring to.
Did you work an engineer in
I
all
was
the
a bear
lives?
in the last one.
You were
How
a
was that?
bear.
I was a bear. A
Nice.
polar
Like
bear.
Volibear?
Polar
Yeah,
bear.
it was
Ah,
polar bear.
specifically.
That's why you want to play Volibear.
Yeah.
Oh, that actually tracks.
Do you know,
immediately.
by the way, this is super random, but we have time because I think the computer's back on.
Yeah,
for
we
some
can
reason.
see.
Something has
He's
to be
looking
on
at his
there, yeah.
computer.
The
I have
computer is for
confirmation.
sure back on.
There is
He
a
is in
reflection
there. That's like,
in his
that looks like a
glasses.
Valo player. That's one of the.
You
No,
gotta,
he has
yeah,
to
get close to
turn
the
his
reticle.
keyboard
Yeah.
vertically, so you're like this.
Okay,
I have never
here's
seen
my
anyone do that.
pop quiz for bear safety.
Bear safety. Lay it
Yes.
on me.
You ready? Okay. So, and Twitch, I can play along.
Okay.
What do you do when you see a brown bear?
Insult it. It's a coward, and it will be afraid of your alpha energy.
Close, but no, not that. Emily, do you have an answer?
Well, I've only ever seen black bears in
Yeah,
life.
okay,
because
well, that was gonna be
when
the next
that
question.
was
Do you
when
know
I
the black
lived
bear
in-
answer?
I don't know the black bear answer.
Black bear answer
They're
is
pretty
run the hell away. Get
Yeah.
the
Wait,
hell
I
out
thought
of
that was
there.
opposite. I thought
brown
black bears
bear
were, like,
is you
fine.
try and get really tall and you try and get really big.
Oh, God,
Black
I'm
bear is you
doomed.
run the hell away.
Okay.
And polar bear, what's the polar bear answer?
You're just dead. You just
You're
you
done.
there's no, there's
Also,
no,
yeah.
That's
I
the
do know
answer.
that.
There's
Wait, I thought
nothing
the
you
black
can
and
do.
brown was reversed because I've seen dogs like tree black bears before.
Tree?
Okay,
yeah,
black-
it's like when
black
you're,
bears are
well,
pretty
clearly you're
chill.
not from
Run up
the
a tree?
Midwest. Yeah, exactly.
That's
they make
running
them run
away.
up a
Yeah,
tree.
yeah, that's
Have
getting
you
away.
have you ever seen there's like a gif of a polar bear like when they get trapped on thin ice? It's the coolest thing. I don't know if you guys. Okay, so
She's doing it right now.
I grew up in Massachusetts and I spent a lot of time in Vermont and I had to
Seen a lot
learn
of polar bears in
for
Vermont.
very
right?
important
to my
reasons how
knowledge.
to escape when you fall through the ice
Oh,
because
okay.
I figure skate and I play a lot of pond hockey. Okay, whatever. So basically, you like have to distribute your weight really evenly. Polar bears are super heavy, and it would like polar bears, even though they're super heavy, will like crawl really slowly across the ice. It's really cool to see, actually, just because they're massive.
look it up.
And we're in draft. No one cares about
Can we
polar bears
please
anymore.
start the game? Thank God.
Yeah.
Let's go.
But that was a great polar bear fact, Kobe. Thank you for bringing that up.
Now I know how to escape bears.
I'm gonna look up that brown versus black bear, though.
Yeah, you have to get big to intimidate if it's a brown bear, and you have to escape if it is a black bear.
Let's see if Dignitas are able to make themselves look big and intimidate Shopify Rebellion in this match here, because it's game 2. They're down in the series.
That was a great segue, and the start is looking like a Kalista lock-in for Tomo, so they may be wanting to go from those more lane-dominant 2v2s that we have seen Tomo and Isles kind of gravitate towards through their time together.
Yep. Things like Renata Glass, things like Nico would be the next high prio here for Isles specifically.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams have actually dealt well with giving away Kalista priority and playing into it. So let's see about this. They do go to one of B-Boy's favorites, the Ezreal, one of those poke champions. So we assume that maybe not now, but at least by third pick, they grab, you know, a Karma or a Nico or something like that to complement it.
Yeah.
Or that you can play the just get out of town card and have Seos on what's comfortable for him, a playmaking support, and kind of get out of there.
As we see the Ahri locked in for Palafox, now I'm super curious to see if something like the Sejuani would be coming out for contracts, another contracts pick, but also just something that, again, with an Ahri, you kind of want to be making picks in tandem with someone.
Let's see what that somebody is. Contracts has a lot of jungles he could pull out for this position, but specifically we noted in the Fury pick last game, it is Fearless Bans cannot go again. It's Silas and Sejuani locked in, meanwhile, for Dignitas.
Yeah, and good response from Dig getting Shaden on that Sejuani, taking it away from Contracts again, a pick that he's super comfortable on, but then also pairs well with the Ahri and just playmaking lanes in general.
I'm actually have become a really big fan of Silas into Ahri matchups too, just because I feel like as the game progresses, I'm always so much more happy to have the Silas side of it, especially if you have a Sejuani, but even if you don't, because the Silas becomes, it feels like it's able to do most of what Ahri's able to do, and it's just way more survivable, way more tanky, and becomes a lot more threatening. And then the Ahri play, as the game scales on, just becomes very difficult because you are so squishy, and it puts so much pressure on you to make a very good and quick play. But there we go. We get one of the Seos classics, the Leona pairing here with the Ezreal locked in. So that is a very good, you know, playmaker to not only play with contracts, but also with the Ahri.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Kobe, that I just like Seos on playmakers, especially with his heavy roaming style. We see the Skarner removed by Dig, and then both the Nico and Renata removed on Shopify's ban side. That's really important because, again, they picked the Silas and the Sejuani against what Shopify had picked up. Give up those 4 or 5 bans to take away 2 of the most powerful supports to pair with that Kalista.
Yeah, Isles loves playing both of these picks. Things like maybe Karma. I don't know if I love Karma Kalista necessarily, but that would kind of be the next in Isles' current champ pool that he's been showing us a lot of. But I also, when you see a Silas this early, you're kind of showing a little bit of your card. That's why I think they pivoted to Leona rather than something like an Alistair, because now you always have to keep in mind, if you lock in an ultimate that Silas wants to steal, that's scary.
Yeah, and we see the Pantheon is the final takeaway from Dig. I actually do like that, regardless of how I feel about Pantheon in this draft. I think it's nice to take away from Shopify and Contract specifically, because again, another playmaker and someone with an ultimate that allows you to join very quickly, something that Shopify really likes in these compositions, especially around their side lane play.
Yeah, and then like Skarner, if you're playing a short range team, you never want to play into Skarner.
Yeah.
So I was like, yes, you need to ban Skarner because they are showing very short range on the side of Dignitas. These are the types of comps that I find pretty exciting because they have to make moves, you know? And so you're gonna get some playmaking. The Alistar is also gonna go feed right into that. You know, they're getting some big beef. They're getting a lot of ability to fully commit to their win conditions here, even if they're shorter range. You've got to get your engages. You have to make your engages effective. You have to get your skirmishes before you even get to the 5-on-5s because Shopify will outrange you. And so they're going to be the ones trying to poke with Ezreal, and you have to be very quick and decisive.
The good old blind pick Renekton. It's interesting because they are saving this R5 for Fudge, and he has a plethora of things that he could pick from. Not a lot of top laners removed outside of the Gwen. Ooh.
Yeah, I feel like
Gragas?
some amount of
Okay.
damage is going to be helpful here because we see all these big health bars, and you know, Ari with some of the changes, unless you go more full AP, like if you're going for the tankier build, it can take a while to get through all of that. So we'll see if the Gragas what build it's going to go here. But either way, that's the matchup. Fudge once into Surdy on the Renekton.
Yeah, I like it because some of the things it was hovering, I was like, please don't pick a Malphite when the Silas is on the enemy team. I mean, Gragas ult is also, you know, pretty good option for Canids to steal, but there's just, I feel like there is just more versatility on the Shopify side because they have the options of playing to Ezreal in range, and like Ezreal is one that does have an easier time when you're facing basically full melee. Like, honestly, one of the shortest range comps that you can like draft in this game on the side of Dignitas, with Kalista also just being, you know, so short range, but really thriving on that all-in engage. And so it's going to be a nice kind of push and pull this time around.
And also notable from Dignitas' bot lane, yes, it was a Kalista, but then Alistar makes me think at least level 1 it's not going to be very aggressive. Alistar takes time to come online. A reminder for non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. But for everybody else sticking around, Dignitas' bot lane strategy has not been exactly what I expected it to be coming into this match, and I think it's cool to see some growth out of them in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is that I really want Dignitas to also be looking to do a lot of early playmaking. Again, like in their Super Week, Dignitas actually went from bottom, like 7th overall, negative 1,019 gold difference at 15, to 3rd with only C9 and Fly ahead of them just for those 3 games.
Wow.
So I think, like, again, even though they want that 100 Thieves game back, even though they definitely got out-rotated around the map with this kind of semi-global composition that Shopify brought up in the first game, I definitely want to see a little bit more early playmaking, especially out of Shaden, to try to set them up for success.
Yeah, anytime you're doing Sejuani into Wukong matchup, the Wukong is looking for the scaling play, you know, looking to get to the level 6 and looking to utilize Conqueror later on. So Sejuani has a lot of openings early on, to your point. You know, once you get level 3, a lot of plays, a lot of possibilities there. So we definitely will keep the camera a lot on Mr. Shaden as Kenny gets a nice little health trade.
Okay, not a bad way to start.
There
Brown
you go.
lay down, black fight back. Okay, so that's what I was saying.
No, let's not get big. It's play dead.
Okay, play dead.
That's
play
it.
dead. So that was the bear conversation that Kobe brought up.
But the black one is definitely run away.
But they said fight back. They're on my side. I don't know.
Wait, you fight the black bear?
I feel like the brown bear is bigger. Like the black bears are actually kind of small.
But
okay. You know what? I'm gonna do it next time. And if I lose, if I lose my fight against the bear, I'm blaming Twitch chat.
Again,
I might, you know, come back dead or not come back.
you're gonna
I think at that point you might have other problems, Kobe.
But
I mean, black bears are pretty chill, honestly.
They are,
like,
right?
They just kind of hang out.
I've seen dogs chase them up trees before. They're kind of cowards, but you know what? We'll get there eventually. Oof. We don't have a Volibear locked in for this game. Get back into the game itself. Alvox continually taking rough chunks from Caney here in the early laning phase.
What do you do if you see a Palafox? You fight it.
I think you fight it.
It's just like
you
a black bear.
absolutely fight it.
Katie's doing it right.
And I mean, we see Prio for Dignitas in all 3 lanes to start this game, right? Like, wow, thank you, production. I love when you follow what I say. As we see. So again, like, regardless of whatever Shaden decides to do, he should have a lot of options and a lot of coverage coming out super early.
Ooh, Surdy takes a turret shot right there. A little rough, but yeah.
We
don't have to talk. It's fine. Why did I even point it out?
If this was Jonas Strong and LCK, he's like zooming in on it. Or one of their observers is zooming in on it.
But every lane with priority right now for Shaden to play with. And you mentioned the highlight level 3. You know, you can start to make things happen potentially. So eyes can be on Shaden. Currently still just on the clear. That's Fudge actually walking forward, getting a big chunk onto Surdy. Let's see how aggressive Surdy wants to get in response. Had the rage and trades right back. We got low health bars, guys. I mean, it could kind of pop off at any moment in any lane.
I mean, the junglers are on the bottom side, so it's not going to pop off up there just yet.
Okay.
But
okay, that's a
I'll
second
remain
turret shot,
on my
Surdy.
toes here.
Yeah.
I'll be ready for it.
He keeps taking turret shots, man. I mean,
look, that Sejuani is taking that crab, guys.
Yeah. What do you do?
Everybody knows that one. You always fight the crab.
Yeah, I learned that from Blabber himself.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think that
so sometimes maybe you don't trust the rhymes. It's not always fight the crab, right?
I mean, I guess so. Maybe it's fighting in the river right now. Contract's in trouble as Shaden flash follow. Nice job for Palafox to save his jungler, but now Palafox, no, he's not in trouble. He's fine, and he plays hero.
But the end result is, because Shaden can play off the prio of his lanes, because he was able to get up there, now he is going to be able to get that second crab. I was joking about the first one, but it is nice to see him, again, using that lane prio super well.
Yeah, the question isn't what do you do when you see a crab, it's what do you do when you see an enemy jungler near a crab. That one you definitely fight.
And in the end, you know, they trade flashes here for both junglers. Contracts, of course, is just going to try and go right back into his second clear. So we'll see what Shaden can do with the extra crabs that he has in his pockets, the extra golden experience to fund this Sejuani, but Seos is already early roaming here, as we expect from him with the Ezreal pairing.
Well, we've gone for the full lane swap, of course, so B-Boy and Tomo are going to match up in the top side, but Seos, even when they're not making a play, he just wants to be by contract. So you can see on the minimap, he was still hovering by the Wukong.
Get that jungle proximity up, pump those numbers. But yeah, you know, trying to make the pass there through mid lane, allow Popfox to get his reset off here on the Ahri, come back, and he is going the tanky Ahri build. You know, the double ruby crystals right into the Rod of Ages, the more bruisery build. But no matter what you build on Ahri, you don't get as bruisery as a Sylas.
No, not at all.
Especially not when you're getting that additional life steal Sylas, a little bit of that drain tankiness, but it's no early action from any of the lanes here. Oh, Shaden missed one of those Krugs. We saw that. But he's going to go for a reset now.
I haven't seen a lot of
it's one of my hobbies, actually, is to just
like
troll our players live on broadcast anytime I see the tiniest thing.
I'm sure they appreciate that.
I'm sure that at some point they should be able to do it back, but as of right now, I don't think any of them are interested in watching my gameplay, so we're good. It's not a future I see likely anytime soon. Shaden on the reset, though, now going back to the top side. Grubs are up, so we can start to bring our attention to that objective and who's going to get the setup first. Contracts is coming a little late. I think Shaden's just going to start them up.
Yeah, and Shaden's going to get level 6 off of just getting one of the Grub packs, so immediately get that, get level 6 on Sejuani, and you win. So they should be able to secure the entire pack off of that, pushing top side, pushing mid side, pushing mid lane, excuse me.
Yep. Oh, he's not level 6 off of just the one.
Okay. 2 then.
2? There it is.
Yep.
Okay. So full 3 picked up for Dignitas. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Contracts hovering here, but
he's
he really
not happy
can't
about
contest.
it.
He's just
He just fed Shaden another control ward.
Yeah, I guess he's just waiting for that buff to spawn up. Yeah, there's really nowhere else to be for old Contracts. Not as aggressive, not as bombastic of an early game as last time around, and he's falling behind Shaden.
I mean, you cannot though as the Wukong here.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely, it's well played by Dignitas and Shaden, but Shopify there, he's still looking for his level 6. Meanwhile, the top side farming just fine on up there. You know, invested in the coal for B-Boy. So
stacking up the team.
Remain calm, continue to farm.
Nothing to see here. But
I feel like a lot of champions kind of want to do that a little bit.
Especially in the face of this Dignitas lineup. So now we're really looking at where is Shaden going to spend his Sejuani ultimate. You know, he definitely has a lot of possibilities here to at least try and work through some flash cooldowns maybe first.
Sure.
If not, go for an all-out kill and see what they can get done here for Dignitas, because Dignitas, you know, looking to bounce back, must-win game for them right now, right here in this series.
Yep, and they were pinging that Drake, and Kalista is down on that bottom side, as well as Alistar is also heading over, so both bot lanes will be returning to bot lane, but that still should give Dig the prio to potentially go for this Drake.
Yeah, because they got there first. Tomo and Isles get to hit the wave, and mid lane, Caney hits the wave well before Palafox, so they're just going to start it up. They, in this window, have prio in both.
Yep, and Dignitas correctly using all their early game prio here. See if they fish around. They want to get a little bit more. Should just be the dragon, though, in the end. So accruing all of the early game neutral objectives for themselves, according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, 3 grubs plus dragon, and now maybe a fight here in the mid lane. Caney getting aggressive, steals the Ahri ultimate. One charm is not enough for Palafox to get away without losing half of his health bar.
Nice little health trade there from Canids. Of course, with the Catalyst kind of early on there for both sides. You know, they have a decent amount of regen for both of them. And nothing expended on Palafox's side. Still has ult, still has flash and everything. So let's see if they decide to choose their moment. Because Wukong's moment does always come post level 6. So he actually has some options now.
But I gotta say, despite the fact that contracts is all we can talk about in game 1, all we can really talk about right now is, Isles goes for a slight trade on Deseos, is the fact that Shaden is just so far ahead of him. Full control over these neutral objectives, much faster on the clear. He's gotten like 5 out of 6 scuttle crabs, I believe, something along that line, and is just
about to kill another one. And this is, I mean, again, like in Dignitas's strong, like when they did look strong in Super Week, again, even though they lost 2 of those games, it was off of early games like this, right? Where I think Shaden is playing really well. Like part of it is the matchup, and then part of it is just that he's playing really well with these prio lanes that they've drafted.
Definitely agree, and especially too, I'm kind of looking at the Silas here to do a lot of work for Dignitas. I mean, they're getting turret plate money really early on. All the lanes are going super well for them too. So let's see if we actually get some action at the second pack of grubs. You know?
I love the timing from Dig here, because Shaden covers bot, they get a plate to Tomo, go for the reset, pickaxe picked up. Oh, Tomo's actually still going bot. I assumed that they were going to lane swap again here, because 30 has TP and the grubs are spawning, but interesting that Tomo's heading bot.
Yeah, Tomo, well, now he looks like he is.
Yeah, I feel like that was
a
very clear play. Interesting to see.
Well, he's coming now, so it's kind of like that meme, you know, where the car gets off the freeway. Change lanes.
Stop at the red light. Go, get back on the freeway. Yeah, okay, here we go.
They course corrected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Tomo.
As you said, you know, and to the point that Kangas is making, it's like second pack of grubs. We are strong. We want to be here. We want to fight. So they've got their pieces here now.
Not the craziest gold lead, but hey, it's something right now. And again, with the Callista versus the Cole Ezreal, I'm imagining that Tomo should be able to do some work right now. But as of current, it's Shopify Rebellion on the grubs. Shaden just needs to smite 1 away, I suppose, just to make sure that they're able to get 4, and they do get the first one. That smite from Contracts over the wall. They're going to have to give away the rest. Shopify Rebellion are not interested in taking that fight.
Yeah, I mean, they really shouldn't be, because I think they'd probably lose that fight. So, again, like, it sucks to get shoved into your side of the map. It sucks not to be able to make a play, but I do think that's the right call, because I really don't think they could have contested.
Yeah, exactly. Break up the 6-pack.
Yep.
And then get out of there. Palafox here.
One charm
a little backwards
to the right. Okay, it's fine. You know what?
I thought we said we were ignoring
you know, I think I pointed out the first couple. I'm going to stop from this point. But now Kobe can't, so I'm actually just passing the potato.
So that was also the in-game thumbs up emo.
Oh,
we could just
we have a lot
use
of thumbs
that
up.
one.
That's better than the Twitch one for sure.
Isles?
Isles is a little alone right now, but they don't quite have enough damage with no items completed on Wukong.
And we'll see Tomo getting this turret plate down in mid. And we have the Ahri going up against the Renekton, as Dig really want to make a play on the spot side, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of maintaining presence here in the jungle. The next step is to move all your vision into the enemy jungles, and you can try and make those pick-off plays. So you rotate, you know, between these pushing lanes, see how many resources you can steal away. They're trying to mess around here, but Palafox covers Contract's red buff. So Shaden isn't going to overreach, and it's just going to be that. Here comes Isles,
on
though.
Fudge. Caney does steal the ult away. Flash early from Fudge. Isles is taking it up. Alistair can take this for quite a while. Caney has all the time in the world to make this one work. Can he get the first blood? 13 minutes on the timer. Caney takes the turret shot, and it's Isles that picks it up. Almost traded back 1 for 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, Fudge actually was able to trade that back. So, I mean, good on Fudge. Gragas is despite the fact that they had 2 Gragas ultimates there, one of the most difficult champions to dive. And as you see, Caney going down in exchange, that's definitely not what Dig would have wanted from that play.
Yeah, plus the 2 flashes used in the attempted dive there. Even though Isles does have Hex Flash, Alistar not going to feel too sad. That is the extra one. And also notifies the entire rest of Shopify, all those resources immediately used. So Shopify right back out to this Dragon. Fletch has teleport if he wants to join. So does Caney, though.
And importantly, Isles was the one that picked up that kill, so Caney didn't even get the gold. Caney can teleport in here. Let's see if he goes
teleport.
For it. Deep teleport flank right now. It's being answered by Shopify Rebellion, but Shopify go for the engage onto Shaden. He's alive for now, but now he's gone. Surdy on the flank, but he just can't decide who to go onto. Isles, meanwhile, taking up all the damage. Now it's Tomo as the focus. Shopify Rebellion have their targets, and they're shooting them down. 2 for free for Shopify.
Yeah, and really nice recognition of what they could do from Dignitas setup. Surdy is not able to do anything despite popping the Dominus on the back half of that. They were immediately onto Shaden.
Really good from Shopify here. No hesitation. You know, they weather the early game storm in the face of the Dignitas onslaught, and then when they open up the moment here, immediately turn as they come in, and teleports are channeling. So good execution. They got their Dragon here to stop the Dignitas Dragon stacking, which is something that if you upset the momentum of this type of comp from Dignitas early on, is going to be critical.
Yeah, and as we see both of these TPs coming in, but yeah, immediately removing Shaden before Caney even gets in, right? He has to blast cone over. Surdy is not able to get anything done despite popping the Dominus, and without those 2 kind of really controlling the fight, Shopify Dignitas Palafox is in trouble.
He is in a little bit of trouble, has to flash away. That was a polar bear, or no, polar bear you can't get away from, right?
Oh my God.
So that was the brown bear.
I apologize because we have really botched this bear thing.
I think we have. But you know what? No, we'll cut it after one thing, because I've been told that production's prepared something for us to show off there. Specifically around a very certain bear. Kobe, we didn't say what happens when you run into a bear in solo queue. Apparently this is your ranked win rate.
Versus Bali Bear.
You're 50-50.
So yeah, because I almost always
He's usually the Bali Bear.
I'm
this is just
surprised.
2025 also.
I'm actually surprised that I didn't. Oh, it must have been when I didn't have first pick.
Yep.
Because I will always first pick it. Anyways,
Palafox dove right now. Isles misses the pulverize, has a headbutt available, so he can at least proc the aftershock, but now trying to run away. Palafox and Seos can look to chase down. Tomo did not have the ultimate, but Isles still gets out regardless.
All right, so we can all agree the bear stuff is done.
Yeah.
No more bears.
I think we've all proven that we know nothing about bears.
Kobe can't even get the bear every time. It's crazy.
All right.
I mean, Kobe does know how to play ball bear. That is what I'll give him. But real bears. Anyway, back to the game. As we see Seos potentially setting up some vision around this top side. Roaming as always, both ADCs in the mid lane, and then we will once again have Palafox matching up against Surdy's Renekton in this bot lane.
Shove in, Palafox is going to catch that one. Meanwhile, the Herald is up, so no surprise that the 2 people with TP are the ones away from the Herald. If anything breaks out, they can get into that action quick, but right now it's Shaden starting it off.
Shopify here, not going to let him have it for free either, because this one, wait a second. This one would be the 3rd, which would give them a feat. But kind of checking here to see if he can make anyone scared and grab anything. But nobody kind of flinches there in the attempt.
Looked for the body slam, does not find it. Dignitas just back away. Now back onto the Herald. Shopify Rebellion. Ooh, this could be a big poke. Tomo now half health. Could be harder to go for the fight, but Isles just snap engages onto B-Boy, trying to get away, and he's out of there already. Tomo in some trouble. The Palafox with the teleport does get in there. Fudge as well. Shopify Rebellion trying to turn the play, and Isles, despite being tanky, will go down. Now can Dignitas fight through it? They got Caney. They got Surdy. They're ripping through Shopify Rebellion, and Dignitas turn the fight. They'll take it.
And the big thing there to me is, again, Alistar did his job, right? Like you said, King, is Isles goes down, but he lives for so long, pops the ultimate, and Caney and Surdy are able to get in.
And the big reason Isles goes right now, look at the mini-map. Gragas is catching the wave on top side. So the teleports come in from Ari and the Renekton, but the Gragas one was pretty significantly late, and by that time, the extra kill has gone through. And once you're in the all-out brawl with this very short-range Dignitas team, then the Sylas and the Renekton are just ripping everyone to shreds.
Also, Isles being able to punt Fudge back into the fight for Surdy, again, to be able to come in. Really, really nice stuff. Immediately recognized when they could get onto B-Boy immediately, and although Shopify were able to get Tomo early in that fight as well, clean execution on the back half of it.
Yeah, critical stuff there from the Alistar. So Dignitas retake a little bit here in the game, retake the gold lead for themselves. The objectives are still up, you know, for grabs, and the Dragon's actually going to come up pretty soon too, since no Rift Herald was taken in the aftermath. Does mean that Dignitas could get that feat with either one of them now on either side of the map, so it is highly likely that they could just you know, trade one for the other and still grab it.
Gotta be one of the latest feats of strength I've ever seen, though. We're 19 minutes 15 in, and we're still talking about
if they get tower and either objective, then that'll be it for Fudge.
See if they are able to do that. Yeah, there it is. One turret goes down. Dignitas pick it up. Now it comes down to a neutral objective dragon on the map. It is the Mountain Dragon, another Mountain Soul as well. So let's see how Dignitas want to set it up. Currently, they don't have a lot of wards down. They got a couple of shallow.
Palfox does not have teleport, and he's on top side right now for Shopify, so I think Dignitas should just grab this thing, as they have been timing Palfox's teleport, so you can already tell Shopify are like, we are not going to mess around with any sort of dragon fight. You know, that is the higher priority of the objectives. Rift Herald is pretty low priority, plus Otacon is on the bottom side of the map, so Dignitas will use their advantage here. They grab that dragon, they get their feet, and now with the reset from Shopify, though, Dignitas have to be a little bit careful about the counterattack if they go too far.
We got to be worried about Fudge right now as Isles actually keeping him in place. The turret is actually the focus here from Caney. And now Shopify Rebellion, while they still have the turret, are trying to turn the play on its head. They get one, and they're going for the deeper engage. Isles misses it, and now trying to be sturdy on the front line here. Gets a lot of damage out. Shannon goes in, but look at Palafox on the Isles. Caney now turns attention over there, but they've lost their bot lane. They're going to lose their top lane. Sturdy gets shut down, and it's Contract with the kill. Caney will fall. Shopify win a massive fight right at the Otacon.
You called it, Kobe, and they did not listen.
The reset was so good from Shopify, and Dignitas, they just overstep. You have to keep track of, you know, since they just reset, the reinforcements are on the way, Emily.
Yeah, and look at where Tomo is here, right? Because immediately contracts onto him, and then on the back half of this, I was a little bit worried about Palfox spending so much time trying to kill Isles because Surdy is still really strong, but Fudge like just barely survives, and then they're able to take him down.
Oh, such a close fight there. If Shaden's able to get that one last stun on Fudge, who knows, maybe Surdy can go for more, but at that point, it's looking rough for Dig. Kobe, to your point, Shopify, they had the reset, they had the better timer.
Yeah, I mean, nobody from Shopify dies there at all. It's just really nice. They used the remnants of their tower, even though it was low health. Fudge does a good job, like re-engaging after kind of drawing the Dignitas resources a little bit too deep into enemy territory. And now, back out on the map with these buffs. Let's take a look.
And any fight where B-Boy is just going to be able to free fire for that is going to be good news for Shopify. As you see, he is on that Ezreal, super comfortable, and also almost always tops the damage charts.
And unfortunately, Tomo just got popped at the start of the fight, so he could not answer in kind. Shopify Rebellion now with a gold lead will go towards the Herald. Take this one down as well. The Voracious Otacon revives. There's no chance of Dignitas contesting, so Shopify Rebellion, for the foreseeable future now, do have control over the Rift.
Yeah, and the gold swing went heavily in their favor as well. I believe this is the largest gold lead we've seen in this game. Dignitas got up to, I think, 1.2 early on, but again, like, some missteps, but pretty good from Shopify to be able to absorb a lot of this early Dignitas pressure, and also just capitalizing on their overextensions.
Yeah, Shopify, I think, looking definitely improved here as we get into the best of phase of split number 2, with both of these games kind of stacking up. And now, presumably, they'll be able to use this lead to gain a bunch of gold and really push that lead.
Making another play here onto Tomo. Cleanse not on cooldown.
Bye-bye.
Ooh, this champion is just cursed, man. Kalista has been struggling in pro play, and it looks like it could be another loss. Shopify take a tier 2 turret.
And it does seem like whenever Seos has his ult up, he's looking to use it, right? Like he's looking for a pick. It's worked out in most cases, I'd say, in this game. And he and Contracts definitely have their eyes set on Tomo. Whenever Tomo is out of position, they've been there almost immediately.
Yeah, he either needs to flash that. Yeah, I guess you just have to flash that at that point. It's really the only way out of there. So Tomo, again, struggling here early, and not being able to turn it around on the Kalista means that, yeah, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, that's one of the threats they had to worry about, and that's no longer as big of a threat.
And now, the only way out for Dignitas to a win in this game is fighting. You know,
I was going to say sneak a Baron.
They're so... okay.
No, don't give Contracts a chance. You know, he's going to go for that steal.
Maybe that's what they want.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, they're so short range that Shopify, with also the gold lead now and so much, you know, vision coverage, like there's not a lot of angles for Dignitas, so you kind of have to full send as the short range comp, and you know, maybe some teleport wards would go a long way too. Maybe they could get some sort of teleport in, flank, you know, close a trap that way. But so far, Cani at least got some split push done on the top side. And now they can look around. Doesn't seem like there's a lot to move on, though.
Cani is, I think, taking a buff away right there. They have a lot of wards on the top half of the map, and Baron is spawning. So I know we were joking about sneak a Baron, but Dignitas do have currently a lot of teleport flank wards if they find a pick, and then they could potentially actually look for that.
And they also have Kalista, right? Which, again,
true.
Neutral objectives go pretty well for her, despite the fact that I wouldn't say this is like the highest DPS against a Baron, right?
There it is.
Helps to secure it. Teleport in, though, and engage from Isles. B-Boy's the target, but he's able to get away as the Ezreal. Contracts and Fudge now trying to fight on their side of the flank. Palafox gets to safety. The damage dealers can do their damage from Shopify Rebellion and Dignitas. Their engage did not work. All their cooldowns used, and now Shopify's turn. Big charm landed. Tomo saving Isles' life. Do they go for the re-engage now? Throw the cow in. It only lands on the Fudge. The front line is great. Contracts jumps on the Cani. He gets over the wall. Sturdy, and Cani might be able to turn this fight on its head. It's Seos, and Contracts is the focus, but he gets under the turret. Contracts back to safety. Now Palafox tagging in. B-Boy throwing shots across the wall the entire time. Nobody goes down.
Oh, these fights are going so long. The Conqueror is fully stacked. Wait, they're still going to fight him off. Dignitas.
Are we riding the Herald into the pit?
They did it. They did their teleport flank.
Are we riding the Herald into the pit?
Oh,
man, I was excited for it. Oh, he's going to chase Cani? No. All right, sorry, your point, Kobe. I was getting really excited. I thought we were going to have a pop-off moment right there.
Yeah.
He's driving back to their own side. Yeah. But it's a huge moment because they're kind of pinned into a corner here, Dignitas, you know? They don't have a lot of options, and so they full send it. They use their teleport ward. They fight this super long fight, and they at least get themselves an opening, you know, a way into this game. They can hope for a win con of a Mountain Dragon Soul. Getting themselves 2 soul point is huge.
Yeah, and the Mountain Soul would change a lot, right? Especially the sustained damage coming out of this Ezreal. That will set them up in a really good position if they're able to get it. And it also forces Shopify to fight around the next Drake regardless.
Yeah. And, I mean, it's crazy that Shopify weren't able to win that outright, though. They had the gold lead. Now it's still very large gold lead, 4,000 in their pockets. So kind of crazy that Dignitas were able to hold the line. They were just constantly, like, forcing Shopify to jump back in, then, like, saving their cooldowns and jump it back. Like, Isles buying space for them. I think Isles, in particular, having a very high-impact Alistar game so far.
The Bruisers doing their job in that one. Now, and we've been talking so much about Baron sneaks and Baron steals, but there's a lot riding on if Dignitas could even just steal away the next dragon. Like there's a lot of ways, since they are so tanky, that they could still get the mega buff, even if they don't outright, you know, have a huge victory in a fight or something like that. So Shopify do have to be a bit worried, even though they have a gold lead here. There's a lot more excitement in the next few minutes to come. Still 3 minutes on the arrival of that Dragon Soul possibility, but that's what everybody's looking towards.
Yeah. Baron is up. We'll see if either team is interested. My guess is they're just going to be basically trading over vision and waves.
Yeah, there's
until that Drake spawns.
Maybe a window here. Nah, they stopped Tomo's back. I thought maybe they would go for something just because Tomo's half health. It would be a little awkward to walk up, but he can heal up off the wave and be just fine. So yeah, I don't think we'll see immediate action right now. It's just going to be about pushing these waves in and playing for the map. If anyone's out of position, go for the pick, but outside of that, I doubt we'll see a, you know, full-on front-to-back fight. But Dignitas are walking into vision that doesn't belong to them currently. Shopify Rebellion are not going to punish, though.
They're beefy, so that's
They do be beefy.
That's the advantage. They go for their face checks, and they're just grouping up again. Here we go. Ari's even coming over.
Nope, Surdy is looking for something maybe.
And he actually is
They
the
might be able to
focus
collapse
right
on him,
now. No, not full committing. And it looks like a reset as well from Tomo. So yeah, I think the big ticket item is going to be that Dragon. 2 minutes until that's up. It doesn't seem like either team wants to force anything at the Baron. I think it is just a waiting game.
Well, and if you're Dig, you can also just leverage it, right? You're you're actually in the better position when it comes to Drake because you are already on Soul Point, right? So as we see both teams pushing out side waves, meeting each other, responding to the side wave pushes.
It's a dance.
We're going to be setting up. It's one of those like really complicated, like boring dances.
Oh, like at the ballrooms, like with the really fancy like masquerades and stuff. Okay.
And it's more complicated, you know, for Shopify. Like you're saying, Shopify have more to lose. So they have to keep vision of both Baron and this Dragon, because either one going away is going to be hugely detrimental. So they have a bit more to worry about while they're dancing here.
I'm trying to think, what's the name? It's just ballroom dancing, actually, isn't it? Just
I mean, I remember when I was in like middle school and had to learn the gavotte for Cinderella.
The
it was
gavotte?
It was a pain in the butt. I'm not a very good dancer, okay?
Well, now I gotta look up what the gavotte is. See if we can pull that out. I'm gonna make you demonstrate for Twitch chat.
You're acting like I remember it. I do.
I do. I knew you would.
So we're gonna picture pop up Emily doing the dance?
No, we are not. No, we are not. Absolutely not.
No, well, because we're
one wants
watching
to
the
see
dance
that.
on screen right now, Kobe.
Okay.
And we're almost at the finale.
We
25
are
seconds.
seeing a great dance, right? We have, 20 seconds now. B-Boy ults the wave.
Will it be the last dance of this game?
Of this game, potentially. Of this series, potentially, if Shopify Rebellion can win it. Because, yes, they don't have the Dragon Soul point, but if they just, like, win the fight outright, they have the gold lead, ace Dignitas, there's a world where they could just go for a game-ending play if they have the right waves to play with. But right now, they don't. They're actually getting their bot wave shoved down. That's a TP early from Surdy. Fudge goes in. He's now going to frontline for Shopify Rebellion. B-Boy's trying to get into position with Palafox as well. Kaney takes the Ari ult, and Surdy's on the flank, but he's spotted. Shopify Rebellion know that the Crocodile is there. Fudge is going to go mark him, while the rest of the team front to backs. Isles and Shaden are just going to force the engage. Kaney jumping in and trying to get on B-Boy, but he gets the safety. Kaney following him. He's stunned up. B-Boy lives! Contracts on a killing spree, but can the Ezreal carry? Tomo's trying to do what he can. The Ren stack stacking up, but he falls as well. Shopify Rebellion have cleared the threats. It's just 30 left for Dignitas, and he doesn't have enough gas in the tank. Palafox and B-Boy played it beautifully. Shopify Rebellion will find their team fight win.
They're going to deny the Dragon Soul and collect the Baron. Only Isles survives, and Alistar can't do anything about it. Here's another look at the start of the fight, Emily.
Yeah, and as Isles sees the angle onto B-Boy, but he's actually not very, he gets pulled back, and then basically spending everything to try to get onto B-Boy costs Kaney his life. And even though Tomo is able to get in a bunch of damage, he then goes down. I mean, Isles did his job there, but I think they all just tunneled too hard on really chasing after B-Boy.
I would have to agree. And Isles got chunked to half health before even getting in there. So you can see that was a rough engage forced by Dignitas. And now it's Baron, picked up by Shopify Rebellion.
And as you already set up, Kangas, right? Like, if this fight goes Shopify's way, they now get that they are able to deny the Mountain Soul and they get Baron. So we'll see what they're able to do with that now with this 7K gold lead.
Yeah, and when you have the range advantage plus Baron pushing minions, Shopify, this is exactly what they want to crack inside the base. Dignitas, it's a little bit difficult for them to deal with minion waves because they're so short range. That's why all pro players really value that, that in your compositions for later. So Dignitas.
Hey!
Golden statue! That's an ego move.
Yeah.
It's rarely seen, but the golden pose in front of your opponents.
Look, they're terrified.
They don't know what to do.
Big shiny belly.
Yeah.
I'm confused. We're all a little confused.
You try and bait them in. You want to go rub the shiny belly for good luck. But
I use the bald head as a distraction all the time.
You're well
I'm
acquainted
aware.
with that strategy.
Yep, big shiny thing. People want to go for it.
I found myself many times.
My hand is just gravitating towards Kangas.
Raz has rubbed my head many a time. So I know it works with that sample size at least. Well, Fudge's stasis there aside, I was going to bring up the fact that Contract's still keeping up that kill participation. He's there for 12 out of 14 kills. Shout out to Palafox as well as they're doing the final work with his Baron buff on the side lanes. They've been playing aggressive together as a team and always making things happen.
Yeah, and as we see them setting up on this top side, we have Palafox pushing in this mid lane wave, which should be coming in a bit. They're going to take down that bot tier 3.
And you'll see the side lane will tell you when they're going to make a move, if Dignitas are going to make a move at all, because they need the Silas. So they kept Kenny split pushing, and now he's recalling, so they're looking at it.
That was a flash from Isles there, and now Tomo going to go back in. Dignitas find a couple of members, but they can get over the wall. Seos too tanky, so Surdy's actually getting chunked. Kaney is here now. Seos is the focus. Shopify Rebellion should lose their support. Dignitas will defend the base.
Yeah, they lose their support. I was wondering what was going on this side, but it just looks like Shopify completely backed off because Kaney was there.
This just reminds me of the comms listen-in that we had at the end of last game. And we heard Seos plead, guys, don't let me die.
Yeah, they let him die that time. They abandoned him. He was all alone.
Yeah, but the Silas teleport in that we were looking for, that flank, he teleported in on the other side. And so better to cut one loose and leave than to lose multiple members there for Shopify. So just one inhibitor was the cost. Dignitas still don't have a lot of options for this team. They continue to have to full send, and they're building up more beef here. Another one completed for Shaden with the extra magic shield here off the Kanik Rookern. So we'll see. Can they send it again?
Callisto's not having a fun time in the LTA North thus far. As we see Shopify kind of setting up their wave on this bot side, and that Drake will be coming up. Well,
he didn't need it. All the Raptors.
He didn't need it. He wasn't interested. That's for Fudge. Fudge gets one nugget.
That's for B-Boy.
Oh, man, that's like when there's one slice of pizza left in the box and everyone's like, oh, who's going to have it? And then somebody just sneaks it when no one's looking.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to your 80 carry, though, right?
Fair.
Well,
I'm from Minnesota.
Use pizza the best.
I'm from Minnesota. What we do when there's one slice of pizza left in the box, nobody takes it. You just throw it away because nobody wants to be the rude one to make the commitment.
Minnesota is a weird place.
It's a very silly place. Very, very silly.
What about Summoner's Rift? How does it compare to
Summoner's Rift? Is always a very silly place.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's a very serious place. We have very different experiences on Summoner's Rift. I lock in when I load up.
True.
Maybe I should take it more silly, though, because locking in has not netted positive results so far for my elo.
All right, well, Shopify have locked in this game thus far.
Dragon's up in 9, so that's a focus here. They currently control the access point. Slight shove in mid, and the Super's pushing top side. Yeah, Isles, I believe, was that ultimate pop?
Renekton?
Yeah. Surdy is looking, he's on that bot wave now, so they'll spot him.
Yeah, Shopify actually have done a very good job this time around of cleaning all of the possible flank wards. So they've taken out any of the teleport wards that Surdy would want to use, and they're just going to give this dragon up because and when you're looking at it from Dignitas' point of view, you basically have one more full send left in you.
Yeah.
And you don't want to expend it on just the third mountain for Shopify. You need it on a really meaningful moment when you can have some setup or you do have a control, some sort of ward to flank on.
One final play could signal the end of the game, and a reminder that the last 2 times that these teams faced off against each other, Emily, you should be very aware of this. Longest game of the year, technically of LTA history, and we actually have here the top 5 longest. We are approaching top 5 again between these 2 teams, and I'm going to say we're going to hit it. We're only a minute and a half away.
Yeah, we're definitely going to boot that Fly versus 100 Thieves game out of the bottom.
This whole Dignitas
Probably, yeah.
3 of the top 5 will have Dig in it. That's crazy.
And 2 of them will have Shopify. The other 2 will have TL.
We're going to make this a regular thing, this Shopify Dignitas longest game. I think this is going to be a reoccurring stat that we look at.
Always a banger. What can he say? But it really is that final nail in the coffin moment here from either side. That Dragon's going to be important, but Baron's now on the Rift as well. Surdy's pushing in that bot side. He should get that tier 2 turret. And Dignitas, as long as they don't get caught, Isles, he's tanky, but he would have to burn ultimate, and that would make it really rough to actually approach a Baron. So nice that he's able to get away, but that is tier 2 turret bot side falling.
All
yeah,
right.
We'll see Fudge if he's going to keep pushing in, or yeah, he's going to be backing now.
Charm lands. Isles chunked a little bit, as now Caney has to catch his top side. The fact that Shopify Rebellion, yes, they get the inhibitor, but all they fully netted off of that was that next Dragon. I don't know if they're not going to pull the trigger on this Baron while the supers are providing that pressure. Yeah, that's the last super wave here. So Dignitas will actually have a little breathing room now in that top side.
Yeah, and I mean, they will have that open inhib mid, and then, yeah, that inhib respawning in right now.
And we're official top 5 longest games of the year. Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion. And it doesn't take that much to even get past that. They're close to breaking into like top 3 territory here.
Next one looks pretty good for Shopify, though. Contracts with the Guardian Angel here. He wants to get into the back line, utilize that revive. They're going to draw them over to the Baron. And Dignitas, let's see about it. Everybody forward. Can they kill B-Boy this time?
Tomo was not with everybody else from Dignitas, but now he's able to catch that mid wave. Top is still slightly in favor of Shopify Rebellion. They're not willing to start the Baron, though. They're trying to bait Dignitas into them.
Golden again.
Find one person. Wait, he did?
Yeah, no Zonias. He's mega egoing on these suckers every time.
Wait, did I miss the second one? What?
Yeah, he just did it right there, up by the blue buff. He's a fan of the golden statue strategy. So
we got to change where he has him.
What's going on? You might need to change the key binding.
The first one I understood, he backed and picked up the zone. Is this one a little rougher, as they will start the Baron now, but Surdy is nearby, and now here comes the engage. Isles onto contract, Seos in trouble. Caney has the Ahri ultimate and the flank, but he's trying to get locked down, as now Shaden trying to back him up, goes back in onto Palafox, into the stasis. Shaden about to fall, Tomo free fire, and Surdy out of the back line, and Shopify Rebellion start the fall. That's a shutdown picked up. Contracts is dominated, but Caney and Tomo are the main characters of this one. Caney picking up a double flash from Contracts, trying to chase down onto Isles. He's about to go into the GA as Caney will lock him in place. Surdy and Tomo on top of him. Dignitas come online when it matters, and they win a massive team fight. Contract shut down. Caney massive.
Full send successful for Dignitas, and they're going to get a Baron, and we are going way longer into this game.
Maybe they'll beat their first game,
They
honestly.
could.
And I mean, this is what, again, like, because we've been talking about why is it so dangerous? So many of these targets on Dignitas just take so long to kill. So even when you get on one of them, right, like Caney goes golden there, they're not able to go on him. Then Surdy into the backline right there.
And almost nobody was ever attacking Tomo.
Yeah.
So all of the beefcakes on Dignitas were sustaining damage, but they don't care about it because, like you're saying, they take so long to kill. They're so bruisery, and the Kalista just got to free fire there, hopping forward. Seos was the only one throwing spells at the Kalista. The Leona ultimate went there, and then he tried to snare him, but Tomo instant cleansed, and he was just auto-attacking forward, sending Isles forward as well, and they get their Baron. Now they're the ones with
with the buff.
Oh, now it's Fudge getting caught out. He does have the stasis back now, but still hit by the Glacial Prison. Trying to survive Surdy's onslaught. There is the zone. He's buying time for the rest of the team to come in. He is quite beefy. In goes Contracts. Big triple knockup. Trying to get further back. Tomo gets hit by the charm. Contracts is on top of him with the clone, but now gets back to the rest of the team. Fudge is already down. Dignitas take out Seos. Dignitas Solar Flare on the Contracts. That's 3 of them. And Dignitas weather the storm. Finds 3 kills. Baron buff pushing the mid wave. They're going for the game.
Yeah, that's the game.
Dignitas, all 5 members up. There's no chance. Shopify Rebellion do have their damage dealers. They're going to have to try and hit this wave, but there's another one waiting. Dignitas have a cannon wave. Final touches here. Do they want to go for the dive or just take out the turrets?
10 seconds on Alistar ultimate. They could wait for that, but they just
taking
go.
a lot of damage to start things off, but that's one turret already down. They're going to take down the carries. That's it. Dignitas bringing us to game 3. GG.
Beef is the way of the future.
Yeah.
They don't need range.
That's the message from this game.
Everybody
that is this game.
Everybody just bulk up.
Yeah, Dignitas went to the deli counter, slapped the 5 down, said, "Give me beef. Let's go." Woo. I mean, GG's, what a comeback there. Shopify Rebellion, it was a slow bleed for the first 25 minutes, Emily. Shopify looked like they're in the driver's seat for a bit there, but Dignitas never gave up.
Yeah, and I mean, we called out, okay, good on Shopify to absorb the early pressure from Dig, right? Good on Dig to survive and also get that Drake stacking into a point where they did force Shopify into making some tough decisions, especially around all of these incredibly tanky bruisers they had, in particular the Renekton and the Silas.
All right, you know what? I want to hear from the lounge. Are you buying beef right now after that win from Dignitas?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Raz,
why
what do you
not?
think?
Yeah, Raz, why don't you tell us? Where is Raz? Is the real question. He's trying to buy some beef or something? Whoa! Whoa! It's over. It's over.
God.
Guess who won?
Yeah.
I mean, I know who won, Dignitas. I was watching it on the screen. I was like, that scream's delayed. Oh my God.
Let's watch the last 2 fights. Let's just
do
watch
it.
the last 2 fights. Raz apparently claims to have seen them, but...
The King Kong Alistar,
All
yes!
right, tell us what happened.
Oh my God. I need to put my earpiece in. You go for it first.
I mean, so... I hate to be that guy, but I do feel like the fact that they had all these beefcakes and we had no magic penetration on the Ahri, very poor tank killing overall from Shopify, and then also Fudge pressing his Zonias before this fight contributed to Dignitas' ability to full send, but I do have to credit Dignitas for actually just full sending it on back-to-back fights.
I mean, Cani did a really good job of actually drawing so much pressure, right? You know, one of the things that made such a difference in this fight, no one was hitting Tomo the whole fight, and that's because Cani steals the Ariel, he flies in, you know, he's creating all of this pressure, all of this space for the rest of the team, and then Fudge here, right after that fight, gets caught.
And the start to this fight is so rough because B-Boy had to eat over the wall, therefore he's not willing to step up. By the time B-Boy actually arrives in the fight, Fudge is already dead. Doesn't matter that Isles misses his Pulverize because the fight is won once they have the recently buffed Renekton ult, level 18, ticking, doing ridiculous amounts of damage per second, and then the Silas just being pretty much unkillable within those fights.
Look at the gold graph at the end. And you're the one with a mic in your hand ready to interview.
I was ready to go talk to contracts.
Because, like, they were knocking on death's door, like, constantly.
Kalista won this game, by the way.
Yes. I mean, listen, we were checking top 4 major regions. 54% win rate on Kalista now.
There you go.
Going to increase again based off this one.
Yeah, bot gap. I mean, this game to me, like the toughest part for Shopify is the fact that they were on like an 8,000 gold lead and they basically just sat around Baron for like 3 minutes straight. Didn't want to answer this side lane push where Surdy comes bot, takes a tier 2 for free. You know, they're not willing to engage, but they're also not willing to start Baron. And they kind of just, I don't know, it just looked like they lacked total confidence and they were waiting for Dignitas to just throw the game and like walk in and die, but they never did. And then they finally get a fight and they lose it. It just felt like they had all of the options and didn't have the confidence to actually do anything.
We need to update our longest LTA games of 2025.
Oh, God.
There is a commonality between the #1 game and the #2 game now.
Tell me, what's that commonality?
Wait. We didn't update. We didn't put it in the graphics. It is #2. Shopify vs. Dig should be #2. It was 43 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, right in there.
There you go.
It should be another
perfect.
Shopify Dig
Perfect.
game. Anyway, that was before this game. Now it's numbers 1 and 2. But I think that is, to your point, where Shopify hasn't been good at ending games. Just this extends into last week because they've been in a lot of good positions, but haven't been able to close, and this is another example of that.
I just feel like when Surdy was pushing bot and they were over by the Baron in this 5v4, they're kind of like stepping forward. Oh, can we find an engage? Can we find an engage? Just start the Baron, force the TP, and then pull off if you have to. Like, that feels like the most standard play. And then if you can find a good turn when you force them to walk into you at the Baron, that's how you get the fight, right? Like, if you're never going to start the Baron, the team with 4 members over never has to walk up and actually challenge. And so they didn't have the confidence to start the Baron. Then they try to walk towards them haphazardly, and they're just going to walk back when you walk towards them. No one's answering your side lane, and there's no reason for them to actually get out of that position. So I just felt like it was disappointing to me that they didn't have the confidence to actually go for what I consider to be like the most standard play in that situation, which is just start Baron, force them to respond, look for a turn.
And this goes back to, I guess, the point that you had made. I mean, it's not even a point, it's a stat that both these games have gone as long as they have.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, I'm really impressed by Shopify's ability to, like, A, garner a lead in a game. It's happened pretty frequently throughout this split. And even, like, looking at this game.
Even against the best teams.
Exactly. Even in this game, being able to defend the second dive that happened bot side and be able to, they're making the right plays at the right moment when they are in the driver's seat, and all they need to be able to do is either sync up waves and look for a push, or the situation you were talking about, the confidence isn't there.
Yeah.
So.
Bright spot for Dignitas is, even as this game was progressing and Dignitas was losing a little bit, I did think Shaden had a better game than he's had. He kept his farm up tremendously. It's one of the reasons, like, him and Surdy and Caney became those balls of beef because they were able to continue to get gold and build those items.
Yeah.
Right? They weren't just conceding everything. Why are you smiling? Balls of beef. Yeah. They're beef balls. You got to mix up your language.
True.
You just going to call them beef balls every single time?
I personally, yes. I would not have called them balls of beef.
I was, you know what?
They
I
just
support your
kept
decision.
building those balls of beef, you know?
They
Just
did.
Bigger and bigger.
Or a wall of beef.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were a wall of beef.
Yeah.
Behind that 20,000 damage Callista.
And another.
That's
In
what
front
you
of,
build
in
that
front
front line
of,
for,
yeah.
you know? You build the front line to play for that.
That front beef. No, like, here's the thing. I also, another credit
Not
to
the
our-
rear beef, the front beef.
The front beef.
Yeah.
I loved Owls' initiation throughout some of the points of the game. There's one point on the line bush top side around Baron where he's able to get a pick on towards Beef Boy. And, like, they're a team that even
Beef
when
Boy?
they're out. Beef Boy. Actually, true! That's what the B stands for! But no, like, I think that when they're out of the game, they will constantly look for a play to get back in. And that's what makes Dignitas' games fun. That being said, both teams suffer from the same issues. They're going into a game 3, first game 3 that we've had so far.
Right. And
really interested in this.
I think we should mention, with us moving to the group stage and these two teams being perceived to be in the bottom of the group because they're in the group with FlyQuest and FlyQuest and 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
It's pretty much must win if you want a chance at top 2 in this group.
That's true.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And even if you want to play for a third, you know, the prospective bottom team from the other group would be Disguised, right? Which is much more winnable than probably Lyon, who would be kind of the expected third place in that group.
Yeah, we just saw Fudge walk through, which means he's headed to the stage. And based on contracts already being in his seat, it means we're close. So we're going to be tossing a break, and game 3 is going to be up next.
To be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions.
Moving on middle, okay? Come jump on me, just try to
Build it. I will build you.
Keep fighting. Keep fighting.
Alright, push.
Keep fighting.
Look, Wukong. Dragon.
Guys.
It's winnable, guys. Look, Wukong, no push, Wukong. He's stunned.
Alright,
Look,
no
Wukong,
push.
look, Wukong. He's stunned, no push.
Going AD.
Yeah, AD set.
Yeah.
Let's go Silas.
Careful Renekton.
Okay, careful Renekton. Going alley.
We can still go forward.
In front.
I'm going alley.
Help on Renekton, guys. Help on Renekton.
He'll Renekton.
Okay. Hitting Silas. Hitting Silas.
Okay, kill Renekton.
I'm with you.
Okay, you
Yeah,
can look
I can go more.
Look on Silas.
I'm gonna charm in 2. 1.
Cut back.
Yeah,
Kill
AD. Killing AD.
Yeah,
AD
just
set.
keep hitting front. Keep hitting
Yeah,
front.
I do a lot here.
Careful Renekton.
Yeah,
Play together.
Wait.
I'm combo in 4.
Okay, do Drake.
Nice.
No pass, no pass.
No push.
Let's fight.
You can hold me in.
Look on no push.
I'll look R in a second.
It's good.
I miss.
Look, it's fine. We can fight. I can stun. Look, there's stun. No ult,
Full.
No ult, look, no ult. I'm tanking. Look, look.
We can finish.
Touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. When they say you, through the fire, through the blaze, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah.
Really? I knew we win. I don't know why. I could feel it.
All right, there you have it. Shaded in good spirits after that last game. He knew he was going to win. Sometimes you just get that feel.
Yeah, you got to play by feel.
Yeah. Was that his cackling?
I believe that was also
good.
his cackling. Yeah, I was only seeing his mouth moving right there. But Shaden is certainly a personality, to say the least, in this league. Plays a lot with momentum. And now Dignitas have the momentum coming into Game 3.
And yeah, we have our first Game 3 of the group stage. So that's really fun as Dig continue to take that Gwen off the table in addition to Vi sticking on the ban list. And then Shopify have decided to remove both Jace and Akali and now Aurora.
Okay, this is the test. We have not seen, at least according to my stats, we have not seen B-Boy on the Varus. Let's see if the Dignitas actually leave it up and if they want to allow B-Boy the chance or if they're going to predict that B-Boy doesn't want to play it. Because that's been my read, is that B-Boy maybe just doesn't like the champ. But it's so good. I feel like you have to be able to play it. And it's up.
I feel like B-Boy will play it. I feel like they just lock in Varus.
The pressure is
pressure's
on.
up. We're gonna learn. We're gonna learn something about Shopify Rebellion's champ pool here. You have to be able to play. I feel like in this meta, if you are not able to, it is such a crutch.
Nope.
It's just a hover. I'm waiting with bated breath though, because this has been a question on my mind watching Shopify's draft for a bit now. And so far, it's looking like they leave it up. They don't lock in the Varus.
I would also really highly prioritize Yone right now.
Yeah.
So the thing that they left them both up, this doesn't necessarily fully give you that, obviously Shopify have Varus a little bit lower priority, but he did play it in split #1 a while back.
Sure.
And I just think Yone right now is so powerful, even though the Sejuani was already used, and so it's banned from Fearless. It still is a very powerful early, first pick worthy champion.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's also something that Palafox really favors and is heavily favored in the past, right? Like when he was, I think, at his best, it was on that CLG NRG team where they could actually flex it between mid and top for him and Dokla. So as we see, Tomo is going to be end up piloting the Varus in this draft, and we have the Ziggs coming out.
Whenever you have, the investment of one of these AD mid laners, you're always looking for that balance. So definitely like that here. They immediately grab that up and they get the twofer. Both AP carry for the Ziggs as well as the Lilia here for contract. So they've got that covered. All the things that you want here, with a Yone. So pretty good opening look, honestly, from Shopify here in the Fearless stage, the most fearless stage of the series.
We are the most fearless we've ever been in this draft, technically. As we see the Maokai locked in for Shaden, I remember talking to Inspired about this and how he mentioned that as junglers are kind of removed, Lilia ends up going higher and higher on the prio list, and it is some really nice setup for both, especially for the Ziggs to kind of just do damage across.
Yeah, and I love it into things like Mbessa in particular, because she doesn't have like a lot of hard CC. Yeah, the ultimate, but typically Lilia will be able to dance around the fight pretty well with something like an Mbessa showing. Maybe you get poked out with the Varus, but we'll see. The Maokai locked in, though. Presumably jungle for Shaden. That's going to be back-to-back tanks for him in the drafts.
Yeah, and Nico taken off the board. Aurelia taken off the board by Shopify. That's an interesting
They're thinking like, oh, maybe we're going to pick Gnar for Fudge or something like that, or like Aatrox. Like Aurelia pretty good into those types of things, so maybe it's along those lines, because Fudge is going to have the option here, like, do I want to play into Mbessa? You know, we can rotate stuff with solo lanes, like Yone has to worry a little bit about an Aurelia pick, and then like you can flex pick the Mbessa around too.
Yeah, and as we see, Gnar immediately removed by Dignitas as well, so they don't want to see Fudge on that pick.
Unique story being told here in the pick and ban phase. You can see the focus of each team. And a respect to Surdy's Camille. They are not convinced that that's Mbessa going into the top lane. Has the ability to move around, so giving a lot of respect to Surdy's potential counter picks here.
Yep, and we'll see Blitzcrank.
Maokai Blitzcrank, one of the LCK staples. Love this combo. Maokai ultimate, such a wide, like, sweeping, you know, spell that you can throw out, and then Blitzcrank follows up so well with this. Really high CC duo.
I can dig it.
Yeah. And then we, on the other side, the Pantheon hover is very interesting. You would want, I do think you do want Seos on something where he can, again, move around the map. There we go.
But because we see the Lilia, we're assuming that's going to be that support Pantheon, of course. But that means it's not guaranteed hard engage. It's like single target. You can still build tanky, but it isn't like an Alistar type of tanky.
I also really like it because you can, even in lane phase, use it as a kill combo with Ziggs. I always love, you know, watching some LPL Ziggs players when they use some of these melee supports to set up the Ziggs, and they actually have lots of burst damage, like Pantheon stun into satchel charge type of stuff. You know, maybe they can have some explosive plays of their own, and then benefit of Pantheon ult and Sion ults for later to play the map.
And I just heard from stats, first ever Pantheon game for Seos. There we go. That's pretty cool.
Interesting. And that Mbessa will be going into the mid lane, and Surdy will be piloting the Aatrox into this.
Yeah, Shopify were not fooled at all for a second.
Nope.
By the early flex grab. All right, honestly, up for another banger. We got to bet now. Is this one going to beat the previous game?
Ooh, that would
because if it did, then Shopify versus Dignitas, I believe, would have number 1, 2, and 3 of longest.
Wow. Okay, I kind of want that to happen just because it's really funny.
I think,
maybe your vocal cords can handle it. I'm you know what?
Back in my day,
I have faith in you.
All right, thank you.
I believe in you.
We went 98 minutes back in the
in the days before Elder Drake. I was not casting, but
I've heard the stories.
But there were some very long games.
It was 86 for us. Yeah, 86 minutes to dream. That was it. Good times. I remember them fondly. Yeah.
Do you actually remember?
I do.
86
because you
fondly?
just get so delirious with all the crazy stuff that's going on.
How many bears did you talk about is the question. Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds, but for everybody else sticking around, Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion. Will we get another top 5 longest games of the year? Let's get a Twitch poll rolling. How about that? I think that'd be pretty fun for right now. Maybe they can do that for me. But I do want to highlight something that Surdy did play the Aatrox into specifically Whippo on the Sion. Had a rough laning phase there. Fudge now with this matchup. Now, it's not the same player, of course, but I'm curious what Surdy learned from that last time around and how he's going to try and adapt to the matchup this time.
Yeah, and I'm just curious to see if either of these teams are going to be doing anything early.
Is anyone curious to see if Fudge is going to be accurate with his activatable items after
I am very curious.
the golden pose. The golden pose strategy didn't intimidate them apparently,
It did not.
because they ended up losing.
I think if
so.
anything, it encouraged them to engage.
But Sion doesn't buy a lot of activatable items. Maybe a Titanic Hydra or something.
You don't really
And you
know.
can't really
It's
mess
not
that
nearly
one.
as cool when
Yeah.
you do that one, yeah. But actually, a reminder, we do have an update from production. If, now this is a pretty big if, but bear with me. If
Okay.
this game lasts 68 minutes
God.
and 6 seconds, it will be the new North American record for the longest best of 3 series.
So it is.
Wow.
It is so hard in the current age of League of Legends to
do
beat
that.
to
Yeah.
beat the old records because the game designers have put in all of these things to try and end games with Elder Dragon,
Yeah.
and they're like,
The
"All right,
designers said, we'll do it
surely."
ourselves. We're
Yeah.
just going to end the game for you.
Yeah, they're like, surely with all of these, end game things we're putting in, we're gonna. In modern League of Legends, you don't really go that long anymore. So honestly, it's impressive that we're even that close.
These two teams are very impressive for that, yes. I think, but yeah, I don't think we're getting past 60 minutes. Mainly just because of stuff like the Elder Drake, right? Like, there's so many things you need to fight around. They're just too high priority to give up.
Okay, I'm hearing
Early hook in here from Miles. I mean, Seos is still arguably winning this, but Ignite goes down. B-Boy does not have the cooldowns to back him up, and the autos from Tomo flashing forward. That's going to be first blood picked up by Dignitas. One more. Oh, Seos lived! Level 2! Shopify Rebellion get level 2 earlier. Isles does land the hook. What on Seos gets it! What in the world was that?
Oh, you were so ready. You're like, okay, Dig gets first blood, then maybe Shopify get the return kill in the back half. Really nice early play from Contracts, recognizing.
I have to shout out Busio from yesterday because he said something that cracked me up. He referred to a biscuit as a Mundo ult.
Yes, I remember that.
And Seos has biscuits in here, and he eats his biscuit when he's so low, and we'll see him survive here. Like, oh my goodness, I was cracking because Kangas even said, "Oh wow, Seos, arguably winning this." But then he actually did it and survived, and even stuck around to throw a spear and got hooked for it. And you're like, "Oh, he's been punished." Nope.
Well, because he cleared the minions. There we go. Yeah, gets the final hit. Oh, you can see Tomo. Oh,
He popped
chuckling
his
a bit to
Mundo
himself.
He did.
That's great.
And I believe he waited till after the Ignite, too. So that means less of that heel cut, but that's tough to really spot out in that exact moment. But man, what a tough play.
And that's a great start for the Shopify bot lane, right? Where they were really looking for that blitz crank to be making some early plays onto the potentially squishy Ziggs.
So I
But
went.
also heads
I
up
went
for B-Boy to hit the wave, too.
I went to count as well. We have 5 Mundo ults, aka biscuits, in this game that we're taking. It is Fudge, B-Boy, Seos, as well as Tomo and Isles.
And little mini ones. Yeah, love to see it. Ooh, Halifax. So, yes, action happened on the bottom side, but I still want to talk a little bit more about this mid lane matchup because we haven't had a ton of time to fully give expectation for it. The Yone getting counterpicked by the Mbessa. Now, I have not seen this one to full effect yet, but what are some expectations? Is Mbessa just stronger immediately in lane, or does this take a little bit of time to come online? Kind of what's the theory behind this pick?
Theory is it is going to scale really, really nicely, plus has a good early lane versus Palafox. And he's gone for the Electrocute, so it's really bursty here. So you put a lot of threat as the Yone tries to go in there. And with your ultimates, plus a Maokai, you have a lot of kill pressure too. So pretty good options there, I think. And I want to see if this Electrocute and this burst damage, gets to shine early on, because those are the most fun Mbessas for me to watch. I don't know about you personally, but like you can go like the more bruisery builds, but I love like really high damage, full damage Mbessa looks. And Kenny with the teleport back here, and not the Maokai, but the Blitzcrank visits.
Another thing to point out, as is typical with a lot of Ziggs lanes, B-Boy has taken teleport as well, which, I mean, again, we talk about how Shopify do like to make those plays in side lanes. They now have 3 TPs plus Scion and Pantheon ult, so another really good setup for a lot of things they like to do. It also allowed him to get up to this top lane a lot more quickly than Tomo and Isles for this early swap to get top side prio for that first grub take.
Yeah, gets a big gold advantage. A lot of that from the kills as well, but denies some of that wave from Tomo. Has a solid CS advantage on top of the kill gold that they got. And now they're also here early for the grubs. That's the focus. Shaden's actually starting them off first.
And we'll see if Shopify are going to contest this.
Contracts is nearby, but isn't fully walking in.
Yeah, his smite there charge was waiting a little bit more. They can move in now after 2 have already been taken.
Yep.
They kind of push them out. But you saw the move up from Scion was kind of the big thing. Scion had pushed in the extra wave and then kind of trying to bully his way over. A level 6 Scion ultimate is super scary. And so that's why Dignitas are, you know what, hands up, fine. We'll just take 2 and we are happy to split them with you. We don't want Fudge to come barreling down through the river at us with that. And I love, that's why one of the reasons I love early Scion especially, because you do have a big ability to push waves very quickly, and that ult can make so many team plays for you. And sometimes it's just the threat of that ult.
Sometimes just the threat. As we see on the screen there, Kobe, your point, Caney is getting these big chunks onto Palafox with that Electrocute. Palafox has the Vampiric Scepter early, so he's going to try and heal up some of that damage, but won't be able to get all of it. But eventually, once you get into the Blade of the Ruin King, that's why I see, like, Yonis can take as much damage as they want. They're fine. They will just heal off of any wave, get back to full health. So Caney does still have a lot more time to work with that.
Let me see. Blitzcrank camping in a brush, as always.
Yeah, he's got a little picnic set up. Does he have biscuits? He's got 1 biscuit. There we go. A biscuit, a potion. There, a beverage, and a little meal. That's all I need for a picnic.
And as we see, Shaden starting up this early Drake, which is really nice off of, again, that prio that Caney's been able to get in mid.
Contracts will not spot this, so that's going to be Shaden earlier to the grubs and also earlier to this dragon. Should be able to secure this one, although now Contracts is... No, he's still on the red buff, never mind.
Yeah, they had also been like spam pinging it. I believe it was the retreat yellow pings.
Execution. Palafox predicted it.
He immediately put the inputs there, and so that is a lot of cooldowns earned. So the Mbessa pick, now you've got ult advantage, you have flash advantage. Like this thing is doing wonders already. So very deserving of that first pick for Caney. Let's see if they can further punish the Yone, because you're talking about taking a lot of abuse early, but then you get to your Blade of the Ruin King and you're fine. Well, the Blade of the Ruin King is pretty far away, and there's going to be a long cooldown here
with
where
the boots.
Palafox will be vulnerable.
So it wasn't the kill, but the cooldowns is big. Let's see how much that spills over into the grubs, because that's a minute 30 for that second spawn. Dignitas got 2. They won't be able to get the full 6 this time around, but getting all 3 would give them closer towards that Feats of Warfare 3 stack, and at least just getting 2 means that you can start pressuring these turrets a little bit more. So minute 20 now on the clock. I do expect Dignitas to try and play for those, especially knowing Palafox will not have that flash.
Yeah, and we'll see what Shopify's response is going to be. I like them sending this Ziggs into this mid lane, right? And then Palafox is going to be down on this bot side
TP
for
up
now.
by the grubs, Oh, gets the cannon. Let's go, Fudge.
I think it's the first time you called him out for something like a...
Hey, you know, it's balance. It's balance.
That's good.
And also, it wasn't him taking turret shots last lane.
True.
But he does catch that. Will not have the ultimate available, though, for that grub fight if it breaks out. Although it's not going to be that much after cooldown, so unless Dignitas started immediately, maybe he will actually be able to have it for that scrap. But 30 seconds does not look like Shaden's going to rush there immediately. He's actually on the bottom side. So is Contract. So both of these junglers not going to try and get it immediately off of spawn. Instead, just keeping their own economy as strong as possible.
Caney, again, every single time, goes in for the trade, pushes Palafox back. He's always going to have priority here. And then Mbessa ult, like, it's not, we don't mention it as, like, encroaching on like a Galio or Nocturne tier, but it's pretty long. It's like a decent amount of long range, you know, more than your average ultimate. So if you get the priority, chunking out your opponent, getting to roam first too, and get a couple seconds early lead, then you can start to make some plays there too. So we'll see the influence there that Caney will be able to transfer to the rest of the team. Currently, though, the setup for these grubs. All right, Maokai Blitzcrank. Let's see if we can see the combo in action.
Can we get round 2 fight? Shaden is here, Isles as well. Isles actually heading back towards the mid lane. When he's on vision, he's not a threat. So the fact that Shopify Rebellion saw him there means that they can walk up. Fudge now going to be the front line. 30 on the flank here. Seos is hiding in Fog of War. There goes the Maokai ultimate. B-Boy's going to try and get some damage in. There's the hook. Does land on the Seos. Throws up the shield immediately as the Ziggs bomb will trade damage. Now Surdy all alone. The rest of Dignitas zigged as he zagged, and now he gets caught out. That's a kill for Shopify Rebellion. That's 3 on the board as they teleported Belfox. Goes for the ultimate, does not land it, and Dignitas get out. But Shopify Rebellion, they got their kill. They're going to get those grubs.
They dealt with the Maokai Blitzcrank so well because it's really telegraphed and they saw it coming. Have that Fudge, have that Zion right in front, soak up the ulti. And then even with like quote unquote like threading the needle and grabbing Seos instead, he's ready with the Pantheon immunity. And so they're able to turn it around. Then after the retreat, they just focus up on the isolated target. Nicely done for them to get the kill. And the Palafox did get the flash out of B-Boy, so now also the Varus will be super vulnerable with no flash afterwards. So Shopify actually accruing quite a few benefits from this.
Yeah, and as we're going to see that, right? Because only Fudge gets rooted up, and like you said, Kobe, Seos, immediately is able to go there. And then, yeah, the big thing is just turning on to Surdy, right? They recognize that they can just take him out. Both TPs come in, and it just, there we go. Getting the flash out of Tomo, which is, like you said, is going to be huge later on.
Yeah, seeing the flash the second time around, I'm like, well, Fudge, you don't really, you know, he was standing in front before like you're supposed to.
He didn't have his own.
And then at the last second, he was like, oh, I changed my mind. He flashed out. I thought that Isles had like threaded the needle and gotten the Pantheon, but Fudge actually ended up flashing as well. You know, he built the Titanic Hydra, so he's got an activatable.
He got the cannon earlier.
There we go.
Yeah,
and
there we go.
He did get that cannon.
There we have it. As now it's the feats of warfare picked up from the first 3 kills. And now that's a neutral objective picked up, so they're tied in that. It could come down to the turret, though. Shopify Rebellion have the Ziggs available, and whenever I see a Ziggs on a composition, I think that can kind of blitz through these structures very fast. But currently it's Dignitas earlier to the Dragon yet again.
Yeah, and they should get this. Shopify know that they're there, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of contest coming out from them. You have Palafox pushing in this top side wave, and then getting mid lane prio with that Ziggs.
Yeah, and I will say, not to discredit B-Boy's Ziggs, but I really haven't seen a team in North America be able to play the early game Ziggs, just perma-pushing turrets and taking them quickly, as well as Team Liquid has. They're kind of the team that kind of started that trend. So B-Boy
APA is good on that champ, huh?
Yeah, APA is pretty good on that.
Okay.
So far, B-Boy hasn't been able to find much, but here we go, topside fight as Palafox trying to make something happen with Seos, but Caney flashes out and is fine.
Yeah, I think moving forward too, if we do look at some of those, you know, the pick setups from Dignitas, it is, I mean, we need to make sure that Fudge is able to like stand the ground and not panic the second time around. Like, you get in front and you stay there.
Well, currently he can't panic. He doesn't have the flash available.
Yeah,
so.
true.
Yeah. Maybe that's good. Maybe this is like conditioning. Just always having a cooldown.
And the last one ended up fine.
It did!
He's got immunity, Pantheon, it's fine.
Age of Shield's a great ability. Remember when it could dodge turrets? I miss those days.
Look at that Titanic activated.
I do play support Pantheon. Fun fact, that was, I'll get back to that. Caney could be in some trouble. No, he is fine. Never mind. That was the meta that 100 Thieves actually won their split back in 2021 summer. Just fun fact right there. Another fun fact, Pantheon Ultimate's a very long cooldown. 3 minutes without any CDR.
That's
10
not
CDR.
fun for the Pantheon.
Yeah, not fun for the Pantheon, but it's a fact that I'm aware of because I cry about it all the time. 10 CDR makes it around like, I think 163 seconds, somewhere in that ballpark.
Ooh, I'm gonna check it.
But it's still going to take a long time before Seos can do that again.
159, that is very close.
I play a lot of Pantheon, let me tell you.
That's good.
159.29, in fact. So.
Well, what that tells me is he also should have some CDR in his runes then. Because if you don't have CDR in runes, I think it's that 163. Somebody check me on that in Twitch chat. Let me know. I'm curious, actually. But either way, when you miss that first one, you feel it because that first one can be so impactful. But once it's down, we talked about the power of Shopify's draft, the Scion ult coming in from long range, the Pantheon ult coming in from long range. Now you don't have one of those tools to try and make those cross-map plays, and you're kind of just being a little support gremlin now, dropping wards down and trying to not get picked by the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, as we see, Isles chilling there. Let's see if Shopify want to go after, yeah. Let's see if anyone wants to go after this Rift Herald on spawn. Looks like Dig is setting up for it.
Also, too, you have to look at the teleports that could come in from the top laners. With them being right next to each other, you're going to have the extra push advantage on the minion wave first. Well, actually, now they're just running straight away from bottom lane. Fudge is like, fine, I will walk to get a clear ultimate. You have to teleport. So Shopify have priority here with the Scion.
Much better for the Scion because you can always TP back to that bottom turret, but it's Shaden that's going to kick things off. Teleport in from Surdy as well. Tomo just sees the Scion go by, and here comes Fudge. Choo-choo, lock down Isles, take him out of the fight. Seos flashes, Caney follows, and will equalize the kills. Tomo very low, though. Here comes Fudge, big damage. B-Boy on the flank as well, forces Flash out of Tomo. Shaden as well. It's only Surdy left to fight, but he's got no team around him. He uses Flash. Followed from Fudge. Surdy's out of there. Shopify Rebellion trade up in kills, 1 for 2.
Yeah, and good recognition from Shopify of how, again, Fudge rotating up on the back half of that fight, as we're going to see this again. And yeah, just watch Tomo because he actually gets chunked out a bit by the Ziggs before this, and then the Scion just kind of
ignores him,
drives by right into the fight as Surdy TP's there too. B-Boy basically takes Tomo out on the backside of this. And yeah, just really nicely done from Shopify to kind of chase them off of the objective. And it's Palafox who ends up with that Rift Herald.
Which I actually really like because you want more money on this Yone. So if you can get isolated tower gold, it really benefits you. And he's going to be the one up here in the side lane. So he'll have that at his command.
And at 18 minutes on the clock, last game I think it was around like 1930 when we finally saw Feats of Strength claimed. Still not claimed by either side here, but with Herald on this top turret, I think Palafox should be able to get it shortly here. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds though, so he doesn't have that long to go for the play. He's going to need to think about going to bot side or TPing down there.
Yeah, we'll see what Shopify want to do, but he's now, I mean, every single one of Shopify's players are now all ahead of their lane opponents. Just barely for Palafox.
That counts for Palafox. That's 5. That's a blue bar there, Emily.
Yeah, I think they should just...
Oh, nice little Blitzcrank hook. Chain of Corruption followed up. Seos, not a lot of damage, actually, on the follow-up. And in goes Palafox onto the turret with the Ziggs bomb. They find an assassination. They'll lose Seos for it, though. It's Surdy now chasing down Fudge. Caney teleported in here. Dignitas do not want to give up the fight. They're going to try and hold the line here. Shopify almost found something big, but it's equalized.
Yeah, Fudge has a teleport ready, so he's going to go for a reset recall. They also teleport Palafox out here, so Shopify coming back with more resources.
Sure, and also they only lost their support, whereas Tomo died. Seos is coming up, has the ultimate available. Isles finds the same hook. It's on a Palafox who has the snapback. Soul Unbound, great ability there. Shopify Rebellion will get this dragon.
Yep, and that'll give them the Drake as we see this fight again. So Blitzcrank hook onto the Pantheon. Maybe not necessarily the target you want, but then yeah, Palafox on the backside of it, getting right onto Tomo and Isles, followed up with the Ziggs bomb. And in the meantime, they did pop that Herald down. The big thing was that Caney wasn't there until the very end, right? And he could be so strong in these fights.
And also, out of that last tussle for the Herald, Palafox was one of 2 people to not flash. It was Isles and Palafox. Everybody else flashed. So Palafox flashing from Caney's public execution. Big. Caney will get a turret as we come back to live, though. But the dragon stacking has been thwarted with Shopify picking up one of their own.
Yep, they got their feats, they got their dragon back out to split pushing, and I see a Pantheon in the side brush of bottom lane. A little trailing play there, so Palafox with a little bit of extra support from Seos, but they are unable to surprise Surdy or anything. Nobody overextends down there, so they're just going to be able to finish off that wave.
Well, on the other side, you kind of have Isles. You're probably still fishing for some Blitzcrank hooks as they both back.
He's had a couple of big ones that feel like they're about to like turn the whole play, make the play happen. But then it's like always on to Pantheon, who's got his shield up, or it's on to Palafox, who's able to snap back to wherever he was, and it hasn't been that impactful of a pick so far. We're still waiting for that huge Blitzcrank pick that will really make a play happen for Dignitas.
Meanwhile, Sion just deleting minion waves with the Titanic Hydra up there, deleting the tower. So things looking like pretty smooth here for Shopify as the Otacon is available. Still, though, they'd love to finish the mid tower. They do have a Ziggs, so I think operation number 1 is going to be send resources mid to finish off this mid tower. They even call Fudge down, so that's all resources spent here. Try and push it up so they can satchel charge that thing before they rotate down.
So last game it was step number 1. This time it's operation number 1. So the game 3 is a mission.
It was actually phases.
Oh, it was phases.
That's true.
Apologies.
Close, really close.
Step 1 was game 1. How about that? They won that one.
True.
Yeah, that was a clean game.
Can they close out the mission this time around? 1,500 gold lead still, but we don't have a lot to fight over with that gold lead. It's 2.5 minutes until Dragon. Yes, Otacon is up, so maybe we get,
Otacon's a little dangerous, though.
Yeah.
I almost never like it when a team tries to sneak Otacon, because if they ever spot you, unless that thing's got 100 health left, they're probably going to just wipe you at the fight.
Yeah. I mean, you take so much resistance from the Otacon, which I think is why we see so many throws. But my big thing for Shopify is, again, try to take down this mid turret. Like Kobe said, we have our 2 other side solo laners set up in the side lanes to try to shove these out. But yeah, getting that mid turret down is going to be really huge for them.
Yeah, opens up the map so you can have more pressure with Sion and Pantheon ultimates. They're just walking by it. Breathe calmly, Emily. Breathe calmly.
They're not doing it.
They want a nice little wave as they pass through the river.
They wanted to check.
All right, we're good. They've walked far enough away from it that I'm okay.
Remember, focus. Mid tower.
Mid tower. That is the name of the game. That is mission.
We're gonna get it because we have Ziggs. Let's go.
So now we are starting to see the power of that Ziggs. We hadn't seen it to full effect yet, but this is where you can just take these turrets so fast, especially as you get more and more AP as the Ziggs. So if ever Dignitas are not aware of where that Ziggs is pushing lanes, or if they ever get picked out, lose a fight, they're going to lose a lot of their base.
Yep, and so now you're going to want to see them push up, get better vision control as they kind of cross the river line. Again, to set up their side waves with Palafox and Fudge, who just shoved in that top side. Is going to back.
Palafox playing very safe. And credit where it's due. Palafox weathered that storm of the mid lane counter pick, I think, exceptionally well. He's gotten to a position now where he's got 2 items. Look at that! Kobe, he's got Blade of the Rune King.
Yeah.
He's not going to get chunked down much.
When you have a near-death experience, you make changes in your life.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
You start setting that alarm for earlier. You start making your bed in the morning. You put a glass of water next to your bed at night.
You make some changes. And Palafox made some changes. He got near to death, and you know what? He's been on point ever since.
He got a 401k now. This man's responsible.
And some life insurance too, maybe.
Yeah, talking about life insurance. Contracts might need some, but actually he's got the backup of Seos. Dignitas can't quite lock down the Lilia, and Contracts can just dance right on out of there.
Yeah,
Dragon's up, though.
Contracts is so hard to get on, and I also believe he completed Zhonya's as well, which he has not used.
And I think the bigger expenditure is the ultimate from Malachi and Aatrox, because Lilia Sleep is one thing, but it's such a big part of what Dignitas built, not having those big ultis for those two. And so with that lead, Shopify, another dragon.
And you want to look at that? Kobe, count the number of dragons for each team for me real quick.
That would be Well, for each team.
For each team.
Okay, 2 each.
You gotta listen, 2 each. Now remember, we had the 3 each last time. We got a very long game because no one was really able to get that soul. I hear we have an updated longest games in the LTA. Do we think that last game was 3rd or 2nd? Where do we think it ranked?
I thought it was 3rd.
I thought the lounge already spoiled it for us. It was 2nd.
Was it 2nd? I don't remember, but I'm curious to take a look at that updated graphic. Here it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay.
They spoiled it.
And that's actually Jacoby's point, because if this one gets into that top 3, then they own all 3 of them. As we see the Sion ult mid, it looks like Tomo had to burn Cleanse and Flash to get out of that one. Shopify Rebellion, we're hoping to make this one a little faster, but Tomo does get out of dodge.
So they want to sweep the Olympic medals in longest games.
Yep. That would be incredible, if you can imagine. Oh, Palafox not able to quite land the ultimate turret shot. He's alive.
Another near-death experience.
Yeah.
But this time he's got Blade of the Ruin King, so he's able to heal it back up.
We've got some near-death experiences on both sides, all right? I definitely think Shopify would have wanted that.
Okay, all right. You know what, Palafox? I see you.
Maybe now he's just accustomed to them.
He's a thrill seeker at this point. Palafox is like, nah, it wasn't close enough last time.
Yeah,
I
he's
can
like,
get
you know
closer.
what? I'm going bungee jumping, hang gliding. I'm gonna, jump out of an airplane.
Yep. It's cave diving, by the way. I learned that.
He's turned into a thrill seeker.
Monster truck driver.
Get addicted to it. Let me tell you, the adrenaline starts rushing.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, though, we see Caney pushing in after, chunking a little bit low once again. They are rewarded on the side of Dignitas. So we stay very competitive, and that looks good for our goal of getting gold, silver, and bronze of longest games in the LTA history.
Did they spot what it needed to be? I think it was like 43 something was the 2nd longest, but what was the 3rd? What do we need to?
Well, so 43 was the game we just played.
And
then I think it's 42 something.
42 something. Okay.
So we basically need another game.
Thank you.
Yeah, like last game.
All right, can we do it? Let's get a Twitch poll for that one for sure. We have to at this point. Will we make it there?
I mean, I feel like that would require, this game specifically, require a lot more back and forth, if only because we just don't have the beefiness of the previous game, right?
Like in this game.
We have the Scion and then
sandwiches.
We got a decent amount, and
actually, now I'm going through. I'm like,
We got fudge. We got the Maokai.
Yeah, we got a decent amount. Let's see here.
I don't know why I said fudge instead of Scion. Fudge himself is the meat.
Wow, we've really gone places in this cast.
You can't turn people into meat.
What?
Can you guess that?
Well, technically, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it technically.
I don't want any, meat flavored fudge or anything weird like that either. So let's go ahead and look at this Baron.
How did that taste for you, Kobe? Because Shopify Rebellion are starting that one off. Dignitas currently not spotting it, but Shaden's in the neighborhood. He should be able to see this. The us of the sapling. Shopify Rebellion, do they commit? 5 members here. Caney could look to teleport in, as B-Boy's hoping to hold the line from Dignitas. Shopify Rebellion are still on the Baron. Under half health right now. The Maokai ultimate will go out. Caney not committing the ultimate. If Dignitas can just stop the Baron and it's starting to reset, Shopify back out of it. They want that teleport from Caney. They're not going to stop the fight until that goes down. Chain of Corruption misses from Tomo. As now Fudge trying to frontline here. Shaden could be in some trouble. Caney now joins in the fight, and it's good for Dignitas to kick things off. Caney's still alive, Birdie to the Ignite. One last tick, he's not down. Contracts gets the Baron and burns down Caney. B-Boy into stasis to dodge the rocket grab. Dignitas, they weren't quite sure if they wanted to contest. By the time they did, it was too late.
Nerves of steel here at the end, where they're like, all right, when's he going to teleport? Is he going to teleport? We're getting it lower. We're getting it lower. Is he going to teleport? The tower's gone. Is Caney going to teleport? And they're like, there it is. Teleport. Immediately ult on that teleport location. He hits Shaden. They get the combo. They burn him down. Even with that shield, the Ignite plus the Lilia burn is barely enough. And then Seos lives his near-death experience.
Yeah, and I was going to say on the back half of it, Palafox was still on the Baron, right? So they kept that. B-Boy goes golden and lives. Palafox.
The thrill seeker.
The thrill seeker. That's a face of a man who's looked death in the eyes twice.
Yeah,
more than that.
I think 7 I've got in this game.
Well, now they're looking in the eyes of Otacon. They have the Baron buff. Dignitas might approach yet again. Ultimates are back up. Dignitas can try and make some magic happen right now. They're down a little bit of gold, but it's not game-ending. Teleported from Surdy.
my goodness.
He's going for the flank. Otacon's the focus. Big rocket grab from Miles, but the team's not quite there to follow it up. Shaden goes down. Dignitas got the Otacon, though. Shaden steals it, so they have the revives. Kaney and Surdy, they can run this fight. Shut down for Kaney. Palafox goes on a killing spree, but he's shut down afterwards. Isles trying to lock down B-Boy here, who's running for the hills. Surdy chasing him down. He's got the flash available. Will he try and use it to survive? No, he's pulled back in. Shut down to Surdy.
Are you not entertained? Baron to one side, Otacon to the other side. Dragon goes over to Dignitas.
What did he want, Emily? A back and forth banger. We got it.
Oh, God, that was... Oh, shades of the first time they met,
Look at these
right?
smites. Okay, look at these smites, because I want to see what contract smited, because his went on cooldown too. It's getting so close.
He's airborne. He's stunned. Contract smite.
I mean, they're
right here, yeah.
Oh! Seconds before dying, Shaden pulls it off.
Wow.
You gotta, as a jungle, you just gotta respect that.
Yeah.
He's going down with his dying breath.
That was like
Saves
0.1 second right there.
And he timed it like with as contracts Qs. The Lilia Qs, and then it gets down and Shaden reaches out.
Cue the music.
As he's dying.
The lighting effects. He's their savior. Dignitas get the Otacon, get the revives, and they really turned that Red Bull Baron power play into a negative play.
Well, not only that, but like it took the Baron off of what, nearly everyone, right?
I don't even remember who lived at the end of that one, because B-Boy was the one chased down. It's looking like contracts. Thank you, observers.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, wow. What a crazy play right there as Dignitas now find themselves here for the first time with a little gold lead. It's not much, but it's something to work with, and it just tells the story of this game. Shopify Rebellion were not able to maintain. We highlighted it again with their games against the top teams, how they've struggled to maintain gold leads, and we'll have this moment in the game later on. I didn't expect it to be Otacon after the Baron was secured.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just turns that Baron into like such an unfortunate situation for Shopify, right? Because they played that fight so well, they were able to get the Baron off of that, and then they just threw it all away. And now Dignitas are in a really, really good position.
Oh. And suddenly this series becoming one of the most exciting so far of the group stage. You only need to go to 3 games, and it is a nail biter. Both of these teams giving it their absolute all. Jat said it on the lounge as Palafox might just get picked off right here. He tries to ult away, but Isles is just waiting for him to come back. The team trying to back him up now. He's locked into place. Palafox airborne. Palafox goes down. Tomo, meanwhile, flashing away from Fudge. He's in a 1v1 versus the top laner, and he's not winning it, but the team might just win it for him. Dignitas find 2. They're gonna get Fudge. 3 fall for Shopify Rebellion. Contracts gets a big sleep, but there's just not enough follow-up from B-Boy. Contracts trying to do it himself. Has Fudge in the zombie form. Contracts dancing around the fight, but cannot get the final hits necessary. Now he's locked into place, goes into stasis. Kaney burning down. Kaney does fall. Contracts making it happen for Shopify Rebellion, and I don't think he's done. One more bowling ball to chase. He will let Dignitas run away, but what a fight from Contract.
That's how you Zonias. That is how you use the Zonias. Holy moly. All right, let's go back to the beginning, Emily.
Yeah, so the beginning of this is Palafox getting caught out on this backside, right? And then Shaden is going to end up popping the Maokai ult. Fudge is going to see an angle onto Tomo on the backside of this. Actually goes down there. Surdy gets on top of Fudge, and then just watch Contracts through this.
So he goes in to play with the zombie right now. Even though Fudge drops, the zombie very threatening with Titanic Hydra, and then to kind of kite them back towards B-Boy. He Zonias is under tower, the first good one. Then Contract says, I have it too, I'll go in, baits all the spells, opens it up for the bomb over the top, and they get another one. And even though they sustain early losses, they 2 versus 4 are kind of try and fight their way back out. the emotional roller coaster that is Shopify versus Dignitas.
And it was the B-Boy minefield. Canids jumped through it twice, took almost all the damage.
Well, and look at how much damage Contracts
we have a
is
TP
doing
coming
that.
in live right now. Rocket grab onto Fudge. He's just completely picked off from the rest of the team. That's an easy one for Dignitas. Isles, we've been waiting for the big rocket grab. That might have been it. They got Baron up.
Yep, Baron's up, and the Dragon's going to come 30 seconds later, too. That death timer is a long one.
Yeah, but it looks like they're not committing to the Baron. Contracts lands a bowling ball, big chunk onto Canids and Isles. So Dignitas, I think they're going to play for that Dragon instead.
It's a soul, so you don't want to risk taking too much damage and losing a fight at Baron with Dragon Soul coming up. And Fudge's timer. So, well, this is the logical answer. Because you know you cannot go down there without Fudge, so you have to go try and pressure the other side.
And worst case scenario, they delay. Fudge coming up with teleport. That's a flank from Surdy. Here, Shopify Rebellion are about to have the pincers clamped on them. Can they get out of this one? Dignitas approach. Shopify do not see Surdy there yet. Contracts gets locked down for right now. He's getting knocked up. Canids on top of him. Contracts down! Shut down over to Surdy. Now Palafox going to try and make a miracle happen here. He gets onto 2, but Tomo goes into the stasis. Dignitas get 2. Palafox in trouble. B-Boy's going down. Dignitas are doing it! They're crushing Shopify Rebellion for the Baron attempt. Public execution under the turret. Canids takes Palafox. Fudge TP's mid, but he's the only member left. Dignitas crush the fight.
Really excellent TP flank from Dignitas, right? Like, Shopify made them, like, forced them into a decision. They had that flank ward available. Eliminating Contracts so early is crucial in these fights because of the damage he does and the CC he provides. And really, really excellent stuff coming out of Dig, recognizing where they could send Surdy in for that flank, and he was immediately able to get onto Contracts.
There it is, the ward inside the wolf pit. Surdy teleports over, he waits for the deer to come prancing through the forest, and they take out Shopify's key player. Without the Lilia damage, Shopify, of course, they were already down the Scion, so the rest is like collection work for Dignitas.
Yeah, Palafox almost turns it on the Tomo, but he had the stasis. You're talking about the correct times to use stasis, Kobe. That was one of them, as Tomo's able to survive, and then the dive continues.
And off the back of that, Dig, as we see in that picture-in-picture, are going to get that Infernal Soul, right? So now they are in, basically it is absolutely their game to lose.
Yeah, and I gotta say, we pulled Twitch chat. Is this gonna be a top 3 longest? Over half, I wanna say it was around 56% said no. They're looking right here. I mean, it's close. It's gonna be a long one. I think we can break top 5.
Now, buddy. We've seen 7,000 gold leads in this matchup before.
That's
no.
true.
But with the extra power of Infernal Soul, I do tend to agree with you in this case. I think I would put my money in with you.
They should be able to close out this game before making it into the top 3.
Dignitas just need to play patiently. Don't play too aggressive. We've seen teams throw leads. We've seen both of these teams throw leads. As long as Dignitas play smart, they can close this one out.
And just a little bit of stake setting here because the lounge brought it up, right? Like, this game is crucial.
Canids could be caught out in the side lane right now. Public execution is used, but Contracts, Little Team Lullaby, Drowsy. Is he going to go to sleep? Contracts taking a lot of damage. Goes into the stasis yet again. Canids knocked up. Contracts still alive. Fudge gets the kill, but the base is getting destroyed. Dignitas take down that middle inhibitor. They're going to look for that bottom inhibitor turret, but that's something for Shopify. They at least find a pick as the rocket grab misses from Isles.
In a lot of scenarios, that's just what you have to do, is just go attack one of the side lanes when the other team is so far ahead, plus they have the Baron, and Shopify do get the kill, which puts a stop to the destruction, but one inhibitor down and a decent amount of the bottom side turret as well.
It brings us closer to that that potential third place.
Yep.
But
Look at the time. We're almost 40 minutes already.
Yeah,
I think we're top 5.
We might get it. This game is crucial between these two teams in their group, right? Because if they're both looking to try to potentially punch up and get that second seed or even get the third seed, right, to fight to stay alive, they need to beat each other.
It's a must win. essentially a must-win. And it's looking like Dignitas are the one to do it. This was not necessarily how the predictions went. I know there were some Dignitas believers, but the majority were thinking, Shopify should have the favorable matchup here. They beat them in the regular season in that best, or not regular season, still regular season, but in the positioning phase in the best of one. But so far, Dignitas have really stepped up. I'm really looking at players like Isles in particular for having a fantastic series so far.
Well, and especially with how dominant their game one was, right? Like, this composition has shades of it in the triple TP, in the Ziggs, in the Pantheon, in the Scion, right? And they haven't been able to set up the same map or side lane control that they were able to once they got these incremental leads in the first game.
And I want to remind everybody, this game started with a double kill bot side. B-Boy and Seo started with a kill. Neither of them have gotten a kill since. It was a rough start for Dignitas. They had to find a way to come back into this one. And they have found just that. An 8,000 gold lead plus the Dragon Soul. It looks like we're stalling out a little bit here. We have 2 minutes till Baron, 2 minutes 45 until Elder. And Dignitas aren't going uber aggressive. Maybe they find a rocket grab to close out the game, but otherwise they can just use this Dragon Soul to guarantee the team fight win at the next big game-ending objective.
We're going to push in some waves, we're going to reset, and we are going to get that
It's a dance!
We are going to get that long game. We're already at 41 minutes now.
42, I believe it was 42-26, if I heard producers correctly.
Okay, we're definitely making it then.
42-26, it's looking like the 43% of Twitch chatters that believed it are correct.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Shopify and Dignitas sweep the category. Well done. I mean, honestly.
It's always a banger, Kobe.
Impressive. Okay, so leading into
we
the
hit the 68 minutes, though.
Leading into the next one, we have, key Guardian Angels to go with all these Zhonya's activatables that they do have at their disposal. So, Kaney here is full build since he stopped off and he got the shield cutting of the Serpent's Fang as well. But both him and Powerfox will have the revive, so they can go super deep, not fear death in their, attempts in the next
Do their best
fight.
Powerfox cosplay. Yep.
And see what we can do, because we've got 37 seconds on the Baron, and the Elder's going to be pretty substantially delayed from that. So everybody's concentrating resources up to the top side of the map, and you can see all the vision too and the jungle leading up. So Shopify have done something here, a little sneaky into the side lane brush, but Kaney not getting very close to that brush.
And we see Surdy pushing out that bot wave. That'll be really, really good for this Baron setup, as we see.
Woo! We did it!
Oh, wow, ongoing.
42,
this game
25.
So now we just say, can you even beat yourselves? Personal best. Can we go longer?
You should always be trying to hit your personal best every time.
I agree with that sentiment. It looks like the Baron could be the deciding factor here, though. We're already early teleporting Surdy in. Shopify Rebellion don't have Palafox. He doesn't have great flanking wards either. So it should be a front-to-back. Dignitas are starting up the Baron right now. Contracts could go for it. He's been looking to take the tie for the most Baron steals. Can this be the one? Instead, it's going to be an engage, but Surdy comes out of Fog of War, and it's Fudge. It's locked out. Palafox in trouble as well. Focusing on the front line. Surdy buys so much space for the rest of Dignitas. Fudge falls, and Kaney fighting Palafox in the 1v1 will find him. Contracts all alone. B-Boy's trying to get that damage in. Seos jumps towards his death. Dignitas did it! A double kill to Tomo as Palafox snaps back to his death. That's going to be a clean ace of a team fight. Dig a ditch, 6 feet deep, tombstone reach, Shopify. Dignitas win the series 2-1.
What a great call, and what a great series from Dignitas. They've improved incrementally. They're going to take the win.
And what a fit.
Oh,
and we didn't even inhibitor respawn.
Trolling
We
him.
can squeeze a few more seconds out of this baby.
Go. No. Get it 1 HP. Get it 1 HP. We can always not. Get it to 1. Go ahead. Jay.
He bought the Zhonya's. Oh, I'm winning the game. I don't give a fuck. You guys.
What a beautiful way to close that one out. The 3 longest games of the year belong to Dignitas and Shopify.
Oh, and did you see Katie just being so happy running up to Ragaby immediately? Again, we saw this team improving in Super Week, especially in their early games. But in this, it was a slog to the finish, and they grinded it out.
Incredible best of 3. That's it from us. Now we're joining Jet on stage for an interview.
Thanks. I've got Surdy here. Wow. How do you feel after the series? Long series. You have now 3 of the longest games of the year were against Shopify between Dig, 2 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just says that we're both really, really low elo, and we don't know how to close out games or extend our leads properly, but both teams have kind of found ways to stop mistakes from happening, which is like the first step in turning from a bad team to a good team. And the next one is learning how to push your lead when you actually get it, instead of just stemming the bleeding, you know?
So I know in game 2, it definitely felt like the series was likely going to be over. At one point, you were down about 7,000 gold in game 2. Yeah, what was the thing that was able to turn the series around for you guys?
I mean, don't focus on the gold. Talk about how we want to play fights, how we want to get setups, who has TP advantage, who can push side. We established that I could push Gragas and our mid laner could push the Ahri, so match them. And then use my side move to help retake vision and keep Gragas shielded. And my team can play 4v4. Just like recognizing win conditions and trying to play towards them, even if it's not perfect, it's a start, you know?
I mean, very logical analysis of what happened in game 2. Emotionally, how have you guys been dealing with this season so far? Because not the start you would have envisioned joining the LTA here, only winning 1 game in the first phase, but now starting here 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, I never knew how stressful and exhausting playing in Tier 1 can be. Because, you know, like I played in Tier 2, right? It's my first time playing in Tier 1. I've never been in an environment where every single person in the league is like actively trying to be the best and compete with people in other regions who are like actively trying to like get to worlds and win worlds and stuff, you know? Like my coach always says to me, the Korean players, they stay till 4 a.m. And so I'm staying up until like 3 a.m. every single night watching VODs, doing everything as much as I can. Not sleeping a lot, but we're improving, so it's working, you know?
What's next for you guys?
Beating 100 Thieves, hopefully. I mean, I think we should be able to. We're a lot better than we were when we versed them last time, and the only reason that they were able to win last time is because, admittedly, I TP'd at really bad times for no reason, and then Sniper got 4k gold on Jace after losing lane for 15 minutes straight in a winning matchup. So if I don't do that, we can win.
All right, well, I love to hear the honesty. Do me a favor, get some sleep tonight.
I will.
Celebrate the victory.
I'll do my best to get some sleep.
All right, thanks, Surdy. Very good job for Dignitas. They're 1-0 in the group stage. Let's send it back to the lounge.
As we wrap up the day, we have a new segment called Reaction of the Day. We've collected some reactions from the pro players throughout the day, and we want you to spam chat with which reaction is your favorite. Raz?
Well, I have one already.
Oh, I mean, it's not even fair. It's not even fair,
It's not even a fair reaction. Like, Blabber didn't even have a chance. He's just laughing at his monitor.
Brother was actually so, like, mad when the 4th one wasn't in. He's like, okay, double lift, fair enough.
Yep.
Sneaky, I can live with it.
All turtle, all right. Long career.
Fine.
Yeah.
TSM had a lot of fans.
Yeah.
All right. But number 4, that's Sven.
Stixay?
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 That he was like, he literally dropped the mic and he could not handle it.
No, I'm leaving.
The fans at home think the exact same thing.
I mean, come on. Like, this one's actually crazy. My favorite part about it is just like, he literally went through like every stage of grief. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like acceptance, anger, like denial. Like, that brother went through every emotion on the spectrum.
When he sat back
in
down,
one segment.
When he sat back down and went through the rest of the list, he was like already a shell. He was
Emily
like,
is thieving the Trundle Club.
What are
Look
you
out,
doing?
Raz!
Hey!
She's behind you!
Stop it! What's happening behind me?
She's trying to add a new reaction.
This is crazy. You're gonna break that thing instead of breaking my head. I got a big ass head. All right.
That's what you got hair for. It's gonna bounce off.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's right here.
I don't have that.
No?
No protection.
Why was I
No?
surprised? No? I was shocked.
Your balls?
Whoa!
Whoa, when did that happen?
That was a huge
Holy
surprise.
crap.
And you got a crown. There it is.
Fair
You're
enough.
A king. You're a king.
Yeah, well,
You know, we need to see some new kings, though.
Yeah.
We need some
player of the series, so we can see who won player of the series today. Whippo, Blabber, and Shaden are the winners from this weekend. The jungle role seems to be a bit strong.
A bit powerful. A bit overpowered, one would say.
Yeah, 3 straight junglers.
We need to nerf the jungle again. I think that's the conclusion.
And really, you could say top is just jungle diff.
True. Whippo?
Because he is inspired.
He just... Give a pat on the back to Inspired on that
There
one.
you
He
go.
should be on this list.
Make it 4 to 4 junglers.
Exactly.
Just, who cares? Why even try at this point?
Don't even try.
Just give it to the jungler.
Just roll swap. In fact, Whippo was a former jungler, so.
There you go. We already did give it to jungler. That's the only way we got away with it. But let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. Probably some more junglers on there too. Let's find out.
Let's see.
Top
3
dog.
junglers.
Yeah, we're doing 3 junglers exactly. Look at that bias in the jungle world. We're only showing junglers.
That's actually kind of upsetting, guys. I'm getting upset.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
Whippo,
there you go.
Fastest to 100 CS. All right.
Fastest to 100 CS. That's pretty fast.
That's pretty fast.
10-11. The fastest kills.
47 seconds.
Oh, that was the one today on
true.
XU.
Yes.
Where he got caught on the invade and died. Fastest legendary item, 921.
That was a pretty fast game. I mean, I like the Sven bit only because, like, in the interview, even though they didn't get to see it, to see if that was the strategy, C9 did say they have a strategy. I think the strategy was literally just like they're warding the Raptors almost every game.
Strategy is we're going to kill them.
We're going to kill them.
We're going to pick Braum and we're going to kill them.
Yep.
Remember, you can upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com to learn more. Get yourself an SSD, Raz.
I'm learning. I'm down. Wait less. Say less.
All right. Well, your MasterCard Player of the Week is Whippo. Congratulations to him. He won the Player of the Series. He gets the Player of the Week. The junglers may have the quantity, but the top laner has the quality.
Exactly. You're saying that because you're biased as a top laner.
Yes.
That's very much why you're saying that.
Absolutely. That is correct.
But Whippo deserved it for a long time now. I feel like he's been having an incredible split individually. So it makes sense that it's going towards him. I feel like his lanes have been really solid, even especially in week 3 of the positioning phase. His lane was really good.
His Renekton versus Gnar game as well was a monster versus Sniper. He had the E start level 1 on Renekton and was just like straight up beating his butt in lane. So I was actually really impressed by how he played out his 1v1s. I know Whippo, I've talked to him a few times and he said this in interviews as well, where he always feels like solo queue and individual performance is so important. And it was this year when he went to Korea was the first time he had like his couple weeks there. They couldn't hit Challenger, and he realized that like, okay, I'm not as good individually as I need to be, as I used to be. And so he said he started grinding solo queue and playing way more as an individual to try to get back to that level.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're getting to see some of the fruits of that labor.
100%. Like he's playing a multitude of champions. He's for sure the most diverse top laner when it comes to a champion pool. He's like challenging other people to pick up more, like Yorick and all these things. Something you've actually been wanting more people to play.
I feel like Castle's kind of adopting a lot of the Whippo champs.
True.
He played Yorick, he played Vladimir today, the Flash Ignite as well.
Well,
so.
he's the first one to be on the other side of the Yorick pick.
he's like, what the heck is this?
I need to pick this up now.
You can just do that?
That's insane.
That's crazy.
So like, I think he's been very diverse in his picks, very strong in lane, great team fighter. Makes sense.
PSA to top laners. Champions other than Mbessa and Jace exist in solo queue. You can try them out and learn from Whippo a little bit there. These are the standings now. Group A versus a Group B. Cloud9 and TL got their wins in Group A, while Dignitas and FlyQuest took their wins in Group B. Next week, we got some more matches coming up. We'll see if there's going to be any upsets. This is going to be best of 3 between FlyQuest and Shopify Rebellion. Then TL, is going to take on DSG.
For me, it's going to be a highlight on Shopify versus Fly. I mean, the last time they played up against each other, Whippo had some choice words about Fudge. Fudge, of course, he played well. I mean, he's been playing well. The big question after, especially the loss that they just suffered today, is like cleaning things up. They had 2 big leads. They ended up losing big ones. So they need to be able to clean it up if they're going up one against the best team in the league.
No, they'll have to be pretty squeaky clean next week for sure. But that's going to do it for us this week. We will be back next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you next week.
That's my crown now, man. This is my crown now. What is the news? What happened here? How did this turn on me?
I'm watching the carries are all here on the left.
No flash.
I can combo soon.
I've been 3
We can win. If they
Can
come here,
I have ult in 3.
Yeah. Look at the Sage. Sage no flash.
One's good. I have ulti for Gwen. I have ulti for Gwen.
I need help here.
I have ulti too.
We can cook it here.
Okay, work it in. I'm coming. There's no flash. I'm looking at your guys. Yeah.
No idea.
Nice. Look at your next. I can combo.
No flash.
Yeah. Go bottom. Yeah. Nice.
You guys want to kill him? I've come with 2 seconds, we can kill him.
Nice.
Okay. Nice one.
Go nature?
Yeah.
KB stats.
Nice.
GG's.
Look at Victor.
Yeah,
Victor.
go,
Victor.
take it,
Victor. Victor.
Ezreal.
I can knock a Victor. I'll knock a Victor.
Victor, left.
Watch Victor.
Yeah.
On this guy.
Yep. I'm gonna tag him, son. He's tagged. Can we summon?
Up and.
They're all dead. Nice flash. Nice flash.
Nice flash.
Go. Yeah. I shall not. Nice. We can end mid. Nice.
I'm tipping.
Yeah. Oh, so good.
Oh,
we have it.
Mamma mia. Oh, GG.
Oh,
Nice. At least we won, guys. GG cup.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Good engage.
Look at me. This guy's empty.
Yeah,
What the fuck are you doing? Kill him.
yeah.
Nice. Wow.
Yeah, I'm flipping.
Alright.
Let's kill him.
Ah, don't let me die.
Cannot fight.
Yeah. I'm gonna charm it too. 1.
80.
Yeah, 80. Killing 80. 80
Keep hitting front.
Yeah, I do a lot here.
Yeah, you guys should do it.
Temper Renekton.
Yeah.
Play together. Just play together. Wait. No push.
Let's fight.
You can hold me in.
Look on no push.
I'll look R in a second.
It's good.
I miss.
Look, it's fine. We can fight. I can stun. Look, there's stun. No ult to hook on. No ult to hook on. Look, no ult. I'm tanking. Look, hook on.
You can fish.
Clear.
Play slow. You already win.
Do poke.
You're in their ult.
Yeah.
Help Aatrox.
Look Zig. Can we add?
We can't.
Just do both. Yeah, I have W.
I'm stacks. I'm stacks.
And I can flash. Can you guys stand? Okay, flash.
Don't press.
That's fine. I'll ult
He's dead.
Nice guys.
Yes! Let's go!